Hello and welcome! You are watching Season 5 of the Fortnite Champion Series, or FNCS, for Oceania, presented by the Australian Open. My name is Vandy, and I'll be your host for today, and I'm once again joined by my beautiful, amazing, talented analysts, Fallout and Timmy. Fallout, I hope I didn't embarrass you too much there, but I just appreciate you guys so much.
I appreciate you calling me beautiful. I'll take that compliment. Look, I'm excited, Vandy. I got to be honest with you. Day number 2, we're back for the semifinals, and if the broadcast today is even half as hype as it was yesterday in that 6-game final where we saw Mr. Fresh Asian and a few other teams clutch up in game number 6, it's going to be a great show. I'm really stoked. And
yourself, Timmy? I hope I didn't make you blush there.
Yeah, no, I'm used to it. Don't worry.
No. Not even modest.
No. But seriously, I'm really looking forward to another good set of games today. Yesterday was unbelievable. Some good teams clutching up on the last couple of games, and looking forward to the same thing happening here today.
Sounds good to me. So let's remind everybody how exactly this tournament works, because of course now we're on semifinals day number 2, and this will be heat number 4 that we're bringing today. But Fallout, can you just take us through exactly how we've gotten here?
Absolutely. It was a long road to get here in our 3 qualifier weeks. And keep in mind, the thing I love most about this format personally is it's open to anybody in the Oceania region. Any Fortnite player can sign up, can compete, can grind their way through Arena and make it for an opportunity to qualify. Each qualifier had 4 rounds, so we really got to prove the best of the best. And as a result of that, the top 132 teams made it to today, the semifinals, where we separated out into 4 heats. This is heat number 4 of 4. We're going to show you the results of heat number 3 in a moment. The top 8 teams from each heat, well, they'll qualify for the grand finals. 9th through 16th place teams in each heat, they will go to a 1-match winner-take-all reboot round, which is the most hype part of this format, in my opinion. It is so exciting. I love this reboot round that was added to FNCS last season. I think it's going to be a blast. And that'll be at the end of this broadcast, so get excited for that, in addition to heat number 4. And then, of course, at the end, we will have a 2-day grand final starting on March 13th, where we will crown our Chapter 2 Season 5 FNCS champion. And, of course, all the prize pool, all the marbles will be in the grand finals.
Thank you so much, Fallout. Exactly right. So this is day number 2. And I mean, yesterday was really interesting. So we were covering heat number 2 for semifinals day number 1. And what we really noticed was that the points really played a particular part in how exactly the results how the results showed themselves. But Timmy, I wanted to take you through and remind everyone at home what the point scoring system was and what we could expect to see today.
Yeah, sure. So just to elaborate on what you're saying there, Vandy, what you're trying to get across is that we saw 2 different play styles be rewarded. We saw Luda, Muzz, and Speedy playing mid-ground and getting rewarded with Elam. So if you see at the bottom right of your screen there, 2 points per Elam is what made the difference for them. They ended up with 59 Elams on the day, so they ended up with 118 points alone from Elams. But if you look at the other side of the coin, Jinx, Alec, and Worthy played height, and they played for the win. So they ended up with 2 wins on the day, and ended up with a couple of those wins there being with 30 points is really huge. So those guys, if you see there, first being with 30 points, second 25, and then third 20, you're having such a high distribution of the points being allotted in that top 3 that it's really important for those teams who play through the mid-ground to get through there or capitalize on the high points for Elams. And then if you're playing height, basically AFKing for those placement points, you also get rewarded. So as you're saying, Vandy, the both play styles getting rewarded is a huge aspect of this scoring format, and it's why I've been really enjoying the qualifying weeks, and then of course the heat B yesterday.
Thank you so much, Timmy. That was exactly the point that I was trying to get across. It just unlocked lots of different play styles coming out from teams yesterday, where we saw some really prioritizing placement early, others prioritizing eliminations early, and then kind of just changing up their play style. But Fallout, I want to borrow you now. I like picking on you, right? Because I need your help in telling everyone at home what exactly these players are playing for, because the prize pool only really comes alive for finals. This is the path to finals, the path to getting this prize pool.
Yeah, that's right. We absolutely have to talk about what's at stake, which is a significant prize pool. The Australian Open last year and the year prior brought the largest prize pool in esports history in Australia, Oceania. And guess what? Another $90,000 in prize pool here for the FNCS Oceania region. $22,000 for first, $15,000 for second. Third place takes home $9,000 dues, all the way to 15th place, $900. And of course, this prizing's in US dollars. So keep in mind that $90,000 in US dollars is about $118 to 120,000 Australian dollars. So a significant prize pool, great opportunity. But like you said, Vandy, it's all in the grand finals, which I love. It makes the grand finals really feel like a major, like an S tier, kind of top tier event where you got to win, you got to perform when it matters the most in the grand finals.
Well, I am glad that we were talking about prizes because yesterday I kind of hinted to spending my hard-earned dollary dues on the Laser Beam skin bundle. Instead, I've got a new skin to share as the latest Marvel superhero to join the hunt is none other than Ant-Man. So Ant-Man is this new skin, and he's always been ready to help save the day. If you want to follow in his footsteps, you can pick up the iconic Ant-Man suit, which is available now in the item shop. The shop also features the toothpick pickaxe and Ant-Man's trusty steed, Antonio, as a back bling. And I don't know about you, Fallout, but I'm a big fan of Ant-Man in particular. I just found the movie so funny. Have you watched it?
I have. Yeah, I'm a big fan of Ant-Man. It's definitely a unique take on the entire Marvel universe. I'm a big fan of the Marvel scene in general and the fact that Epic and Fortnite, it forges such a great partnership. I'm just also glad that it's not the microscopic version of Ant-Man that is the skin of the game. It is full-sized Ant-Man, which means everything's fair from a competitive integrity perspective.
It's not broken.
Not broken, exactly.
Exactly. We're all about the competitive spirit here. But speaking of the competitive spirit, let's take a look at how Heat 3 earlier today went. I've got the results here that I'll bring up on screen. And Timmy, can you please take a look through these and let us know if these were the results that you expected to see?
Well, to be honest, I didn't know what to expect from Heat C. No disrespect to the people who played it, but it was one of the weaker heats. Last night, we covered probably the stronger heat. This one was one of the weaker ones, and as a result, when there's a little bit of there's just a lot more variation when you're playing with these guys. So, but as we see, our week 3 winners, Cripper, Rip, and BMP, coming out on top with 2 victory royales. But the big differentiation there is the 41 elims, 82 elim points or 41 elims, just put them over the top of Bathan, Zedox, and Seo, who ran away with 3 out of 6 victory royales today. But, and again, Fallout, as we're talking about the points scoring system, the elims coming in clutch for Cripper, Rip, and BMP there.
Yeah, that's right. I love those 2 different styles of play that are allowed with this format. And keep in mind, 5th place, as we take a look at the next screen, 141 points in 5th place for Brezzo, Culture, and Lunar. Take a look at 6th place as the screen flips here in a second. 110 points. That was a 30-plus point differential between 5th and 6th. A very top-heavy lobby. But a big congratulations to Neo, Fab, Chemo, Kazuki, DJ, Kriz, Krypton, Aspect, and Nep for qualifying through. My heart goes out to Flenny, Plus, and Nova's a team that is certainly very, very talented. Not able to make it just barely by that first place finish. But keep in mind, 9th through 16th place teams, which we'll take a look as we continue through the standings here, will also make it to the reboot round, which is going to be at the end of this broadcast. So I'm very, very excited for that. One match, winner take all reboot round, but you'll see Bridge, Quixie, and Lupius, a team I certainly would have expected to qualify through, a top team in their own right. Unfortunately, just not their heat. They're not able to make it, but they still have the reboot round here. Another team there is Nunker, Grav, and Chains, in my opinion, that I think played very, very well in the qualifiers that will look to bounce back as we take a look at 16th through 20th. Timmy, walk me through it.
Yeah, and just to touch on Nunca, Grav, and Change, they actually came 6th in FNCS finals last season. So to see them in 15th is a killer blow to me. I thought they would have qualified for sure, but I expect them. They're one of my favorites for the reboot round. So stay tuned for that later tonight. But yeah, as you say, Wake, Flenny, and Lush coming in at 16th there, rounding out our reboot round qual. I feel for Grizz, Danu, and Battle Pants. Sometimes you just don't make it, but you see the big difference there, 21 points separating them from 16th. So to be fair, they actually weren't even that close, Fallout.
Yeah, that is very true. But congrats again to Wake, Flenny, and Lush. They'll be the last team that made it through in 16th place to play in that reboot round. That's the standings. That's how things kind of shook up our heat that played right before this, Vandy.
Thank you so much, guys. I really appreciate it. But now that we've seen the results, which is one thing, let's take a look at how exactly the top 8 managed to punch their ticket to finals, because I've got here a highlights reel of the day. So perhaps if you weren't able to tune into the Heat 3 that was shown earlier today, don't worry, we've got you covered. We've got the best of the best moments. And Timmy and Fallout, I'm going to use your help to kind of talk us through some of these key moments.
Yeah, sure. So we're going to jump on board with Bathan, Zedox, and Sia, who took one of their 3 wins in the first game here. And what you're going to see from this team is a lot of versatility. Now, I've used that word a lot in the qualifiers and then yesterday in Heat B. The ability to play mid-ground and then high ground is so important this season. If you don't have the ability to play across different play styles, you will struggle because you can't guarantee height every game, which is so dominant, and you can't guarantee a place in mid-ground every game, Fallout.
Yeah, that's true. You have to be versatile. You have to be able to play both of those scenarios, and you have to be able to take high ground at any expected notice, right? You have to understand, based on the elimination feed, who's getting taken out, who's holding high ground, when you can take it, and when you can actually flip the script and control high ground. We saw Jinx, Alec, and Worthy do such a good job of that yesterday. I'm interested to see who's going to do that in our heat today, but keep in mind here in this one, 8 eliminations total for Rip, Kripa, and BMP. That's your championship winning team. They took home first place in the semis. Very, very well played from them. They actually won 2 out of the 6 games. Keep in mind, Bathan, Zedix, and CO won 3 out of the 6 games. So our top 2 teams here in this heat, Timmy, won 5 out of 6 games. That's how consistent these teams were throughout.
Yeah, crazy. And these guys end up with a 12 Elam win. And then in the following game, they end up with a 15 Elam game. I'm not too sure if they end up winning this one, but the consistency there. And again, it goes to show the skill gap that we've been talking about all the way through, qualifiers 1 through 3 and then heats yesterday. It's really important to note these top teams are so confident going up against the lesser teams in this region because they just know they're that much better. That skill gap is huge. But again, another thing to note, and this is no disrespect to Kripa, Rip, and BMP, they might be one of those teams that some of these other teams think they can take on as well. So what I'm really interested to see from this team is how they go in finals, because we saw them take it in week 3, which again was one of the weaker weeks in week 3, and then they've come through on one heat C as well. So this is their 15 Elam game here. The fact that they're able to put it together in one of these ones, I want to see them do it in finals as well. They're one of my underdogs and one of my teams to watch in finals here, Fallout.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I'm excited to see how they do against the likes in mid-ground, especially against powerhouse mid-ground or low-ground teams like Muzz, Looter, Speedy, Basil, Vortex, Jace. They play so incredibly good on the mid-ground. We saw that yesterday, so I'm excited to see how they match up. This is the one game that was not won by our top 2 teams. This one was won by Arrest, Cynical, and Lukrek. As you saw right here, a dominant game from them, 10 elimination game right now, and then of course they end up with 11. They're able to win the one game that was not won by our top 2 teams, and guess what? They got 3rd place as a result of that as we round out, I believe, our last highlight here in game number 6.
Yeah, so this is the sad story, plus Flenny and Nova's, the guys who came in 9th, not quite able to make it work this game. But as we finish out here, it's fitting to finish up with the guys that won 3 out of 6, CO, Bathan, and Zedox, coming in with the win here in the last game. And I think the thing that's really impressive to me, although they didn't end up winning, the fact that they're able to win from multiple scenarios is going to be the thing that makes them a team to watch for in Grands. And I'm really excited to see a few of these teams show themselves in Grands and how they go up against some of those powerhouse teams like we said we saw in Heat B yesterday, Fallout.
Yeah, that's true. And I mean, this game was much different than we saw in game number 1 that they won. Lower elimination, 5 eliminations only here as they wrapped up the final few people in the lobby and were able to take home game number 6. So, like you said, very different play styles. They can win through high, they can win through mid-ground. It was impressive to see. But if I had to pick one team that really dominated in this heat holding high ground, it was this team right here. I think they held high ground consistently, and that's why they did win 3 out of the 6 games. But they only got 2nd place. They actually didn't take home first. That went to Kripa, Rip, and BMP because they had a much higher average Elams at 6.83 to Bathan, Zedix, and CO, who had 5.67. But at the end of the day, they qualified. Doesn't matter if you get 1st or 8th place, you got a qualifying spot, and you have a chance to play for the big prize pool, the $90,000 prize pool in the grand finals next weekend, Vandy.
Absolutely right. I mean, this is what it's all about. We have had the amalgamation now of 3 weeks of qualifiers. This is our semifinals weekend and then finals next week. So it's all kind of happening. But don't forget that important reboot round as well. As we kind of farewell, Heat 3, been there, done that. We've dusted it off now. What we want to really prepare for is Heat number 4. And what better way than to show the predictions from our casters and our analysts? Because yesterday, it was very interesting to see that it was very, very close. You all kind of bolstered for the same team. This time, Timmy, take us through. Okay, let's start with your prediction. Why did you pick this squad?
So Goeg, Scammed, and Zorka. So these are the guys that came 2nd in the week that Jinx, Alec, and Worthy won. I'm picking them for the exact same reason I picked Speedy, Looter, and Muzz last night. They're a consistent team. They've got a proven set of players on their team, a proven IGL. Goeg and Zorka came 2nd in FNCS duos. They've got the pedigree. They know how to get it done. They've added one of the best fraggers in the region and Scam to their team. I just don't see any weak points in this team, and I'm excited to see how they do. Why'd you go for Sinner, Fallen, and Get there, Fallout?
Listen, Timmy, you have to understand, I've been fairly consistent in my predictions so far. I've been picking some good top teams, but decided to throw a complete wrench in the mix. I wanted to throw a dark horse team here that honestly not many would expect to win it. I think if there's any heat of the 4 heats that could have a dark horse team come out on top, this is the one. I don't think necessarily there's a 1 or 2 teams that really stand out. Obviously, Will Roden, Esches, Going Scam, Zulker are the 2 favorites in my opinion, but I really liked what I saw from Sinderfallen and Geck. This is a team that not many people have heard of, and look, I decided to go a little outlandish with the bold prediction here. We'll see if it pays off, as I've been pretty passive so far in my predictions to me.
Yeah, fair enough. And just to round out the other predictions there, we got Baffle, M1 and Seiko, chosen by Monster D-Face, getting there with the community for Baffle season. Be interesting to see if they qualify or if they'll be back in the reboot round like Baffle was last season. That's where the whole Baffle season meme spawned from, was them, the community getting in behind Baffle to hope he won the reboot round. And then Will, Ronan, and Ash is one of the most consistent trios from week 1. Again, instantly qualified from week 1. Ronan having an absolute pop-off game in game 1, really showing out how impressive they can be. So I can understand why everyone's chosen their picks. It's just down to whether or not these guys can perform for that.
Yeah, that's exactly right. I'm excited to see if they can. A couple other teams you have to put some respect on. Pumpkin, Cyper, and Suns. That's a team, if I didn't pick the outlandish pick, I probably maybe would have gone with. I think that's another team. And then on top of that, Flexi, Slaya, and Radius, I think, is another squad that will expect them to hold high ground consistently. I think they're the one team that held high ground in qualifier 2, I think it was, where they qualified. So those are a couple other teams you have to keep an eye out for, Vandy.
Absolutely. Now I'm keen to see exactly whose predictions will come out on top, because there's been no consistency whatsoever for any of you. I mean, yours is probably the weirdest one of all Fallout, so I'm keen to see how that kind of plays out, going for the dark horse. But let's hear it from our casters as we're getting prepared for match number 1. So I'm going to hand you over to Aussie Antics and Monster.
Thank you so much, Vandy. I appreciate it. Yeah, I really like everyone's picks here tonight. Everyone's kind of going a different direction. Monster, you're going for Baffle season. Like Timmy said there, hopefully it's going to be Baffle season enough to not go through Baffle season again. We don't want to see him needing the reboot round. We want to see a top 8 here today. But man, we've had some phenomenal games in NA today. EU Monster, we had insane games last night in OCE. I'm so genuinely excited, but we're jumping straight in. Jeez, okay, we're into the game already. No more delay, Monster. But thank you for joining us, guys. We will be holding on the horn tonight, casting all these games for the final qualifier of OCE. 6 games for Heat D or Heat 4, however you want to look at it, and then the reboot round at the end of tonight, Monster. I'm so excited for that.
Yeah, it's a fully loaded night, I should say, of OCE action, and we might see some Baffle season in the chat as things start to catch up. Right, we'll have some fun here tonight. Definitely want to make sure the vibes are, again, pretty chill, right? We're coming into the tail end of the heats. This is all setting up for what's going to be the finals. So the stage here and now should be start to kind of take shape for us.
Should be starting to take shape as well. And yeah, we talked about it. We had a lot of our high caliber players in that Heat 2 as well. We don't want to take anything away from the players here tonight. A lot of them are phenomenal, but that's always a good thing. You give a chance to see these new faces, and that's what the broadcasts are all about, especially the OCE broadcast. First time we've had one to really highlight some of these players that you or myself may not even know about sometimes. If a lot of these guys don't stream tournaments, they can be performing solidly, but you just don't get to see it. So I'm excited to see how this breaks down. As looking at the map, it looks like a pretty normal split. I'm not seeing anything too crazy. I think we might have 2 teams that Holly potentially. We've got Fluxy's team holding down the middle of the map as they've been doing for a while now. Looks like I'm seeing Hazard OCE deep in the ocean and the far north. I'm trying to... Yeah. Monster, you got a clue on that one?
No, I don't really understand what's going on. I'm assuming they got pushed out of Craggy Cliffs and they're trying their best to desperately escape here, and it's probably not going to work, I have to assume, because Haz is left behind, right? Yeah, it's not looking too hot for him.
Yeah, it's not looking too great. That is not how you want to start your tournament. You usually want to start off with a dominant performance at your drop spot, really showing them that you're here to play, and swimming away into the distance. It's not normally. There it is. We get sights on it. Yeah, I think you got it perfectly right there, Monster. I don't think they got the loot they wanted. They're doing a wide berth around, and there's a team on Flopper Island as well, which is that island that's near Craggy, but that's a single player. If they can kind of sneak on in there, if they can kind of swim their way onto the backside of Flopper Island, show up there and just catch that team off guard, potentially there might be a play there. But yeah, that's not the way you want to start your tournament. And it is a team contesting Holly and a team contesting here at Dirty. So let's see if J King thinks can do something on the low grounds.
Yeah, I definitely saw that. This contention going down here at Dirty Docks. Obviously, it's a high ground team looking down inside the builds. Where's the third, though? Because this is looking like a 2v3 situation. Fix is going to have 1 elim already. That means they have the nice advantage here, and they're pushing up. They're looking to conclude this fight quick.
Yeah, they want to try and end it quickly. And Dirty Dogs has enough loot where you don't have to end it too quickly right now. Zone looks like it's pretty favorable. Getting inside the box here, seeing what they can do is, oh no, going for the side jump around the side, messing up the builds, falling straight off down to the bottom. That's not where you want to go in that fight. I think that was supposed to be a jump around the side, had the piece control on the wall, probably would have gone for a cheeky window edit and found the angle, but unfortunately just misplaces the build, thinks too far ahead and doesn't think about the next step as J King trying to find an angle on this. Can't replace that floor, can't build a wall because J King has no builds but does have the stair to flip. But unfortunately, this is an awkward situation when you can't replace the wall. If you go up and pickaxe and try and burn through their mats, it's just at any time they can edit out and take the shot. As J King is going to drop back around, pop the mini, the last shield he has the mech in the back pocket, but again, no builds, can't jump off, can't go around, nothing to cling onto here, just has to keep ducking around, and Wavy Body's going to try and find the angle, drops down with attack, and takes out J King. Dirty Dogs is a great spot if your teammates go down, as long as one of you wins, you've got the easy reboot, you've got a lot of loot, you've got the upgrade NPCs, you've got everything you need to get back into a monster. Yeah,
and that's the thing, they're going to be able to bounce back without a problem. And that's the beauty of an early game fight, especially in this format. It's those quick 6 points. It's obviously setting you up for that storm surge, right? To get nice and comfortable here too. As we jump down to Camp Cod, you see there's a team down here. We have Hugo, HDXN, and Az here. All of a sudden, they're rotating in, kind of wrapping around the outskirts. Nova might be by himself, disengaging across the ways. So this is going to come down to who can get some tags. And they're just going to put some open tags, and a sniper shot's actually going to land too.
Some good damage to open it up, and we talked about fights that can take a little bit longer and you kind of recoup the fight after you take it over at Dirty Dogs. Camp Cod is not one of those locations. If you want to get maximum loot out of here, you got to end your fight and you got to rotate because you're almost always on the edge zone. As right now we got Tweaky's team here on the house. This is an interesting spot. We have another team rotating up what looks like a vehicle in the distance, kind of pushing into this fight. There's 4 different teams in this vicinity. There is 2 full trios up on that house trying to set up for right now. And there it is. Rain's team going to be pushing heavily up here onto Danzy. Don't know if they can take the high ground off from Tweaky. Maybe having the high ground with the builds. Rain's coming out. Rain's has that big boy tack, that epic tack variant right now. Going to be able to put out some big damage. It just turns into a bit of a box fight. Muzzer is in here as well. And man, this heat of OC is kicking off fast. They really aren't wasting any time.
Yeah, there's a big problem too. That Stronghold team starting to rotate in, or at least keep eyes on Tomato Burger, trying to hold him off, but I'm not sure. It might just get rolled up on. As you can see, they're just holding up that high ground, and ooh, the counter shot from Muzzer there with the sniper. That might just be enough to face him down, hold him down, and keep him off him.
Trying to keep him down now, and Non is in this one. There's one of the better teams in here. Knocknez coming off the console track now. Knocknez, I've known for a very, very long time. Has been involved in customs that even I used to run way back during the World Cup days as well. Coming off console, getting onto PC, really performing. He's been picked up by Cat there as well, which is one of the solo World Cup qualifiers for OCE. One of the 5 people that punched their ticket to the World Cup as a solo player in OCE. Hasn't found too much success recently, but I think Knocknez, Cat in this lobby, they're a good-looking team to try and at least make top 8. I'd be very, very shocked to see them not make top 8. We'll see if they can have a big performance they've been looking for recently, but I have a lot of faith in that team.
Definitely. Here we can jump in with Radius, Slayer. Lucy now trying to look around. You can see there's a team rotating just outside to north, squads up to left and rights as well. So all congested areas, as now things are going to start settling down a bit here. Very fast paced, right? Very, I say action-packed kickoff. 2 teams already being eliminated here, fully wiped out. Then obviously one being way up north. It seems like those guys, Agent of Skies and crew, they still haven't like figured out what it is that they want to do. They're still moving around up there.
I don't know what they want to do. They can rotate around this edge. They come in behind Steamy there. It's a nice little spot. Unfortunately, I don't want to even imagine what their Storm Surge looks like. It would have to be non-existent right now. As yes, we have Slayer, Radius, and Fluxy here. They've got their mid-map positioning. As we also have Sin of Fallen and Gek, which was Fallout's prediction. I like this. Again, he's going for someone a bit more fun. He wants to have some fun with it, wants to see how they go, but I'm not entirely sure if they can pull it off here. They're held out right now in a good spot. They can hide out Team Kyoto and Kilo, but Slayer, Radius, and Fluxy is going to be a team worth avoiding. That is a team that I'm imagining if they do well here today, which I'd be surprised if they didn't, it's going to be on the back of really high elimination points. They're going to be playing very aggressive.
Yeah, and they're putting some shots down right now. Gek's not going to find the big ones he was looking for, but heavy AR, if there's any weapon you want to catch those tags with, it's that one. You can do a lot of damage. Now look, there goes the first shot. Accuracy, okay, 2 body shots. That's a shield rip too. That's really nice. And they're sitting pretty on the loot. You can see just with the extras up top here with the shield and whatnot. Not bad. Not a bad start here for Gek, Fallen, and Sinner.
Not a bad spot at all. And this first zone pulling far northeast, not too bad for good. There's some teams in here who are going to be appreciating this one right now. We have Sunswick's team here as well. CLR hard worker also being Cypher, one of the consistent veterans in the competitive OCE scene there, being put up with Pumpkin as well. Going to be set up on top of Raikou now. Raikou, Zenz, and Oreo. This is a very scary fighting team in this heat. I'm not going to lie, I actually forgot this team was in the heat. They are a team that I would most definitely be talking about to put up some big eliminations points, to take these mid-game fights and really walk through some teams that just don't have the same fighting caliber.
Yeah, we'll be keeping a close eye on them. You can see they're already proposition up, looking outwards, and Oreo with the overpeaks could get sniped from down range. Couple trios looking on in. Zan's now trying to put some counter fire down to buy him some time here. Raikou as well. It's Sunswick who's still on the rotate on out.
So you can try and make something out of this. Oreo's team last season was dropping in the far kind of southwest part of the map monster, doing the whole kind of shantytown XS split we've seen, and they held that whole area down pretty much off just pure fear of fighting them in the mid game. They really do have some of the best mechanics when it comes to mid game fights in the region. So seeing what they can do here today, I'm not exactly sure where they're dropping coming into these qualifying weeks, out of the qualifying weeks into the heats is always very difficult. Teams switching up their drop spots, as we've seen a lot of opportunistic teams. NA, we saw Zypher's team go into Misty Meadows, finding phenomenal success there. You're not going to not take one of the uncontested top tier drop spots if one of the best teams in the region isn't there. So things always change up. So I'm excited to see where they're actually dropping here today.
Yeah, all this is all going to start coming together here now as the zone's really starting to force players down to one another. So on the wide shot, that team that was out in the ocean still making their way down, they'll be rotating their way through this river bend here. And luckily for them, they have managed to swing back in. So it's not all over for those teams, but we're going to see a clash of different squads happening here shortly because Storm Surge is very steep this round here. Already, we're looking at, 19 or so. With that knock right there, it's probably going to be 18 plus players that have to fall here. So with none of these squads really finishing off teams, we kind of started off really quick, I feel, and things kind of slowed down now. Yeah, here comes those clashes that we're anticipating to happen now.
Yeah, and I think at the same time, even though so many players are going to have to go down Monster, I think the threshold won't be that high, right? Like we saw NA East earlier today, it was like 400-500 damage. You're trying to get up towards these first through a few thresholds for Storm Surge. I don't think it's going to be that harsh on OCE, but you're right. It is going to be active for a very long time, but I think a lot of that shows the experience of this lobby, of this heat. We talked about a lot of unknown teams coming into this, and if you don't have the composure, if you don't have the experience in these stack lobbies, like teams like Slayer, Radius, and Fluxy, who are sitting up on the hill right now with good angles for Storm Surge, they really don't get a lot of damage out like the players you see on North NA East who have got that practice in consistently in these set lobbies. So you got Kilo, Kyoto, and Jamal down here. No spare shield. Kyoto looking the healthiest out of the bunch. They might need to get some damage, and there they are. No, they're only 43 above though, and unfortunately they've set up a low ground base with very few sidelines and angles. So again, already just showing that kind of lack of composure and experience you don't want to see coming into these qualifiers, but that is why some of these teams are going to jump ahead above the rest. Knocknez's team that I was talking about as well, set up on a little bit of a higher ground area, trying to find those angles, trying to find those shots. But right now, I don't see Knocknez's teammates. I was talking about Cat, and they are just not there.
Yeah, it's about to get real weird down in that pocket there because they do have the gas canister as well to really initiate this fight here. And with two trios next to one another, you have to assume whoever they decide to target, the other might just take advantage of the chaos here. So better soon, or sooner rather than later here, before they start really getting late into the surge, right? The longer you wait, the more likely you are to start falling behind, and you really don't want to wait until those last instances. We really saw teams get punished in NA East today. I really felt bad for how many squads just misproportioned their surges and waited till the last moments to strike, right? You don't want to wait until the last moment to strike. At that point, it's too late.
And that's when you got desperate teams as well. They're all firing off. People are trying to push into your box. Everyone's trying to get their damage. You just really can't risk it until that point. As we're getting interesting zone here. I see Apolox and Rivley's team as well in this. So we definitely got some names in the OCE scene trying to make big things happen. We got Banter's District and Gussos, another team that could really step up here today. But I've just got eyes on Fluxy, Radius, and Slayer right there. I talked about World Cup qualifier Slayer. Also, again, another solo World Cup qualifier for OCE. Paired up with Fluxy and Radius, an interesting team. Radius obviously was kind of the third part of the Muzz, Speedy, Radius trio last season that had such big success last night with the addition of Luda instead of Radius. But I really like Radius, Slayer, and Fluxy as a team. Very, very aggressive. If they can kind of tone down that aggression, if they can find the right amount and just W key just enough to make it count, but then not take that one fight too many, I've got good eyes on them, as right now we're getting a very good map. And right now, I'm noticing one team in the middle, Ashes, Will, and Ronan, which is my pick here to win tonight, set up right next to SPG, Josh, Chris, and Desum. I'm going to say it, if they do well tonight, I'm going to be so gassed. Josh and Chris are actually mods to me. I've known them for a long time. My Duo Arena partners, they've been backpacking and carrying me through Duo Arena for quite a while now. Hopefully that practice helps them perform here today, because there's nothing harder than trying to carry me through Arena.
Yeah, no doubt. We'll see. We'll see how the practice has been holding out. We know, Ozzy wears a fair amount, guys. He weighs a fair amount, all right? So Josh he's got a lot to put up for today.
You take off the training weights and all of a sudden you're 10 times more powerful in the day. That's what I'm expecting from these guys. See if they can step up and do something, as Fluxy's trying to break their way into this fight and find their way in, because, again, they're 600 above. I said it. They're an aggressive team, but they haven't got their elimination points yet.
Yeah, it's all about getting those elim points. Those 2-point swings per elim will definitely propel you up. We saw teams carry their way all the way through. At least, I'd say a good chunk of the tournament is based on your eliminations. If you're not picking those up, you're not chaining those together with the placement points, you are going to fall behind, especially when it comes down to breaking into that top 8. Just in NA East in particular, we had a close race. I think every heat so far we've had the pleasure of casting has been a relatively close race, and it's come down to the wire and down to the final game.
Yeah, it's come right down to the wire here as I see Cypher picking up elimination in the feed. Baffle does go down, though. Baffle season potentially still on for the reboot round. Again, that'd be amazing to kind of rally behind it as well there, as Ronan takes down M1. So my pick here getting some points on the board, as Muzza not looking fantastic, trying to make this rotate past as a solo. Gostos Bant is going to try and see if they can make something from that one, as Slayer, Fluxy, and Radius in a beautiful position here on the edge of third. Got to be careful, though. A lot of teams are going to want to try and go more center on this one to try and get that fourth zone before sitting on the edge. So teams that are already in, like Will, Ronan, Ash is up there, like SPG crew up there as well, going to be looking fantastic, as this rotate from this spot is going to be rough. The reason why all these teams have clustered here, they haven't made their push forward, is no one wants to be the first team to move. Running up into that mountain to try and get up towards retail row is going to be so risky from this point. So if this team doesn't get a really close zone, it's going to be an ugly rotate.
Yep, and the more teams that base up on that mountain as well, the more lines of sights that they get to like fire down and pressure you out, right? This is going to become more or less a death valley, not to mention the river bend there too. A lot of teams like to hold right underneath this river bridge, hide out in those bushes. So there's a lot of cheeky spots around this area, this terrain being a very tricky one to play around. 30 seconds though until they have to make a big move. And in 30 seconds, that zone 4 is going to determine the majority of this lobby here that's going to have to make this rotate. Take a look. They're just based up on top of one another, right? And it's going to become a big issue.
Yeah, it's going to become a big issue. And we talk about mountain zones almost around that Misty Meadows area. It's just, this is going to be a tough one. It has water potential too, Monster. It could pull very, very far. We see max zone pulls. I mean, yesterday was on OCE, right? Game 1, we saw that max ocean pull. Then it pulled ocean again. So we're used to seeing difficult zones, as this one isn't too bad. There's one big mountain in this. There's one big area, but that's about it. This one's going to be, for OCE, it's going to be pretty vanilla, as we see another side of SPG crew. At least 2 of them. We got Trixie, Faulty, and Venacy here, looking really, really stacked right now coming into this one, but they're in that big huddle, that big cluster I talked about. It's going to be really, really difficult to try and push through, as now I know where either Cypher's team's dropping or they've eliminated the Hydro Dam team, but I wouldn't be surprised to see Cypher's team maining that RPG drop spot, as Sunswick and Pumpkin want to do something big. And it'd be interesting to see. I think, honestly, Cypher could put this to good use to taking that high ground location. And once they get high ground, this would be a very scary team up there. Talk about people who have proficient aim in the OC region. Worthy comes to mind a lot. I think Cypher is actually incredibly slept on in that regard. One of those big kind of, I want to say, pushes for aim training and how heavily he's into it. So I want to see if they get high ground, what they can do with it.
Well, the crazy part is that we've kind of created this big narrative about the Hydro Dam teams, and not a single Hydro Dam team has really been dominant, right? Like all 100%. Of the Hydro Dam teams. And the crazy part is they've been notable trios. Like every team that's quote unquote alphaed up the Hydro Dam, right? Or fought for it, not a single one has really found success with it. So I am still very much curious about this whole narrative we put behind the RPG, because we're not seeing teams really utilize it.
No, and not at all. I mean, even Zayd has taken to Twitter to say that for his heat, he is going to be dropping sweaty sands. He's given up the Hydro Dam after all the drama and the controversy around. So I can't agree with you more there, Monster. I think that is a perfect point to make. We saw Dubs, Mega, and Eclipse on NA today just not have the performance that everyone was looking for there. And looks like we have Gwandi loves Ozzy, I think. We're one short there. Don't know if that's me, mate. If it is, I'm going to have the big ego and assume it is. I love you, man. You are now my fan favorite for the night. I'm going to be rooting you on. If it's wrong, who cares? I'm still a fan. I appreciate it.
Yeah, hey, we love fanboys. We love supporters. Let's get on it. It's all about. Let's have some fun here.
I'm trying to see how we can play this one out here. I'm not really sure about the positioning from Cypher's team here. They're 466 above. They're looking good. Looks like they're not looking too heavily for the damage. Obviously, Cypher's getting some eyes out on this team to spray them down, playing a bit, a little bit too aggressive, and he's lining this one up as a headshot snipe comes out. I'm not sure if that's from actually at the hands of one of his teammates, as Sadler here is on the edge. It's going to be where this half pulls. We got some big clusters of players. We got that big mountain in the middle that no one wants to go on because it guarantees you don't get this zone. But if it pulls towards that eastern section, it could be hugging that mountain. And no, it goes far west now. So a few teams are going to very, very happily cop this. But unfortunately, most players on this actually rotated around the east side. Again, I'm so happy we have Big Brain Timmy on the analyst desk. He'll break down the zones like he always does best. But we have all those teams rotating to the east side, where you'd imagine less people are. And now they have to work their way all the way back to the west. Again, Timmy will tell me exactly why they've done that, but it's going to make a really tough rotate for them nonetheless.
Yeah, definitely. You don't want to wait till the last one was trying to take a stab at the mountain, I'm assuming. But now, like you mentioned, everyone's going to have to fight their way right on back here. This is one of those odd zones. And you saw for a second there, Muzzer, as the solo was down below the threshold. That's his game. It's all over. The runs are ending quick here. It's now one poor player in this lobby is being targeted by the Surge. As he goes down, things are settled down here. But again, it's setting up to be a very stacked endgame coming in with these 50 players here. Shots here now showing who does have the high ground. It's Possum, Vitz, and Teddy up above. Raikou and company right underneath. Still in the fight here.
And that's going to be an aggressive team that's probably going to want to try and take it if they get their hands on as well. And I think this is our team that was hitting the little water rotate, the little ocean rotate, I guess I want to call it. I don't know. I could be wrong, but I swear that's the name we saw. Yeah, they survived it. We questioned it. We're pointing out it was a bit of an odd strategy, but hey, it's gotten to this point as Rivoli, Aplox, and Clean have 2 eliminations on the board right now, trying to put up more as well. Espo, Kayak, and Jacob here trying to work their way through, trying to find some angles. They got a good hold on a player that's down there. I believe it's Nova, who is looking pretty worse for wear down on the edge. Need to try and find some way into this fight as we have 19 teams, 47 players. This is it. We're about to break into our placement threshold. Top 17. Each team that goes down will be 1 point for every single team. And then third place where you get 6 points. Second is 5th. And the win is 5. So that's over half the placement points for top 3. That's what these teams are gunning for. As Radius has lost Fluxy here. So it's Radius and Slayer. No Fluxy on board. Seeing what they can do. And I want to see who's potentially on this high ground. Radius' team not looking like they're going to be able to take it. They've got eyes on it. And it's still Vitz's team up there. They're sitting pretty right now. But Mavericks on the opposite height. Ready to maybe go for a bounce pad play to see if they can take it. And Will, Eshes, and Ronan, my pick for the day, looking great in the mid grounds.
Yeah, and they're targeting your boy there, Josh on the move. SPG rotating wide and outwards, and they do have the lead on the zone here. Here comes the bouncer plays. Great bouncer play here to conserve material. They're going to get to cut across. Doesn't get tagged either. Edit's going to get them down on into the box. And here's the rotate on through. Who's in front? Josh leading the rotate with Chris there.
Mavericks needs to do something here as well. I hope Josh and Chris can make something big out of this game. Mavericks working their way through, and that's a team that can really put up the frags. And there's Ashes finding Toy Swag here. We're still just breaking inside the placement points now as well. Almost no teams going down the rotate. Jed Knight trying to make a rotate too. So there's a lot of names I'm recognizing in this heat. I feel like this heat is going to be a very, very middle stack lobby. We don't have the huge caliber of names necessarily we had yesterday for heat number 2, but I think this is going to be a hard one to make top 8 because there's a lot of really relevant teams around that top 8 threshold in here. As Oreo's team's on the front side, Teddy's single tarping out, and I don't particularly like the way I'm seeing this team on high ground play. They're all on one layer. They're really not too high up any team beneath them, and here it is. Desum, Chris, and Josh trying to do big things here. The mod squad 87 below the Storm Surge though. 9 players happy to go down, so they need the damage to get above. Coming out of uncontested Steamy is a rough drop if they can't work on their Surge.
Yeah, high ground holding it like it's season 8 back in the days here. Just like a single little tight area trying to conserve a little too much. We definitely know that's where the punishment comes in. And no, the Surge is here. It's only 8 below though. Josh and Chris were only 8 below. They can definitely still fight their way out of this one. And now finally you see a little bit more space between Vitz and company, but honestly, I think they just have control here. No one wants to challenge height notch just yet. We all know how difficult it is to go up and fight for high ground. So maybe just by definition, no one's looking up to try and fight him.
No one's looking up to fight him as Radius falls down now. Chris capitalizes onto Fall and Rodin going down to Mobrix. There's some big names in the feed converting over here. Elusive takes down Will. SPG Chris is down in here. Here we go. Chris is moving forward on the low ground. Desm's down. Josh is down. He's anchoring as usual. So Chris needs to do something big to push his way through here.
There it is.
As Cypher, Pumpkin, and Sunswick walk through the players on the mid ground here. Oh my gosh, they are literally walking through them. RPG in hand, just have not had to use it at all yet. They've still got 6 rockets if they want to go for high ground, but honestly, I think they're happy on the mid ground just getting the eliminations.
Yeah, they're just lighting players up right now in the mid ground for sure. Chris still up here. Remember, with every team that falls now, that's a placement point. That's a threshold. That's another one step closer to earning a little bit more comfort to earn your way up to that top 8. Remember, look at the name still in here. Esh is still in here. So although Ronan was down and the rest of his team will there, you saw them get taken out on that same tarp. He's still in the game. So a lot of, you know, solo individual players here trying to make something big happen. Vitz finally is going to get taken out there. He gets singled out. And now Sunswick, look at how many elims they have already. They're approaching 10 elims with 12 players alive in the lobby. And they have a full trio. Esh is still converting here. Nice job for him. That's on to Chris.
Is pushing forward. We know top 3 and then Eshes falls. I mean, Eshes takes down Chris. Unfortunately, they're a good push into top 6 right now. Zans falls down with a big shot here. And everyone's jostling for top 3. That's where the huge placement points kick in as Trixie Venacy have a numbers advantage here on Zans. They're pushing forward. Zans the solo, trying to work their way through, but they can't get in. They have no builds on the low ground. 2 teams need to go down to start getting those big placements. Trixie drops down, takes down Marchute, gets 2 eliminations there. The big boy tag, make it 3. Walking through the players on low ground. That is a huge point swing. That's 3 eliminations, 6 points, and the 3rd place, another 6. Make it 12 on the low ground. They can rack up that easy as Cypher, Sunswick, and Pumpkin trying to make something happen on the high ground in a 3v2. Venacy down below. They don't have the health advantage. They don't have the mat advantage. They don't have the positional advantage. Can they pull off the upset as Cypher's team works their way top down and just drops those RPGs, trying to take them on the edges, not trying to shoot them straight down, but no, Venacy goes down, Trixie goes down, but what a big performance to get 2nd place for them. Even though they got the 2nd, the amount of eliminations they racked up on that low ground layer monster was enough to make up for it. But honestly, Cypher's team with the RPG not prioritizing height to rack up those elims in the mid ground. Good decision overall. Risky, but it paid off.
I was going to say, he made me eat my words because we were just talking about there's no Hydro teams, there's no RPG teams. We're like, dude, where are they? Are you guys going to show up? And then all of a sudden, bam, slap in the face. 14 elims, Victory Royale game 1. But that's good. That's what we expect the Hydro Dam to yield out.
Yeah, and maybe they weren't using it right. Again, we didn't see them try to use it early to pressure height. They played through the mid ground, used it at the very end to take height, and then work top down. Different play style we really haven't seen before. So again, I think your observation was smack on, but we see Cypher doing different things. So again, I want to hear the analysts break it down. I want to hear Timmy break down that zone because it confused me. Vandy, please let us know everything we missed out because what a game 1.
Thank you so much, casters. Appreciate it as always. Yeah, it was a real interesting one in terms of zones. And it kind of felt, for me, Timmy at least, that most of these teams had a plan, but I don't know whether they could stick with it. I don't know. Was that the vibe? How did you feel about that one?
It was a very interesting set of zones, as Ozzy alluded to. So it did throw a few spanners in the works. What we saw was it pull all the way right, which is essentially means that there's going to be clustering happening on the left. And then what happened was it pulled 4th zone, or the zone that happens before half, pulled all the way far left. And what happens there is there's still enough players on the right side of zone to create that clustering top right. It's essentially, if it pulls so far in one direction, the majority of players still have to group on that far side, even if the majority of the zones going through 1 through 3, 2, 3, and then to 3, essentially everyone still has to group in that area for that.
Yeah, that's right. And I can't wait to get to the late game here in the replay so we can take a look exactly at what Timmy's kind of speaking to. But outside of that, it was a relatively slow early game. We did see a couple teams 50-50 in areas like Dirty Docks, but for the most part, I think with this lobby just getting familiarized, getting used to one another, a relatively slow early game, which meant for a pretty crazy late game with rotations here. We did see the team that was holding high ground, Hello Possum, Teddy, and co. They maintained high ground, but actually I believe ran out of mats. Not sure what happened, but they gave up high ground pretty much for free to a team that dominated the mid ground, got so many eliminations with the RPG. Cyper, Suns, and Pumpkin. Keep in mind, hard worker is Cyper, top player for a very, very long time in Oceania.
Yeah, and look at the way they got their refresh there. Not many elims as we jumped on board with them there, but the way they get their refresh there by creating a box and then RPGing the other player down. Such a innovative and easy way to get a refresh, but one that I haven't seen so far. So it's really cool to see that. And then as we finish this up here, I think we're going to see 14 or 15 elims from these guys, which is just a crazy amount of elims for a heat.
Yeah, that's right. Massive performance from them in a single elim game. I think it was 14 plus and a first place finish, so 30 points for first. That's going to do wonders for them. But it was actually interesting. You're right. We didn't see a whole lot of RPG yesterday, and I loved the commentary from Aussie and Monster and kind of speaking to the viability or the importance, how much weight you should put on the RPG. But in the end, it was the RPG that allowed them to take high ground and rack up some eliminations. So kudos to Cyper, Suns, and Pumpkin.
I was just going to quickly jump in, and I was just saying it's a real dominant way to open up, especially for round number 1. I feel like teams, you kind of start to see this around round number 3, round number 4, if we're kind of following the format that we've seen from yesterday and the other heat. So it's really cool to see a team just already feeling so dominant and being like, okay, we can play through mid, we've got enough mats, let's go for the refresh, let's go for the win. So I quite like that. Are you expecting them to be able to pull this off again, though, Timmy? Like, this wasn't a fluke, it felt like. They definitely knew what was up.
No, definitely not. It's not a fluke at all. And like exactly what you're saying, some teams do take a little bit of time to get into it. Think about Raptor, Prizzy, and Oatley yesterday, who had a 17 elim win in the final game. These guys do sometimes take a little bit to get into it, to find their stride, to get the fact, to get over the fact that they're playing finals and drop the any nerves that they may have. So I can totally see what you're saying, but Cypers are... He's not old, but he's an older member of the community, and he's been around, and so he's going to get into these confidence, and he's going to transfer that confidence over to his teammates as well.
Well, I'm keen to see whether that they can continue the storm, because already they've started it. It's just about continuing that momentum. But let's hear back from our casters as we prepare for match number 2. So Aussie Antics and Monster, it's back over to you guys.
Thank you. It was an incredibly exciting game 1. We saw some of those big faces like we thought at the top. We saw a lot of new faces come through, Monster. Again, I love these heats that have these kind of underdog storylines developing, and it goes down to, I think we'll use the word for Cyper, experienced. You want to avoid the old terminology. Again, Monster, you've been playing since day 1. We don't want to get the old. We'll go with experience. Cyper is very experienced, and he is a hard worker. I love to see how they played that one, though.
Hey, I like the word experience, but you talk about, like new names and people stepping up. Hey, your boy, Josh, Darius, and Chris, they step in at 8th right there. So pretty big situation, big deal for them. 7th place for elims. If the teams can continue to just break into those top 10s, we've been stressing throughout all these weekends. This transition, this shift into the new format, right? The double, the 2 points per elim, the high placement points. You really want to break top 10. You want to pick up a couple elims. You will chip away at the iceberg. You will crawl your way through.
Yeah, and if you can get that one big game, I mean, we saw it on NA East earlier today. We had Zuni's Aspect and NPen getting over 90 of their points in a single game. When you think the threshold to qualify was 90, they got it in one single game. It really can happen on OCE. Big lobbies like this, there is the potential to do that for any team who can step up. But we're going to jump into game number 2 and see if anyone can have that big game, or are we going to see a similar story as game 1? But as we know, when it gets ended later and later into these lobbies, a lot of the teams that kind of, are a bit more nervous, they struggle to step up. So I feel like now's their time if you're going to do it as an underrated team, because you feel like you got that little bit of cushion, a little bit of insurance in there.
Yeah, now's the time to step up. Here's GoEgg, though. GoEgg, GoEgg scammed this Elker. They had a pop-off qualifier week, right? All of a sudden, you called them out. They were like one of those dark horse kind of up-and-coming squads, and their game 1's a fluke. Their game 1 was a rough game. They kind of dropped out, not where they wanted to be here. They got Weeping Woods all to themselves this time around. They are going to have this early llama to play off of. And so did Baffle. Like, Baffle and company down low just by the Slurpy Swamps there. You can see also uncontested basically has this entire area to themselves, the swamp included. Very different to the NA landscape, if you will. They were also taken out very early. So I feel like a couple teams that were expecting to do well had a pretty rough game 1, but it's about that mentality check, right? Getting yourself back on the track and staying on the course.
Yeah, that's what you got to do. You got to try, and we only have 6-game format, not 12. So really, yeah, you're right. Don't have the time to kind of mess around here, as right now Asana is stepping up with the big AK to try to get some tags here inside Holy Hedges. We've seen this fight so many times, Monster. I know what it is about Holy Hedges. It's a drop spot that it'd be one of the last drops on the map I'd want to contest up there with Pleasant Park, because I know even if I win it, I'm not really winning, but I guess because it does normally attract those less big names. When you're thinking of looking at the big POIs, you've got Mavericks team holding down caddy corners right now. I talked about how scary Oreo's team team are over at Sweaty Sands. I guess you don't want to contest them, so you want to go for a more low-key drop, but you got to end the fights quick.
Yeah, but you know what? I think Holly's a solid drop spot. And take a look here. He's actually going to trade out first. Asuna, who's going to be the, I guess, the instigator, if you will, in the battle, who wants to initiate the shots. And now he gets what he was asking for, and it's not looking good for his trio as a whole. But it's a trade for trade, a tit for tat. 2-on-2 now. Action going down here. Jacob and Espo trying to push on in. They do have, I think they have a little bit of a health disadvantage in this situation, but that charged shotgun, it stings. It hits hard.
It does hit hard. I mean, you can do some serious damage if you line it up. And when you're playing defensive, it's usually a big advantage. Playing offensive with it, it can still be used. Again, OCE, I feel like no one does it better than Repulse than what we've seen. You can really play aggressive with that charged shotgun if you want to, but most players' favorite on the defense side is the great tactical shotgun. That thing doesn't sting. That sometimes hits like a bit of a wet napkin on times. If you hit your good headshots, the headshot multiplier on the tack will kind of multiply that damage up there, but you've really got to find those big shots in if you can. As Espo trying to walk around the edges. And again, like I said, this fight is dragging out. They don't even have the loot. I mean, Zanek does have some pretty lucky loot out of this one right now. Going to bounce her away. Not really sure where they're pushing for this one. I think trying to go for the reboot card potentially. There's definitely a big rush push over here. Yeah, this will probably be for a reboot card. There it is, picking it up, making sure they have that in the back pocket, which shows their confidence in this fight. They're planning to win this fight and then make it to the end game. They don't plan on going down on this hill.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And you can see he does end up picking it up. He ends up rotating out as well. And both sides have to pick something up. But no, RJ, who stood behind, a little bit of a surprise factor, I guess, because his guard was let down. He catches Jacob rotating on in, trying to get over to that enemy side. And now they do have the advantage. Just one step closer here.
One step closer as we see our leaderboard break down. I mean, it's looking pretty close. I think it's going to be incredibly tight around that top 8 monster. I think that's going to be the narrative for tonight. It's going to be players playing for top 8. The top is probably going to stretch away a little bit there with a Cypher. They've kind of, they've marked their stance on this lobby. They've really got the aggression coming into it to get the big points. Maverick's team could jump up there as well, but I think the top 8 is going to be very tight. And that's what we've seen in different regions as well. We've seen the point threshold spreads really high at the top in those lobbies that kind of, I don't know, they have those high caliber players that can jump up there and take a lot of the victory royales. And I think that'll happen here today. And then a lot of it will be kind of divvied out around that top 8. If one of those teams can get a victory royale, that'll be the big difference indeed. Because right now there's about 3 or 4 teams that I expect to take the majority, if not all, the victory royales tonight.
Oh, you think it's just going to end up being top heavy, huh?
I think it'll be. I think we'll have a few teams that push it top heavy, which will then make it left a little bit more close around the top 8. You know what I mean? You'll have a few of those teams that get those like 150, 200 point games, taking a lot of the victory royales, which means there's not a lot to go off for those teams that sit around the top 8, and every elimination will count. I could be wrong, but I'm happy to mark it right now, as I think that's how it's going to play out. As Zanuck trying to close out this Holy Hedges fight, and this is exactly what I talked about. You can't be doing this. You got to get in right now and play aggressive. You got a legendary lever action shotgun. They've dropped Holy. You know just as well as them that they probably don't have the best loot. Get in and make something happen. It's a 3v1. You have to have the confidence to close these out.
Yeah, definitely, especially with the man advantage. They're going to let Espo grab the wall first, though. The 120, that charged shotgun, man, it does some serious damage. Just like that, all of a sudden, they feel like they are a man down. RJ has to stop and try to make it up here. Zanuck needs to play defense as the teammate is looking to swing around, but Espo's got his spidey senses on. He's feeling something's not right here. There it is. They all end up working together. The edits are good, but not good enough as Espo finally gets cleaned up here. The Siphon's going to go for Asana. Not bad for him. Here's Fluxy and Radius, though, getting pushed in. Slaya on the back foot, also low HP. And no, the worst thing that happens is when you're running, building, and you get tagged through the build, right through the pixel. The timing, good for Jedi Knight.
This would be a big upset as well. Radius right now low here. I don't know why Slayer, Fluxy, and Radius are here. They're a middle map dropping team. They drop around the Coliseum in that area. I don't know why they're pushing into Lazy Lake here, but Talon's going to jump on this one. Toy's in here as well. Jedi Knight's trying to make something happen, and Slayer, I talked about being a solo World Cup qualifier. I mean, he's going to have to do big things to solo right now. I think he's just trying to creative through a lot of his materials here to keep himself alive, but he's only got 34 builds left. He's got the minis and the bigs, but I don't know how he's going to hold off a 3v1. He goes down to 4 damage in the end, and interesting push from the boys.
Yeah, I mean, if what you're saying is true, how did they end up at Lazy Lake so quickly?
Yeah, I don't know.
Definitely makes it an interesting push nonetheless. If they were trying to do some kind of ambush strategy, definitely gonna have to hit a drawing board on that one. That's gonna be an interesting one. Here's a team that rotated nice and late: Bantis, Gusos, and District. We saw them kind of sneaking on in there. Heard a lot of the commotion going on here. They're rotated in from, I'd say, like the weeping area, but we know they don't land there. So they have to rotate it downwards into this draw spot here. But either way, they're at 11 points. That's not too bad. We already know 19 points is the cutoff for top 8. So 11, they're right behind it. One full team wipe, and all of a sudden they're back in the question here, in track for top 8. And there it is. They're going to kick it off right exactly where they want it to be and find that first elimination on this trio. And they're gone. Those guys hit the dash.
And I mean, they've got the loadout too. Look at the firepower in the inventory right now. I'm seeing a lot of good weapons there. Even the blue loadout, they got the legendary pistol, and they're heavily, heavily underrated as an item with that fast fire rate. We have Luna, the player in this region that's, usually coined for loving the pistol as well, being kind of very synonymous with its use. He qualified in the heat before this, not here today. But again, certain players can really make the pistol look incredibly strong. I know Arab is a player that's always been pushing for the use of the pistol. You get to split up the ammo too, which not a lot of people talk about. Ammo usage isn't too bad in the current map as well. Quite a lot of ammo crates around, but if you get to split your medium and mini ammo, get one player to carry all the mini and everyone else to carry the medium, it does help out a lot. As Cypher's team looks like I'm not seeing the RPG again. I'm trying to figure out whether they managed to eliminate for it or whether they drop there. I think they do drop there, and I'm just going to guess maybe it's in the hand of Sunswick right now. Either way, they're looking good coming into this endgame. They are also very, very stacked here as the shots come out onto Knocknez and Cat. And now this is it. Cypher used to play with Cat a lot. This is a team that has a lot of history together. Cypher and Cat have been playing duos for quite a while. I don't know how they're going to go here if they engage on each other. I'm guessing Cypher doesn't know it's Cat, but I don't think it's going to matter either way.
There's a little drive-by coming through his Vitz, Possum, and Teddy trying to break things up here, and they can see all these other small engagements going on. You talked about Oreo, Zans, and Raikou. They're sliding right on up onto the heels of Cypher there. On the other side, down to Camp Cod, battles are fighting out here too. And we saw the big wide map shot for the most part. I'd say the congested area was way up north. Down here, there's not many teams, but these are some late rotators, some late lurkers down here, because what are we seeing? 1, 2, 3 squads down by Camp Cod somehow.
Yeah, we're seeing some big engagements. We're also seeing some difficult zones here again. OC, I don't know what it is, Monster. This region, more than any others, seems to get the most difficult zones. Last one wasn't too bad, had the potential, but now it's going down towards that southeast of Misty section that is just going to be, southeast, which is going to have those big mounds, the brutal zones that we saw last week in the qualifiers. And I want to see who can handle those. Any team that's down there gets that prime positioning up on those mounds as everyone has to rotate past. Teams that are dropping further away are going to struggle a little bit, though. Teams like Oreo that are dropping at Sweaty right now, teams like the SPG mod crew, like I was talking about, dropping at Steamy, they've got to make their way down there quickly.
Yeah, it's going to be down to how quick you can move, position up, get one of these prime pieces of real estate, right? And start controlling your area and location here. Cypher, Sunswick, and Pumpkin. We said we saw a little fair bit of their engagement, their skirmish in the Weeping Woods, and now parked them right upside of it. Weeping is a very interesting place. So all these line of sights, they get blocked out. So when they're outside of it looking in, these teams are coming out, right? They're just breaking into these open areas. Might just be a really good area location to start funneling in the shots. Here goes Ronan, Will, and Eshes. It seems like they're going to jump out on a team right now. I do wonder if they're trying to set themselves up for Storm Surge just in case they don't have it coming in right after this. They're probably just trying to gauge the situation here.
Yeah, they're probably trying to gauge what's going on here. They're a team that will be able to take these kind of fights and will win them most often. To be honest, I want to see them take a little bit more of a page out of the Repulse God playbook, try and play a little bit more aggressive on teams like this, because I know Will, Ronan, and Eshes do have Reigns, Muzzer, and Tomato Burgers kind of their match met. But at the same time, we talked about a lot last week, Monster, how Repulse team plays on that dead side of zone with no other teams around when they go aggressive, and they go so aggressive on those teams, they almost create their entire dead side so no one's around there. So I don't really know if they're going to be able to jump in and take the fight here with this many eyes on it, but if they set up here for Storm Surge, I feel like something's gone wrong, as here we go. SPG Chris, SPG Josh, and Desum going for their damage tags. They're only 20 below, so this is looking good. This team struggled last game with Surge. They were just on that threshold, and this game I was worried because they're coming out of uncontested Steamy, and that is one of the hardest rotates to try to get your Storm Surge on down this left side, because a lot of people on that east side of the map will be getting in the vehicles, and that's how they're hitting their rotates. Not a lot of people going past, so they need damage now, though. Only 12 players. Oh, beautiful shot there from Josh. I think it's a body shot, not a head snipe, but that is a big 100 tag they needed. I'll make my jokes about Josh as much as I can tonight, but like I said, he is actually one of the most mechanically gifted players, I think, in this region for how underrated he is. And beautiful snipe there. Could have been the headshot, but I think that will be enough to keep them just above for now.
Hey, the composure, man. Just sliding on in, out in the open. They knew what was at risk, but he was ready to take the exchange and he hit the snappy shot. Wasn't a lot of time to really time that one. So well played, very impressive for Josh here. As now we're looking at District, Bances and Gustos playing for the airdrop. He is going to get that legendary sniper. We joked about it on NA earlier today. We said, hey man, sucks when you get an airdrop and nothing comes out of it. Nothing good, at least a legendary sniper being the least of what you're hoping to have drop. But something better than nothing at this point in the game. You know, bouncers still get those chug splashes, so the extra heals are always welcomed.
Yeah, even the bounce, like you said, that is a big addition. I've said it before, there's very few items in the game that I just never want to see taken out of the game, and one of them has to be bounces. They're such a balanced item. They add so much fun and such a different element to the game while being so balanced. As here we go. I talked about teams, you know, taking a page out of Repulse God's playbook, and it is going to be Cypher, a player that played with Repulse God way back during the World Cup days, played with him quite a lot, known for kind of rooting on how insane Repulse's mechanics are, but Cypher looking to do big things here as well. And we got Pumpkin trying to work their way in, and unfortunately it was on the hands of Cat's team. Like I said, Cypher also having played with Cat a lot. They even trioed together at one point, Cypher, Repulse, and Cat. So, I mean, there's going to be a bit of love lost there if he can capitalize onto Cat. Unfortunately, taking one of them down, Knocknez and Cat have to play this out as a duo, and they're on 0 points. I was talking up how they could try and have their big day here, but unfortunately, game one didn't go their way.
A lot of history in these trios right here. This engagement that could potentially unfold. Cypher looking on in, holding the edit there. Nothing's going to come out of it. So instead, they're going to get the move on. Sunswick's going to go on and lead that one. Cat sitting up above. Here's Goek and Zalker still up 2. I think they're down a man. RJ, we already know, is definitely taken out over at the Holly Hedges. His team put the boogie down on him, jumped in that vehicle and left. They don't want anything to do with that fight. It seems like they've at least managed to, you know, stretch it a little bit.
Hit the boogie down and hit the diff there, hit the gas and get a goal. And Zanuck right now, though, I mean, legendary lever action shotgun. We've seen it the whole time. He's looking healthy with it. We haven't got to see it put too much use. I guess 3 eliminations on the board, though, and this is scary now. Okay, so Cat and Knocknez, they lose 1 teammate to Pumpkin, Cypher, and Sunswick, and then they have Oreo, Raikou pull up on their head. Zan's taking some big shots on the high ground, though, trying to put down the damage, but Fire's back on it. There's a lot of Storm Surge trading over there, but at the same time, those teams are looking for an engagement. That's an aggressive push. None of them really need to take here, as unfortunately, SPG Chris goes down in the feed to J King. Don't know if that was the hand of a sniper. Could have been a bit of a sniper magnet there. And there's a lot of open sightlines around this Misty Meadows open, this lake area we saw them on last time, as Zone pulls back towards the north. So it's not as painful a zone as I originally thought it was going to be. It's not going to go towards those big mountains, as IROC's team is trying to do something big. And again, we just dropped an epic tactical shotgun while still holding on to a legendary lever action. So that team's got some big firepower, as Daresome managed to capitalize on a J King in the feed. So maybe defending Chris there, they could still be up.
Yeah, definitely some huge upgrades, and now the rotate comes through. Actually, I'm surprised to get the rotate straight across that lake without getting fire targeted on. Like, honestly, usually the teams that rotate the last across those big rivers at this stage in the game are the ones that get focused and targeted out. But no, look, these guys are getting away with it, as everyone's still trying to situate up and figure things out. I guess that's the OCE special for you, right? You're more often worried about your neighbor next door because he's trying to fight you or jump in your box. So you're not really looking out to the lake right now.
Yeah, exactly. There's a lot of aggressive teams around. You've got to be really, really careful. We don't have any of those big fragger teams in this lobby, but it is still the OCE mentality. And I've always kind of brought that back to World Cup as well. A lot of people talking about why OCE is so aggressive, because, again, being a smaller region, we talk about how it's quite often due to the skill gap between the top teams and the average team. And, you know, Timmy's always talking about that as well. But at the same time, I think it's also an element of going way back to World Cup. I've talked about how we had our 5 solo World Cup qualifiers. There was only 1 qualifying spot each week. So it really put the mentality in you of the pros that you had to come first or last. There was no point going for like a consistent top 5. You really had to be the biggest team on the day who can step up and really key everyone. And I think that's traveled on now even into these tournaments. Everyone still has the mentality of playing first or last, and it's kind of trickled down, because you look at other smaller regions like Asia, like Middle East, and they don't seem to be as aggressive on the average level. You still have those big teams. I mean, we looked at some of the Middle East games earlier today, Monster, just insane 250 plus point games, but the average player doesn't seem to play as aggressive as what OCE does. I don't know, it's weird. Just everyone has that mentality of, I'm just going to key everybody here.
Yeah, it comes in the pro player contracts. If you're not W King the entire
No, seriously, you could convince me that when I watch this region sometimes. It is insane, but I don't know. There's something here. Maybe it's just something in the water, but they really do go for their aggressive pushes. At the same time, as I say that, Guandi getting held here now, constant on the low ground, trying to hide behind these builds. Only 3 builds left, so things not looking fantastic for them at all.
Now the push back, and Constant's going to get thrown down into the deep end there. He's trying to back up, trying to buy himself some time, but that storm line is coming. You can see just 7 seconds now until they have to make a move. It's a full trio, a healthy one at that, right in front of them. It's almost like a stone wall here that they have to try and bulldoze their way through. Ball and Sinner and Gex still alive there too. Here's Reigns and Muzzer. Reigns and Muzzer having a bit of a struggle so far. We've seen Muzzer have a few moments of greatness, if you will, here on the stage, but overall, bit of a tail, I guess, a tailing behind strat. Not quite stepping out to where they want to be, and oh, he gets caught out there. Irock's gonna find a massive shot. I think gets traded in the process too. Siphon.
Look at this surge. They're almost 1,000 above surge with only 1 elimination on the board. So they've been putting in the damage. But man, as we're seeing here, teams are going down to go for the revives. They'll probably get at least 1, maybe 2 eliminations on that one in the storm. But that is really unfortunate. 1,000 above with only 2 eliminations is pretty unlucky for the points there. It means they have their surge sorted, but the amount they've lost being investing into those fights to try to get towards this end game, as we already see this second game is already dropping off so much so in the player size. We have 52 players alive, 21 teams, as right now we see that it is Cypher took down Cat in the feed, so the ex-trio mates getting into their clash, and unfortunately Cypher takes down Cat as well.
Here it is, just action. Zan's now looking to hold this player out on the side. The zone's gonna pop, it's gonna go straight south. It's going to be favorable for the teams that are rotating up because the majority have already kind of traversed from this area of the map. So anyone that made that long track up from across the lake now should be somewhere down there. Those are the guys that really need to pull the zone. If this would have went far north, that would have been a big issue for the lobby right here. But I think this zone, everyone's pretty much happy with the way this one's going to end up playing out here.
Yeah, a bit more cover when we're working down to the south. You're going back down here. Here's a few trees, a few old builds. A lot of teams rotated up here. You can see that panning shot towards Misty. There's a lot of builds on this side as everyone went down far south, thinking the zone would pull there, and then it pulled more north. But now we see a lot of players rotating and having a comfortable rotate into this point as Mavericks, Machu, and Elusive spraying the big shots here onto this base. And right now, Zalku's team is looking very scared inside that box. And I don't know who's going to be able to take the high ground in this position. I feel like in this lobby right now, with it thinning out, high ground's even more deadly, but it's also more dangerous to try and take early because there's not as many builds to hide you and to anchor to if there's a less stacked endgame.
Yeah, definitely that high ground is always a big risk. Never know how it can end up playing out, especially if you don't have all the material to really sustain and the ammunition to back it up. These guys here really digging into their ammunition counts right now. Mott's running low, Elusive running low too. Have to wrap this fight up quickly, and it seems like they are. Those white body tags are probably going to get them really excited. Here comes some, what was that, a gas? I think
it might have been an RPG, to be honest. I think it could have been the RPG. I didn't really hear the burn time before it exploded, but I'm kind of keeping eyes on where Cypher's team is, and I don't see them nearby, so it could have been a gas cannon. I just couldn't hear it. I'm not entirely sure, but man, they are really putting down the pressure down here on the low ground. Pretty sure Machu starting that clip had about 200 rounds in the assault rifle, now down to 50, so they really wanted to work into those teams, but they held off the lobby focus. They've still got a bit of mats to work with, and they hold on for a little bit longer as we see teams starting to move now, trying to hold the high ground. I see Esches, Will, and Ronan kind of up there a little bit. Looks like they can maybe move towards it as no, it's going to be Jedinite's team that jumps up and takes this. This is Talon, Toy Swag, and Jedinite who had that big fight early in the game against Radius at Lazy Lake. Luckily, they survived that. They're looking to have their big game. This is a team that I've seen a little bit of, but really not far up on my radar, and hopefully they can prove why they should be.
Yeah, definitely. They do have this high ground hold. They have the zone favoring them as well, so everything in their favor, but no material. There's no way they're going to be able to hold this one out, not for very long at least, so they're going to be dependent on holding it out late and then diving down on teams rotating. That's the worst kind of scare you can hope for, right? Or like end up happening to you. Those teams that jump down onto your tarp and then want to start bullying their way through and really trying to pick their way through your resources up there on height, just judging by their mats. I mean, it's a close one. It's looking pretty rough for Toy Swag and company.
Yeah, it's going to be hard. Like I said, as this zone keeps pulling across, they're going to run out of mats. Everyone's going to keep extending themselves. Everyone's going to keep stretching and reaching. You don't have those anchor points. Things are going to get very scary as we see Gex, Sinner, and Fallen right now. Fallout's kind of, we've coined it as the for fun pick, but at the same time, I really do think there's still a decent pick here to do well today. If they make a top 8, it'd be fantastic to cheer them on, and I really like having the fun with the predictions as well. We try to do our best, but sometimes you just got to back the boys. You did it earlier today, Monster, on NAEs to back and Connor. Didn't end up doing the best, but you've got to not regret it. So right now we have Sunswick, Cypher, and Pumpkin pushing through these low ground and seeing what they can do, because we saw that last game. They had the full ability to take height earlier, and they just chose not to. They wanted to go for their big frags in the mid ground. Looks like they want to do that again here.
Yeah, definitely. You saw a brief glimpse of high ground. We knew they were going to run out of mats, and the time has come. 40 players in the lobby right now. Storm Surge going crazy, and there is definitely no material up on height, so they're going to be coming down soon. Oreo, Zans, and Reiko are going to carry in a body there for a second. That's going to lead them up to 5 elims. Now, though, with the zone favoring back, this actually plays well into their favor. So luckily for them, they didn't jump down too prematurely now. Actually, Corey Swag has 27 builds, 10 builds here. Okay, so this Harpoon is really starting to come to life right now. Jedi Knight seems to have been able to find some serious material, because right before this, they actually didn't have much. So this is really, really good for them. Bouncing back into Game 9, all due to the Harpoon.
And we have Zan, Scammed, and Zolka teamed it again. Timmy's predicted, and Timmy's predictions are usually very solid, and I have no surprise why he picked them, but haven't done really too many big things so far here today. District Banters and Gussos right now, they have their eliminations 4 up there, but unfortunately, District is going to fall in this mid to low ground layer. They're working their way around the left side. I like this. They should hopefully see them pretty clear here, potentially. They have fair bit of builds, at least on a few of the players here. As here it is, Cypher still. They want to play this mid ground. I like the way they're playing. I talked about Cypher being known for his aim. He's just full charging that charged shotgun as his teammates tart forward and break the builds. And as soon as it then opens up, he puts the big shots down, as you see it right there onto Raikou. As I say that, right on cue. And you have Sunswick capitalizing on that as well. So I love the way they're playing this mid ground, honestly.
Yeah, Miko already at 10 elims. That crew right there of 10 and working their way up. Actually, make that 7 and working their way up into a top 10 is how I should have put it. Jedi Knight's going to find another knock onto Gustos there. So again, these are just starting to trickle in now. Remember, for high ground, it's really, really hard to actually find these elims, especially when it's going back and forth over these old material counts. But that Harpoon is a game changer. Picks up the ammunition, picks up the extra builds, and allows them to really maintain this height and possibly walk their way to this victory royale here. You can see all the other layers have a much different story, right? It's scrappy down here. Everyone's fighting for their lives right now. This high ground is just cruising, coasting their way through.
Yeah, it's very scrappy. Like I said, if you can put it all together like Cypher's team and get all the big eliminations and somehow pull off the win, you have the absolute recipe for success. But more times often than not, that doesn't happen, as I see Will go down in the feed as well. Outside that top 3 again. Trixie Venacy, though, our second place team from last game, trying to break inside the top 3. And here it is. Trixie has the RPG. Can they take down one of these teams? Sunswick right now, that is a big point swing. No, that is an 8-point swing on that fight. 2 for the elimination. 1 for the top 2. And never mind top 3 as well. Sunswick just picked up 15 points by winning those 2 fights, getting all the placement, getting the 2 eliminations. It's not enough to overtake the high ground team, but how many times have you gotten 2 eliminations, Monster, and it's worth 15 points? Man, what an insane low ground from Sunswick.
Only that's a 2-game qualification run for Sunswick. Yeah. They just popped off, literally breaking their way over 105 points there to close out the round. So big game for them. Toy Swag and company walk their way up. Get 7 elims. And honestly, I was counting them out of the high ground, but the Harpoon, what a game changer.
And I mean, that's the same thing, though. We've got to see what's that going to change for the story now as well. Cypher's team has already qualified. Are they going to keep playing the game, or are they going to play hyper-aggressive and try to change the narrative here today? Because they're in. We talk about scared teams. They're trying to make the qualifiers teams that haven't had their chance to play in this level of games often. I mean, if you're running into a team with the competitive experience of Cypher and they have nothing to lose, they've literally already qualified, that's never going to end fantastically.
Yeah, no, those are the teams that are the most dangerous there, Ozzy.
They're the teams that are always the most dangerous. We're going to have to break down any other teams that are looking dangerous that we missed there as well. Vandy, catch us up, because, I mean, right now we already have 1 team that is qualified in 2 games. Is anyone else breaking it up on that leaderboard?
Thanks so much, Aussie and Monster. I mean, yeah, these are the questions that we want to answer. As you already said, Cypher's team so dominant, it wasn't a fluke. We managed to see it now back to back. Talon's team this time showing us more of a dominant kind of high ground, whereas last time in the first round, we saw it was a little bit shakier. And it's also what the casters are saying, Timmy, where it feels like some of these teams are still waiting for their chance. They're still kind of easing into the format.
Yeah, well, I mean, Cypher certainly isn't easing into the format. Couple of really good displays from him, but there's some other teams that are worth talking about here. But just to quickly recap the zones, we had a similar situation to what we did last game, where all zones 1 through 3 pulled south, and then the fourth one pulled all the way north. So we ended up with a really hard set of clustering south, despite the fact that all the zones were pulling south. So it's a really interesting scenario again. But as we move through these clips here, one thing I want to point out and shout out that a lot of people might not know about is this trio right here. Daisies, Olbat, and Irox are actually from New Caledonia. They're a French trio, and they play on really high ping. They're quite similar to the trio that we saw from Middle East, Zuidi, Toggle, and their teammates. So that's a really interesting little factoid there.
Yeah, love the diversity in the Oceania region. So many teams across a variety of areas. Of course, mostly Australia, New Zealand dominated, but good to see some representation elsewhere. Of course, our Middle East team did not qualify through in Heat 1. Unfortunately, they barely just missed it. We'll see if these guys can. Meanwhile, on board with Elusive here, quite a few eliminations in this late game. One thing I want to say, Timmy, you talked about the zone. An absolutely hectic type of a late game here near Hunter's Haven. Obviously, based on the terrain, you saw a lot of crazy mid-game fights and a lot of insanity towards the mid-game, and it was really Pumpkin, Sunswick, and Hardworker, aka Cyper, who dominated the mid-game. But I got to give some respect to your boy, Mavericks. I know he's one of the more underrated players. Talk to him about Mavericks as a player.
Oh, mate, I love Mavericks. He's one of my best mates in the community. He's criminally underrated. He was actually trioing with Goeg and Zorka, my pick for today. But then he left to go to console for the season. And of course, there was no console for the season, so he ended up struggling to find a trio, and ended up with these guys. But man, absolutely crazy performance from him. I think he had something like 7 or 8 kills as a solo. So I'm excited to see how Mavericks finishes today off.
I'm keen. We're starting to get those narratives building up now, and a couple of teams that we've got our eye on. Because as we said, Cypher's squad, they're pretty much qualified at this point. So now we can kind of turn our attention to the rest. But you know what will help with that? Standing. So I've got these updated for us. And then Fallout, let's start talking about them, because who are the teams that we need to keep an eye on now?
Yeah, absolutely. I think Ozzy hit the nail on the head in talking about Pumpkin, Cyper, and Sunswick pretty much qualified. I mean, if you look at the 8th place team from Heat number 3, they had 105 points. So as long as they get a few more points here, they should be already qualified. It's a huge showing from them. 2nd place, it's a big upset. Mavericks, Mach W, and Elusive, a huge pop-off game for them. Look at the elimination points that they have, 40 elimination points. That was an insane showing from them already. 20 elims already in the eliminations category. They're in 2nd place. And right behind them, 2 consistent games in terms of placement. It's going to be Talon, Jedi, and Toy Swag, followed by Faulty, Trixie, and Venici. If I pronounced that correctly. Venici. Thanks. Good luck, homie. As Trixie, obviously, with a huge individual performance as well. And then finally, one of the picks from, I think it was Aussie, Will, Ronan, and Eshes in 5th place to round it out as we take a look at 6th through 10th.
Yeah, and again, that idea of consistency is huge. I think basically the top 4 have been in the top 4 for both the games so far, so really awesome to see. And then Zans, Oreo, and Raikou, one of the better teams in this heat as well. I expect them to have a big game coming up here, so keep an eye out for them in the next few games. District, Bantus, and Goosos, another one of those teams that tends to slide under the radar, but you do see them most of the time in heats and grands. And then as we round these out, as I said, one of my teams to look for, Olbat, Irox, and Daisies. These are the guys that are playing from New Caledonia on quite high ping. But we've also got there Sadler, Toby Rama, and XCon, and then Vitz, Teddy, and Aloe Possum. Rounding out these top 16s, these guys that are going to be vying for the reboot round, we've got Cinefallen and Get Your Choice Fallout.
Yeah, that's right. My complete Dark Horse squad. We'll see if they can sneak into the top 8. Goeg, Scammed, and Zulker. I'm not sure if they loaded into game number 1, but a good game number 2. 21 points will put them at least in the range of that top 8 if they can continue to perform, which something tells me they will. I know that's your pick, Timmy. In 12th place, Chris Daresome and Josh, Apollux, Clean, and Rivley, and of course Finks, J King, and Zuru. They got taken out early in game number 1 and were able to bounce back with a decent game number 2 to put them in the running, at least right now, currently qualifying for reboot round as we take a look at our last page, Timmy.
Yeah, and there you go. The Espo and Jacob's team rounding out the top 16. Keep an eye out for a few of these teams, for a lot of volatility in these last few teams here. Is look at Zal, Swerve, and Nova. 10 points with 10 elims. So these are the guys that I expect to see. If they can put it together with a few placement points, if they've got 10 elim points, you never know, Fallout. We might see them take a good leap.
Yeah, that's true. We saw that yesterday. I know, Vandy, you were on the edge of your seat throughout the entirety of the tournament yesterday, or the heat at least. We saw so many teams perform in later games and come completely out of nowhere to qualify through. Big shot to Zora, who was able to do it, and alongside a few other teams. I know Fresh played well early, slipped in the mid-game, and then popped off in game number 6. So anything can kind of change up going into this next game here.
Yeah, exactly right. You guys recapped it very nicely for us. We're keeping an eye on the middle of the pack because it's still only going to be match number 3 that we're going into. After that, that's kind of the halfway point, but it only really can take about 2 games to kind of change things up. So that's all you really need. Let's hear from our casters though, as we warm up for match number 3, because I want to hear now, after they've digested all this, I want to hear their thoughts.
I mean, there's a lot to break down. There's a lot to digest. I mean, I'm looking at 25 eliminations in 2 games with an average placement of 1.5. I talked about how when these real big teams start dominating the top, they just take all the points to the top of the leaderboard, but that makes it even more exciting around that top 8 and that top 16 as we jump into the 3rd game. And right now, this is pushing towards that halfway mark. Monster, we talk about it. You need to step up soon because, yes, you can do it in 1 or 2 big games, but the longer and longer you leave that, the more pressure there is to do it. And I want to see how teams like Sniper now change up their playstyle because they're already in. Do they start having some fun with it, or do they try and sweat it out to the very end?
Yeah, we're already starting to see the clear breakaway of the teams that are cut above the rest, and everyone else here now is just playing catch up, trying to make best with their tournament. And like you said, this middle game pack, right? This middle situation, you're coming into game number 3. It's really time to hunker down, start picking up those points. If there's any time to start getting consistent and really just chip away, it's here and now, so you don't end up too far behind. I mean, we saw what happened when teams like, let's just use NA East today as a prime example, Ronaldo, Blake, and Okis, right? You come into the last game, you know you have to do something absolutely desperate, right? Then all of a sudden, your game strategy bleeds into other people's qualification chances, hypothetically or potentially. And it's really not anything personal, it's just strategy, right? But that's kind of how it plays out. So for these teams, game 3, this is where you got to check your strats, man. Check what you're doing. Try to make it to those end games.
Yeah, and I talked about how when you come out of the qualifying weeks, you come into these heats, it's really difficult to know what everyone's gameplay is. You've played against these teams before, you know the names, you know who they are and where they usually drop, but a lot of them have changed it. For example, Oreo's team is sweaty. That's something we haven't seen too much coming into this one as well. Ashes, Ronan, and Will, though, that is a staple at Retail Row. So some of these things change, and now that you're 2 games in, you should start to know who's rotating around you, where they're rotating, who's looking like those big players in lobby, and who are looking like the lesser players. Right now, Gek, Fallen, and Sinner seeing a double shotgun loadout. I think maybe just carrying those to hand it off to one of the teammates potentially. Wouldn't really risk running the double shotgun with that extra delay that you get, especially with, there it is, that big boy tactical shotgun for Fallen looking really, really good in this one.
I was going to say, if there's a place where you're going to be a little split up, it's around these areas, the commie split. You could be any which way trying to just, huddle back up with your teammates and whatnot after big move here. But hold up, though. Finks, J King, they've already been tagged a few times. They're trying to look back, see if they can get any cheeky shots off in return. It's not going to work out well for them if they do end up over peaking because they don't have shield. I think if Fallen hits one more shot, or if any of them really connect for those whites, that'll be the green light. That'll be the indicator, and we'll probably see the hunt down.
And this is an interesting split right now. Gexen and Fallen are really falling in this kind of area right now. They're falling in around that Kami split we've talked so much about here and talked about in other regions. It has been phenomenal really in the top tier regions, but I feel like in some of the other regions where there's players running around who are really looking for more of those shamble loot drops, it only really works when you have the reputation of someone like Kami or like Calculator who claims it on NA East. Because if you try to grab that big area on the map, a lot of people are going to think that, hey, you don't own it, you're not that scary, we're going to walk in and take bits of it. And once you take a few of the houses out of it, it doesn't really end up giving you enough loot in the end, as Fallen, Sinner, and Gek think, hey, you're trying to take some of the loot, we want to take it back, we're going to fire you for it, but unfortunately Fallen gets sniped and has to fall back here.
Yeah, Fallen pushed up aggressively as well by himself, kind of making the first initial, I'd say, stab at trying to go up there, and look at the gas can now gets tossed down and really puts a little more pressure on him, as if the sniper shot wasn't enough. There goes some of the flames there licking the build, so take a little extra damage just for peeking a little too close, and that's kind of how that's going to end up slowing down. Here's Zuru, J King, and Finks once again gets to watch their perspective as they're trying to back up here. But look at the loadout, right? They're really forced down, really pressured out. All those tags now bleeding into their HP pool.
Into the HP pool. I mean, we've got the two bigs, we've got the shield fish as well. So they're going to try and hit the truck right now. See if they can push this one. Yeah, we'll see if they can maybe get some way into this one. As Jacob up here on the little bit of the mountain pool right now. Espo and Kayak, 16 points, not terrible. Again, looks like based on those cabbages, they're coming out of the Holy Hedges split as well. As we've got a lot of teams up here on the mountains trying to set up here. I don't know if this is a caddy corners fight. I guess we're going for maybe some storm surge tags. I couldn't see this being a big full engagement as they've got a long rotate to make, especially as a duo with only 2 points on the board.
This might be retail versus caddy here, trying to rotate through, trying to see what they can find. Sniper exchanges are not going to land. They are going to be very much aware of one another's presence here. Hugo and Naz, there are only a 2-man team. Already have an HDX, no longer in the lobby. Doesn't seem like they have a reboot card to work with either. Back with J King and Finks, though, that vehicle, they slid up. They did end up picking up the pickup truck. And yep, it is Gek, Fallen, and Sinners just nearby.
And they're playing this aggressive. I guess this is how they want to try and get their surge tags in here. You see Ashes, Ronan, and Will, my pick, top 5 right now, making the rotate out of retail row. They'll probably be doing that in the vehicle, and I like that strategy more. Get more towards zone. Start holding the teams like this that have been taking these strange fights on the edge, because you don't want to set up too far center, especially if you don't already have your surge tags, but you also don't want to be rotating too late, because you end up getting held heavily. As I talked about how maybe Sunswick and Cypher's team are going to start playing this, where they're going to start playing more aggressive now that their qualification is guaranteed, and they're dropping an early elimination on the board, which we haven't really seen from them. So maybe that's an indicator of exactly how they're going to play this one out. And yep, there it is. They are straight keying full trios.
Yep, they're now looking to get all that action. Oh, Raptor just gets caught off guard. The last one behind inside the sand tunnel there, and he gets pulled right back with the harpoon too. So that's it. That's going to be done and dusted for him. He's out. And also, just to jump back into Sinner, Fallen, and Gek and what they were doing, they actually ended up re-peeking, finding more white tags on Finks and his crew. So that might be the icing on the cake for them. No, okay, these guys don't have shield. Maybe we should fully collapse, because yep, look at that. They've been ghosting them, but they haven't quite committed into the fight, right, to really wrap it up. And the longer they take, someone's just going to end up sniping them, right, and picking this team apart before they get to.
Yeah, or if they manage to then take the fight right as someone else has eyes on it, and now they're going to rotate late. I see what you mean. They're waiting for those white tags. Now, usually is the green light to go, like you always say, and I like that strategy. But yeah, you need to have the confidence sometimes to assume or imagine that their loot is running a little bit dry, because they've kind of left it too late now. Everyone's hitting this long rotate. If they try to take a fight on that edge, they are going to get heavily contested, as right now we see our Cypher's team utilizing these 0-point crystals to push forward, play super aggressive, and here it is. I talked about teams that are uncontested on drop, not wanting to go too far central, not wanting to get too far into the map because they need to get their surge tags. That's exactly what Ashes, Will, and Ronan have done here, as Ronan has that legendary charge shotgun in the back pocket. They've got some big firepower. Ronan's going to take some big shots back as well, and they need to try and get these surge tags. And no, Ashes gets absolutely deleted by Mavericks. You have to imagine it's a sniper with how much damage that converted over to. Mavericks team has phenomenal aim, but I don't know if an assault rifle can do that. That's usually the hands of a sniper, as Mavericks has the tac shotgun up against the walls, trying to push in here. Will has to do big things, and this was very smart. You see what's happening, Monster? Built all the metal bases to try and hide where they were. Mavericks has no idea where Ashes is going for that revive, and right now, Ronan, though, they find them in the end, and Ronan trades it out. Ashes is up. No, Ashes is down. It is just Will here in a 3v1 situation. I talked about setting up on the edge for your surge tags, and my prediction is looking really rough here.
Yeah, and it's crazy because it was such a smart play, right? They create this nice catacomb down low, but the pickup was happening 2 layers up, just up the mound. But Esh just gets picked up and then runs out in the open. I'm not sure why he tried to crank first instead of just taking the box fight. Even had the chug splash as well to play with. So little misplay there. It's going to cost him a fair game here. But again, for a team that's at 50 or so points, they're very much on track. This is just going to slow down their momentum, right? Really get them on par or on pace closer to everyone else. And again, it's not completely all over, right? It's about just checking that mental and getting back into the swing of things.
Yeah, now third place team Jedinite here as well with Talon. Looks like they've kind of gotten a big bit of damage down here as well. I mean, we're seeing a lot of these fights take out on the south side of Misty Zone right now, and I guess that's kind of also the effect of not being in Repulse God's lobby. A lot of times, usually this is a no-fly zone, it's a no-go zone, as we've always seen players choosing to rotate deep around this area or not take any fights near it. As Elusive, Mavericks, and Match Shooters rotating around, I'm pretty sure both those teams identify they've all got their surge tags, they've gotten their damage, they don't need to push in here. As Radius Slayer and Fluxy are regretting their lazy lake push, this is the team that I feel like maybe wasn't taking this as seriously coming into this as one of the bigger teams in here, thinking they've got, you know, a free qualification in front of them, having more of the experience, being the bigger names in the lobby, but only 9 points in 2 games, coming into the halfway mark. They've got to really step up soon.
Yeah, for sure here. Now, it's all about stepping up, man. We talk about it. This is the time to do it. It's game 3. Really time to pop off Endless. Oh, Mach, Elusive, Mavericks. 71 points, really stepping up, honestly, consistently here so far today. This is a great, I guess, pacing that they have going for themselves. 1 more 2 of these games right here, and they're definitely going to be smooth sailing up towards the top of the standings. They're definitely holding out their positioning pretty well here now. Don't forget, they were coming into this at 2nd place. Kind of told you guys that, but being that they were in 2nd and also just picking up more and more eliminations just means that they're just padding themselves up right now. They're giving themselves all that buffer room to really just have a loose and fun evening of Fortnite at this point.
I know, isn't it crazy to think that? This is the semifinals, right? This is the stage before the grand finals next weekend where they're going to be playing for $90,000. And there is still players who have that high of a caliber team that they can have fun in the final games of their semifinals because they're qualifying in 2 or 3. It's just honestly ridiculous to say, but there are some teams that are just that much a cut above the rest. I mean, even on EU, though, we talk about an OCE EU, we had Mr. Savage team that made it to round 4 of each of the qualifying weeks. We're taking it seriously, but you could tell just, you know, they were kind of having a bit of fun with it as well. They make it into heats. Okay, we got to step up. They come first by, I think it was over 40 points in the first time we've seen them really try as a full team. There are just some players that are that far above the rest. Even the best of the best in a region just don't seem to kind of compare.
And they don't. And this is a hot flame right here. Jacob pushing these teams back. Don't want to play with fire. You will get burnt. They just back off. They're like, yo, man, we don't want the action here. Don't worry about it. You can have our down teammate. We'll leave him all the loot. Just leave us alone. And they're just fighting their way backwards. They don't even care about picking up the card or anything. They're trying to just disengage here. That's the difference for some teams that are now starting to loosen up. Teams like Jacob. I mean, Timmy made a really good point about when he was looking at the standings there, how he dissected teams that were picking up big elims, right? It's about stringing together the placement points. If they are already showing the manpower, the firepower, that they can win the fights, you know, some last little missing pieces making it to endgame and then letting them pop off and then going ahead and, you know, making big waves for themselves at that point.
I think the most impressive part about Cypher's team's run so far is they did it through that mid-ground monster. We saw that game where they strung everything together. You talked about stringing the eliminations together, 14 in the mid-ground. They take the height late. They clearly could have gone for height at any point they wanted, but they chose to play straight through some of the most congested layers. And we talk about that, just the good layers versus bad layers. Usually endgame, you want to find your own edge on the rotating zones. You want to find your own layer where no one's on the same vertical position as you. They're a box below you or above you. But they honestly just went straight into the congested layers and just walked through everybody. They thought, hey, why would we go to the top? There's no one up here. They're all down here. 14 eliminations and the win, and now they're coasting through. So it's those teams who can really take those fights, because that's not normally where we see those dominant, consistent performances through. It might work one game, but they made it work twice in a row. Even though it was on the back of a pretty big solo clutch from Sunsweek, it was still made possible as J King, 5 health, 9 below, now 147 above. Never mind, just found a bit of damage, but the gas cans go out, trying to break apart the builds, and I don't know if that's a good play for Kyoto because they're not looking fantastic right now.
Yeah, Kyoto's definitely in a world of trouble here on the other side. Kilo, AU, Jamal, once again, they're going to start holding up one another. It looks like Kilo's one lowest on HP, but Kyoto's got 3 eliminations now. Not bad at all. So they're also going to be able to secure some of the loot here. We'll see if that ends up letting them bounce back right into this game. So we hop on over. You see Skies up above. Looking down here, Zuru loses his teammates. He's off by himself, hidden behind the shack there. Rough day for him.
Rough day indeed right now. We get a zone that's not looking too bad. This is more of, again, a vanilla zone. It's more center map. We got 2 airdrops that haven't been picked up. I have to imagine those are maybe anchored, nestled in the trees somewhere there in Weeping Woods. And this is going to cut down a lot of sight lines, which is going to make it that Storm Surge is now not going to go too high in this game. A lot of people not being able to find their angles and find their shots. But at the same time, it means if you're below, you're really going to struggle to find them, as we're getting a lot of teams clustering here in the middle of the map, hiding behind these trees, as Zuryu is trying to hide himself as well. I don't know how much longer this is going to go out for. We need to see quite a few more teams, 9 to go down to be precise, before Zuryu even gets towards placement. So unless they can pick up an elimination, that's the last build. Sorry, 1 more build to go. Skooks right now taking a big shot and can't quite connect here. This is that team we saw hitting the big water rotating early in game 1. So looking like they started off a little bit slow, starting off a little bit scared, but based on this loadout, looks like they finally found their drop spot.
Yeah, getting back into the groove, and I do see an RPG in the works there as well for Skies. So again, they have the firepower, they have the high ground. Zuru does make it alive to the rotate. He gets inside that enemy build here, so he's all inside the mix right now. Definitely still has a opportunity, if you will, but how long is it going to last? Just a harpoon to work with here, and he's got a long rotate. He's got to march his way straight up the middle. This is definitely a scary spot to be in. As Skies now also needs to decide, when do they want to move? They don't want to move early. They don't want to go late. They do have seems like they have some mobility to work with. Definitely a great loadout to sustain a nice slow rotate if they really wanted to, but definitely time to get going. And yes, they're going to go nice and late. They're going to follow the other teams in, so these teams are going to be doing the bulk of the building for them.
And they got their hands on that RPG, and I think that might not be the Hydro Dam RPG. Based on those floppers, based on the single rocket, I feel like that might be a Shark-acquired RPG, I'm guessing. I'm thinking they've obviously gone somewhere on the coast with those 3 floppers, so very high potential there. We have seen recently, we haven't seen it so far in any of the semifinals from what I've seen, but in a few of the qualifying weeks, we actually seen teams in NA West particularly who managed to get their hands on the double RPG. That was always entertaining to watch for a while there. That was a very, very utilized strategy. People used to double RPG, holding their walls. Everyone not used to it now, and it wreaked absolute havoc on some of the builds. Just fired them back to back. One breaks the builds, one phases in, and it's usually a big 100 plus tag on the entire trio if they're inside the box. So got the Shark RPG in here. It's potential that someone get their hands on 2 of them, but I'm not looking hopeful as 96 below. Never mind. We might see the RPG go down to the hands of the Surge Gods, as there's the airdrop I was talking about, nestled in the trees, no one able to get their hands on it.
Yeah, there was 2 of them there too. You saw the wide shot really giving us a look. Here's Zuru, still trying to stay alive, still maintaining, grooving on to the beat right now. He's trying to make his way to the new zone. He actually might just squeak his way in. He's so close to it actually here. Oh no, Scoops get edited down now and into a firefight. And who is it on the other side? TKL's back. They were there, they were ready.
Yeah, haven't really seen much of this team again. Hopefully with this eliminations, with this loot, unfortunately, they don't get Skies, which is the one player that has that big RPG they could maybe get their hands on with those extra rockets. As here we see 23 teams, 58 alive. So this is looking about as stacked as last game, maybe a little bit more stacked, as Zuryu was below Surge. Honestly, I can't knock the attempt. Zuryu, I respect it. You really went down swinging. You were fighting to the very end, and you go down at the hands of Radius, which is a team that needed that elimination. So right now we've got Fluxy, Radius, and Slayer with their hair. Like, they got the breeze in their hair right now, and they get the half zone on high ground monster. This is big, as we see Team Talon looking in from the edges, trying to see if they can find their way into this as well. Fluxy, Slayer, and Radius need to hold this. This is their chance to get a big point game.
Yep, both sides of these teams have high ground though. Jedi Knight, Toy Swag on the other side are definitely jockeying up as well. You can see they're positioning themselves to take a stab at it too. So this is going to come down to zone 6. Who gets the side first? But there's Storm Surge going down over there, so hopefully it's not for the high ground team. I don't think it is. Should be for the guys underneath, but either way, Josh here, you talk about players that are having a tough time right now. Josh, as a solo now, has to figure things out. 23 points right now in the competition after losing both of his boys there. It still allows him to maintain his 13th or 12th place or so slot.
Yeah. It's going to be rough. Josh can maybe do as long as they've got their Storm Surge, but they are a team that is struggling coming out of Stevie Stacks right now. They switched up to that drop spot from their usual drop spots, and I think the plans aren't really coming together now with Storm Surge. That is the problem. Until you get into these days, you don't understand how much of an issue Storm Surge is going to play for you, as this team is now getting hit by Storm Surge as well, because you just don't have it. You don't have the experience. You don't have the composure unless you're used to getting into practice games or tournaments where you're regularly dealing with Storm Surge. If you change up your drop spot on the day to try to go to a drop that looks looks a bit better uncontested, but you're not used to it. Usually one of the first things to go wrong is the surge path. Where are you going to set up to get that very much needed damage? As we see our first place team, Cypher, go down here. So Radius's team looking like an even better chance to try and jump up, but that means the win is up for grabs. So far, our team that's come first and second in the first 2 games is out of here, I think, in game number 3. So it's anyone's chance to jump up, which is massive for the leaderboard. And unfortunate, Radius looks at it. He knows, Monster, you talked about it. The other team was jockeying for height, and they pulled first rotating.
Yep, that's the biggest thing right there. You can get half in, half out, but when you have someone else contesting that high ground layer with you, it does come down to zone 6. Is just how it's going to crumble down. And the bouncer, one of the scariest ways to exit off a height. Obviously, it's the more effective one, but not when the high ground on the opposite side staring at you. It costs them 100 shield there, but that's okay. That's the least of their concerns. At least now they can start making their rotate on in. And again, a team that absolutely needed that high ground hold, who's a team that could have just used a win right here to really bounce back. Now they have to fight their way back into this game, really claw their way back like everyone else.
Well, I'm noticing something that's looking very concerning for our high ground team, Monster. 264 above. You and I talk about it a lot. You don't get a lot of damage or a lot of elims from the high ground when everyone's basing up and tarping. 12 players are going to have to go down in the next 30 seconds, or they have to do almost 300 damage. They got the high ground, but I don't even know if they're going to be able to stay up there. They need to drop down and make things happen.
Yeah, you saw they're slowly trickling down. As the more they're inactive, the more it starts to come down. Here's Sadla. This looks like he definitely has Hydro Jam loot. Look at how many RPGs are in his inventory. 600 medium ammunition as well with the full team wipe. Where is his teammates, though? He somehow has found himself with no material all the way in the low ground, tucked in the corner with a rocket launcher. That's not a normal sight this late into the round. Like, where is his teammates? They were definitely healthy somewhere.
Here they are. They're making their way to him as well. Here's Toby at ex-Conline. And maybe it worked. They were holding up. They were waiting like, hey, man, we'll get to you in a second. But again, another team, 146 below the Storm Surges. Radius goes down in the feed. I talked about them needing their big game. They're not playing these mid-ground layers well. As Oreo capitalizes onto Pumpkin. That's our first place team. Baffle gets the finish on Radius. So Baffle season is very much still alive. And our new Caledonian team, as Timmy coined it as well. Unfortunately, the 100 ping heroes, they do go down here in this game. But what an effort. They made it into play. Maybe another couple of big games. We could see an international team again. We got Australia, New Zealand, but I've never really seen a new Caledonian team before into the grand finals. The potential's there as Sunswick still doing big things as a solo here. Never mind. First place is still in it.
Definitely has that clutch factor. Talk about clutch factor, though. We did see that team manage to stay alive, which was Slaya. Slaya now jumps up finally into that 20-point or so threshold. That's because he's staying alive, maintaining, picking up these placement points. This is where you want to be. This is where the real points start giving out. And as I say that, I give him a little shout out. He goes down in the feed there, down to Jacob. Here's Sadler, though, who, again, managed to maintain surviving down to the low ground by himself with no builds. The Harpoon gets them right back in 2 games in a row now. Watch the Harpoon weapon put these teams back in a winning chance.
Oh, there's Fluxy though. Slayer went down, Radius went down, but Fluxy is still up trying to get those big points. Need to get these placement points. Who's going to get the top 3? Because this is going to shake things up massively. Voltic trying to fight their way back through. Takes down SPG Jacob. We got a lot of solos and a lot of duos in this monster. 9 teams, but only 16 players in trios. So teams like this, Apolox, Clean, and Rivley, they have the advantage of numbers right now. They can try and make something big happen with a full trio, RPG, and the splashes. I don't think it's going to go to a heal off, but that RPG gives you big high ground potential. As Jedinai's team disagrees with me, it looks like they're setting up on the top to try and go for something big. Either that or they just want to secure that top 3 before they jump down. 4th place, there it is. One more team to go down and you secure the big 6 points for top 3.
Yeah, and the difference is they only picked up 2 eliminations with this high ground, but it should be a victory royale if they do everything right here on outwards. This team down in the low ground, Clean and company, do push their way up to their, what's that, 11th elimination already? As a solo now, Clean held out to the zone. It shouldn't be much longer, and yes, there it is, finally. Raikou, Oreo, Zans is a 3-man crew. Down low, healthy, 6 fish to play with as well. This is a winning situation. He dropped them there. Hopefully they do get to pick it up. They're exchanging. They're setting up for the heal off.
They are setting up for the heel off right now as it's a trio v trio, seeing what they can do here right now. This is our third place team on the high ground, pushing up towards Cypher's team at the very top there. Zans goes down to Toy Swag. Talon's dropping down now, seeing what they can find. The tack comes out. The
Also
movement,
melted.
the aim, it just wasn't enough. Unfortunately, can't manage to find it there. And right now, they're seeing what they can do to make their way into this. Jedi Knight's on 30 HP. Oreo's down below. I talked about how good Oreo is mechanically. Can he do it? But no, never mind, says Ozzy. I don't need the mechanics. I've got the loot. I've got the brain. I've got the patience. I'm going to go back and play the heal off, but excuse me, never mind. Toy Swag found a bit of heal off as well. They have to drop down. Who's going to win it?
no.
Oreo goes down. It comes down to the last shot. Never mind. They both had the heal off position, and Toy Swag wins it. Our third place team takes out the victory royale here. And again, that top gets higher, but the middle gets even tighter. They're so close down there around that top 8.
That was barely, because he had the siphon. The storm took the player down, and all he has to do is finish it and maintain his positioning. They didn't have bills to actually get up to him. Toy Swag, he got that one granted to him. Lucky for him to actually get him to walk right into his shotgun.
They got that one, and game number 3 is breaking down quickly. Again, we have a few teams really pulling ahead. I think now we had a team that already qualified in 2 games. We now have another team jumping up in the ranks after 3, but we'll see who's still inside that top 8 when Vandy and the analysts break down all the action, everything that's going on, because this is going to come down to the wire in these last 3 games.
Thank you so much, Ozzy. Exactly right. It is going to be the next 3 games where we start to see things really heat up. But that game itself was quite spicy. Fallout, we were kind of discussing that we thought Oreo's squad had this in the bag. But no, instead we've seen Talon's squad just kind of prevail. And I don't know if it was like a little bit of luck or unfortunate timing. Just take us through that last little bit of endgame play.
Yeah, I think just a bad decision, but obviously Oreo didn't have the intel that we had. But I believe he would have won off that heal off with the 2 chug splashes remaining in inventory. Instead, it was Toy Swag that was able to come out with the clutch 1v1 shotgun shot there. And I just got to say, kudos to Talon, Toy Swag, and co. They've held high ground 2 games in a row now. They are dominating the high ground this series, Vandy.
Absolutely. Well, let's save some more of the analysis for after the break, because we've got the highlights ready for us all. So don't go anywhere. We're taking a short break, and we'll be right back with match number 4 coming right up. Welcome back from the break to Season 5's FNCS presented by the Australian Open. Timmy, Match 4 is right underway, so we're not going to spend too much time here. But if you're a betting man, who do you expect to come out on top?
I put my money on Radius, Slayer, and Fluxy. I reckon they're going to take it this game. They've had a little bit of a rough time so far, so I reckon that experience is going to help them out here.
All right, well, let's have a look as we check in with our casters. Never mind, hang on. It sounds like match number 4 might be a little bit delayed, so let's spend a little bit more time on this. Why did you pick him?
I think it's the experience. I reckon we're going to have, as we said, Slayer's a World Cup qualifier. Fluxy's one of the best IGLs in the region, and Radius, one of the most versatile players in the region as well. Who do you reckon is going to take it out yourself, Foyle?
Yeah, I just want to back up your statement there. I think I agree. That was the team I was looking out for, going into it. I think another team is Go Egg, Zalker, and Scam. Your pick to win the entire thing. I think they'll pop off here in this next game. But your prediction's great. Slaya and Co., obviously, just like we saw Zora and Jalin pop off in games 5 and 6 yesterday, I think we'll see them go big here in games 4.
I'm going to wait and see, because now that I've got predictions from both of you, I know we've got your official predictions, but because we're past the halfway point, that's why I wanted to check in with you guys, because like I said, there's been so much movement from the top. It's the middle of the pack that we're focusing on now, but match number 4, I've got confirmation, should be going on as ahead. So now we can check in with our casters again, Aussie Antics and Monster.
Thank you so much, Vandy. I appreciate it. We are at the halfway mark now. We've got 3 more games to see what these guys can do to jump up there. I think we have 3 teams that have secured their spot into it, so we're not going to waste any more time. Game number 4 is underway. We're going to be dropping in after the kind of intro there right now. We'll see where teams have kind of found their drop spots and how they've gone, and everything's looking the same as far as I can see on the leaderboard right now, Monster, and on the map.
Yeah, things are definitely starting to sort out, right? Sort themselves out, start to settle down, but this is where we have to start looking at who is up next, who is going to start breaking into that top 8. We already know what our first, second, and third place teams are looking like, right? I'd say, honestly, maybe the top 5 are clear for qualing through. So it might be a battle for 6th, 7th, and 8th spots. And even then, you have Will, Ronan, and Eshes who are in there. You have Kanla, Tobarina, and Sadla. We haven't really got to cover them much. We saw a little bit of Apolox, Clean, and Rivley for a bit there too. So a couple teams making some appearances, but I think our top 5 is more or less about said and done.
Yeah, I think it is really going to hold quite well right now. But it's going to be who can create those upsets, who's going to have that Cinderella run, because all it's going to take is one big game. And I talk about how towards the end, a lot of those less experienced teams are going to struggle to jump up. But as teams like, Cypher start to lose that composure, they already know they've qualified. They're kind of, going into fun mode, like you said, Monster. That's maybe your chance to be able to jump up and have that big game when you don't have the big names playing to their full potential. All it takes is one cheeky high ground retake, maybe sneak something out from underneath them, and you can have the huge game that we know these teams need.
Yeah, but remember, if those big teams do end up still gobbling up all the points, it makes it very, very close to the bottom. You saw how it ended up turning out for NA East. It was literally just that. Those last couple slots ended up being a very close race all the way across the board. Some upsets in Arab and a few others that fell down a bit early. So it's kind of how it's all going to shake up. We talk about those 5 teams that are standing out there. The leaderboard showing you exactly who those trios are. These 2 here, they're battling for what would be a top 16 or one step closer to top 8 now, though.
And I mean, some of these players are going to have to play one of the biggest games of their career later tonight as well. We're talking about that top 8, but 9 to 16 still going to get the reboot round, still going to play later tonight. Remember, reboot round is not going on next weekend. It is going on tonight.
Yeah, we might have to get another tweet going. And honestly, I think you probably was the reason most of the community kind of figured that one out. Yeah, a little bit of a shakeup, right? Changes in the format and the way the scheduling is going to play out this time around. Zuryu is going to make his way down just in time. Team's here to follow up. Good cleanup for them, and look at that, 25 points now. Where does that put them? 25 points is actually pretty solid. It throws them, propels them really all the way up to top 15 now. Okay, so they're very much up there. Now they're tied up.
And I mean, there's some big teams right now outside of that. You got Go Egg, Scam, and Zalker on 23 points right now. Only 2 games played. They had a bit of a connection issue, so they got a 1 elim 25th, but they did manage to get a 6 elim 9th. But there's some big teams that are looking to have big games to try and jump up there into that top 8. Baffle season as well, still looking like it might be on in either form, but needs to at least get inside top 16 to have a rerun on the Baffle season of last FNCS to at least even have reboot. But I do think Baffle's team good enough here today to get that top 8 if they can get 1 or 2 big games, as now we're looking like a bit of OCE action, just big full-on fights, all inventory used, breaking out here in the most random spots on the map. This is what I'm used to seeing.
Yeah, and this is the halfway mark for sure right now. So this is really the true testament for most of the trios right now. Make or break situations here. How are you going to end up really positioning yourself to go ahead and win this one away? Here's Mako's perspective. Another fight going down. This is inside the Coral Castle. They're dressed up in the Banana Man tuxedo suits. Okay. Okay.
They're dressed to impress, right? They're going to go to the party. Like I said, tonight's going to go a little bit later as well. We're going to have the reboot round as the kind of, the finale of tonight. So he's dressed to impress. I like it. I respect it. I mean, that's usually the loadout we see
for the reboot round.
Exactly. See, he's like, you know what? This is just a little bit of fun. This is just the pre-show. I'm going for the party later tonight. That's usually the skin we see XMB rocking. I mean, they've been doing big things, so you can't knock the banana. To be completely honest, when you verse this skin in the game, the headshot hitbox is actually a little bit messed up on it, where it's kind of difficult to see where you're going. You're used to, having a very clear visual cue on where the head is. On the banana, it's a little bit more difficult.
Yeah, I'm still laughing at the fact, like, I'm dressed for the party tonight, the reboot party. They're like not gonna make it through, so it's gonna be rough for them. They're gonna have to fight their way up for sure, as far behind they are. But all right, back into the more serious things here. JBO on Game Boy looking out. Exhaust, Voltic, saw them putting in some good work. 32 points is solid already coming into this right here. This puts them in 12th place, right? Coming into this competition here. This game right here, the 4th game now. 3 more rounds of Fortnite in front of us. We have to see these teams start to pop off here. One big game is going to solidify themselves way up the standings here and start getting them on pace, on track.
And we see those vehicles being used so well up here along the edges. You even see Nova's team building those big wood walls. Obviously, while you're driving, your teammates are able to build, as you're seeing utilized here. It is always worth expending even, I would say, 200, 300, 400, 500 wood if you need to avoid getting sniped like that. Because now you're going through your meds, which are going to be harder to replenish on your rotates. It's not that hard to find wood. Look at all these different trees right now, as we have Josh, Daresum, and Chris hold up here towards Craggy. This scares me a little bit from a team that I know has been struggling on their Storm Surge tonight, coming out of coming out of Steamy uncontested, and Josh with that sniper looking desperately around for shots doesn't give me a lot of confidence. They found it this game. That's the only thing they need to do. They need to figure out what is their Storm Surge plan, as right now we do have Toy Swag, Jedinai's team here who don't need to have a plan. Everything has worked out for them. Their plan has gone to perfection. They are already qualified here at the halfway mark, but they're still taking these games seriously.
Like a good 3-2-1 to kick things off, and Swerve just gets melted right there. All shield HP put down really allows them to start setting up this fight here for the success, and they're starting to push in. Seems like Jedi Knight, Toy Swag, we already know Talon and crew. They're just comfortable. They're happy with their positioning. They know that they're walking their way to finals next week. Don't have to worry about the pressures like everyone else, and this is why they're able to take these fights here, getting more aggressive than the usual.
Opalox gets elimination of Zanuck. That's a team you were talking about earlier, Monster. We've seen them a fair bit in there. Opalox is kind of in the story there as well, as Matchu takes down Skies, Rivley as well. So teams we've been talking about on the edge here, and here it is. It's a fight that's broken down on the edge of the map. Flopper Island, pretty much as far north as you can go here, as it is Matchu, Elusive, and Mavericks who get that one elimination at Lazy Lake. Looking like maybe it was a bit of a capitalize on a reboot attempt, I believe. Only one elimination right next to the reboot round, reboot van. I have to imagine that's what it's going to be. As here we do, we have Cyper, Sunswick, and Pumpkin, who I asked once they got into that top position, would they start playing ultra aggressive? Would they start kind of, stepping up into these moments? And it looks like they played really, really aggressive in their last game. Things slowed down a little bit here. Maybe they didn't like the look from the lobby. I mean, Cyper did go down pretty early. As much as you want to run around and have fun, run through the lobby, but no, never mind. Sorry, my thought process has to be interrupted there. That was what I think that was scammed and Go Egg by themselves. I don't think we saw Zolka. So a team that's already had a connection issue tonight, only had 2 games played of 3, are now in this 4th game here, and now they have 1 player down. So things are looking very, very rough for them.
I don't know where that sniper shot came from, but that was a little bit of a saving grace for the SPG team rolling through in that vehicle there. Chris, Josh, company, go ahead and make their rotate through. They get away. Luckily, their Tomato Burger now looking in. And only 12 points for this team that we're looking at right here. This is a struggle of a situation to be in. Radius, Slaya, Fluxy in last round picked up a couple elims, picked up a little bit of I'd say a cheeky endgame positioning there for a second. Did get taken out a little early, I think just around that top 15, top 10 place, right? They need a little more. Actually, it was top 6, so they made it just all the way through. So they did pick up some real cheeky placement points there. They need another one of those rounds though. This has now allowed them to at least be in this 31 point threshold range. They can do it one more time, they'll be back on track.
And this is one of the teams that's underperforming right now who has the potential for a victory royale. Like I said, they really do have the manpower to jump up and take that if they want to. I think game number 2, things didn't work out. We asked why they were at Lazy Lake taking that fight. They obviously, lost their heads a little bit, maybe with the focus back in it, as we got your pick, Baffle, here, set up in a really good position just outside Coliseum here. I also saw my pick, Will, Ronan, and Eshes in the distance. I think they're on the Coliseum, as it's a bit risky here, though. It's Baffle's team that's trying to hold out our first place team, and that's a scary one to start trying to get your tags on there. Sand rotating 121 above. So this is why Baffle is not early rotating now, not trying to move like the rest of these teams to get a center position. They're trying to stay where they are to try and get their extra Storm Surge, because you're always going to find more of it on this edge.
Yeah, definitely. We haven't seen much of them, man. Sacco, M1, Baffle, none of them making it to the end game, not just yet. Last game, they got really close. They've been on an upwards trajectory. They're probably feeling good at the previous one, picking up a 12th place there, but they start off at 28th. 28th all the way down. Yeah. There, out of the 33 teams in this game, being one of the first 5 teams to fall, you have to assume that's like what? That's right around that first Storm Surge, I think, threshold.
Yeah, it's crazy to think that really is usually not around that kind of... That's not really a spawn fight. Spawn's usually the first 1 or 2 teams. Usually 5th team is going to be around that first zone threshold. So you have invested a bit of time in the game. You've gotten off your drop spot. So at that point, it really is down to you. You probably made a mistake on the positioning. Maybe Storm Surge. Again, we're only seeing them just above now. So a lot of teams are trying to sort that out, as we see another team, Raptors team, that is only 59 above here. Now, this isn't Raptor with an AH. I believe that team is already qualified here out of OCE, doing big things. This is Raptor now trying to see if they can make it in as well. Setting up here on the edge of Zate's Hill. And I mean, usually Zate's Hill is the alpha position at the top. You're sitting up, you're looking at the whole lobby. They've taken Zate's stool, I guess, halfway down the kind of mountain there. They're just kind of chilling on the edge. I mean, it's not a bad spot to be in with sight lines, but it doesn't have that same power position as the very top of the hill.
Yeah, just Zate's lap, just have a seat.
Nice, I like that. I'm sure Zate would have a thing or two to say about that as well. I don't think we'll coin that phrase too well for NEs. Maybe we can leave that as an OCE phrase there as well. But I don't know, we see Hazard's team in the bottom left, or I should say Hazard. That's the team that we tuned into at the very first game. Deep in the ocean. Now he's deep in Storm for this zone. Needs to do something big. Something's clearly gone wrong for them.
Yeah, something's going super wrong. You're rotating this late here, Hazard. Be able to slide right in just ever so slightly here now. Gunshots going off though up above. Toby Rama, okay, throws himself way up into the point threshold here. 54 points now, another 3 or 6 point swing for them. That's not too bad. Now they're starting to look a little bit more comfortable, get into their groove, get further and further away from that cutoff, that 8th place cutoff pack, right? You really want to get into the top 10 deeper and deeper with the big points while you have that lead.
And it is, I can see in the distance, it is Scammed and Go Egg, which means Zalka did not connect. That is a team that is missing 1 game already, and now they're missing 1 player past this halfway point. So they're really leaving it to the last few games. That was Timmy's pick, and honestly, I have to back Timmy's pick there. It was a very solid pick. Unfortunately, the luck isn't with them tonight, but I really think they could easily pull off a final 2-game qualification. I mean, honestly, Monster, I'm not complaining. We've had some serious Cinderella runs here in OCE. We had Jarlan, Zora, and Squeaks in week 3, the qualifier 3. They had to do it in round 4. They managed to step up and do it in their final game. Last night, we had Jarlan against Zora and Squeaks, leaving it to their last 2 games, getting their last game qualification, as well as Team Fresh. So, I mean, OC is not disappointing here with the storylines, at least. I'm fine for these teams to leave it to the last minute, but it would be a huge upset not to see Go Egg, Zalka, and Scammed. Go Egg and Zalka, the 2nd place and Duo FNCS team, so you know they can do it on grand final day. It'd be a huge disappointment to see them not make it, so I hope they do something big soon.
Yeah, and then the chance of you winning the reboot round, like, what of that, right? Like, what are the chances of you winning that? It's slim to none. It's such a difficult ask, especially with the way Fortnite works out. I mean, there's still Surge, right? There's still everything you have to worry about in a normal Fortnite game, except, all that matters is actually winning.
Yeah, the victory hour eliminations mean nothing. It's not big point games. It is just that victory hour, which lends itself to certain drop spots as well. Some drop spots on the map just have a better predisposition to getting those victory hours. You have more white meds for the heal-offs. You have better positioning, and it's going to come a lot down to the zone. You don't have 6 games to make it count. If you get a really favorable zone, that can be the difference. You can get a really bad zone and over. So you don't want to leave it down to that reboot round. But at the same time, when you qualify through the reboot round, it's a whole nother level of special. Again, OCE is still talking about Baffle season, which ended up trading hands into Hugh season. So I don't know. Tonight, a name is going to be made. Either way, someone is going to walk away with the kind of community on their back, but you don't want to leave it to that last game if you can avoid it.
I'm down for that. I'm down to root on who's going to be the new quote-unquote season Won't be elusive season, I'll tell you that, because he's got the 86 points he needs. They're kind of comfortable right now. They're big chilling. They're up towards the top. Should be smooth sailing for them here on outwards. It'd be hard to lose a lead like that.
Below Pixel, Punk, Pixel, Moore, and then RC and Azuri right now. Punk's a player who's been around in the competitive scene for quite a while, jostled and kind of jockeyed around different teams here. Today, struggling, unfortunately, 8 points on the board. So seeing what Punk's going to be able to do here. Again, one of the kind of more notable controller players in the region has been for quite a while, as Oreo now, Oreo, Zans, and Raikou going down right next to Scammed here. So here we go. I'm talking about how they're missing Zolkot, but Scammed and Goeg doing big things as a duo, taking out a full trio. I think that must have been at the back of a bit of like some lobby focus there from the other players, maybe some Storm Surge activity, because if so, very impressive from Goeg and Scammed. Either way, that's points they needed.
Yeah, and that wasn't just any trio. That was Zans, Oreo, and Raikou, who's at third place, and they've been playing phenomenal today. Second place, they're placing in the last round. There were 12 elims. They kicked things off with the top 3 today. So again, they've jumped into that top 3 position. They have not let it go since the start of the day. So big come up for them. And that just shows you the potential, right, of a team like Zalker, Goeg, and crew there, right? Like that's just the sky's the limit for them.
The sky really is the limit for them, and they can do big things. And Surge is the biggest option when you're missing a player like that. You don't get the extra benefit. They don't cut the Surge by 1/3 for you. You need to do 3 players worth of damage as a duo. So picking up players like that, getting the knocks, getting the eliminations on them, even capitalizing on opponents that have been knocked by other people is going to be crucial to start to get towards those placement points. As this game is looking about the same level of stacked we've seen the last few. 22 teams, 61 players. So still need to lose 5 more teams here to get to that placement point, as it's looking like we have, I talked about how Chris, Darsim, and Josh was struggling on their Storm Surge earlier. I said they were walking around Craggy with a sniper out, looking desperate, but clearly not. They have almost 1,000 above. So I want to see what this team can do, what the mod crew can do when they've now got their Storm Surge, because we haven't really been able to see that from them yet.
Yeah, and they have 2 elims already too. So that's coming into like more elims than we've seen them enter into this mid-game pack with. And that's not off of an early game fight. They picked those up on those rotates. Remember, we saw them in the car. Again, moving through the middle of the zone. So it seems like things are just working in their favor, picking the right fights, choosing the right battles to be a part of. It's now we're watching the calm before the storm, and even then it's not that calm because teams are still fighting right now. Storm has already arrived. It's Storm Surge is here. 10 seconds before it really starts zapping down in the lobby and cracking in here. 10 players still have to be cut out. That's all fat to the lobby here. Have to cut the fat here in just a couple moments as the half in, half out gets revealed. Here it is. It's going to be a North Pool. Not a single player is inside the zone there.
That is a very difficult pull for all of these teams going to that far. That even, I think it's 2 arrows or it's a solo right there on the hill. And then a trio has already alphaed up that position in front of them. Whoever got there first, whoever was closer with a bit of luck and proactivity is going to take it, as Radius, Fluxy, and Slayer right now might be getting taken back to the lobby. Need to be careful. Dead and Nice team that's above them, that's putting down the series down there, has managed to pick up Radius and putting him in the back of the metal. It's not full built metal though, so they've got to be careful. They could get the revive, but they're only 59 above, now 36 above, and they are far from this edge. Things are looking terrible for Fluxy's team right now, and Vansis as well.
Yeah, and that's the team that absolutely needs to pick up there. Here's Josh on the other side trying to fight for this loot here. They're going to be able to get it, and there goes the full team wipe. They all get taken out. Here's Baffle back with M1 and Seiko trying to continue to stay alive here. Remember, this rotate has to get going. I'm still hearing gunshots, not enough movement here as players need to start getting on out. And there finally things start to settle up. The pack starts to break apart and everyone gets moving as the zone starts to trickle in closer. Here comes the recycling of some bouncers. Chris, Josh, and Daresum, though, get one step closer. Now at 3 eliminations. Not bad at all here. They're setting themselves up for what could be a very big end game. They'll just need to continue to find some more elims.
And if they can somehow find high ground in this situation, I mean, everyone's on the same layer as them. If they get a decent first rotating zone, if that zone pulls more on the eastern side, they're in a great spot to try and take it. As you can see, that beautiful shot across from Tomato Burger, they're set up in the position to build up if zone goes to that east. They've had some pretty unlucky games so far here today. They're spraying out Jedinai's team. That's a top 3 team they're spraying in on. Darsim's getting the finish onto Tomato Burger. Josh gets Jedinai. So they're getting eliminations, but unfortunately they don't get the zone. I was talking about if they get an eastern pull. Unfortunately, it's going west, but 34 24 points here. This is the chance. Again, if you guys don't know why I'm personally invested in this, that is my duo mate there, Josh. Like, he's usually having to backpack me, and I usually anchor and weigh him down. I want to see what he can do when I'm not there, as he just takes down Ashes as well. Having a fantastic game here. That team has never made grand finals despite playing competitive for quite a few seasons now. So honestly, I'm cheering them on as well. But Scammed and Goeg, the team that Timmy picked to win today, is playing one teammate down. Zolka did not connect, and they still have the high ground as a duo. They still have, was that 4 eliminations, Monster? Like, this is their best game of the day, and they're doing it as a duo.
Literally have 5 elims again in a game short, right? A game short and a man down, and nothing short of phenomenal what they're pulling off right here. Same for Josh, Darrison, and Chris. A 3-man team still alive here, operating that mid-ground layer now, and they're making their way to the new zone. 5 elims on them too. Here's a look at all the other teams that are starting to pop off here. Trixie looking good right now coming into this game. Here's a little glimpse up to height. Clean is going to go in and grab it. This is big because they were here. They're in contention. They're in top 6. If they get this win now, it's I think there's no looking back. Like, there will literally only be a slot or 2 up for fighting. But like, as far as the rest of the lobby goes, I think, is it even possible, like, mathematically, for the top teams to break so far ahead no one can catch up? Because it's almost seeming like we might be seeing everyone just punch their way through right now.
Yeah, I saw another team there we just tuned as well. I think it was Venice's team on like mid to high 80s. They're pushing towards qualification here as well, and that's Venice on the front side there. Machu here on 95 points. Like, the top 8 are really pushing ahead, and everyone else is trying to break in. I'd say it's more like that top 5 mark. So teams like SBG, Chris, Josh, and Darsim trying to make their way up as well. Elusive's team's already got it as Darsim gets another elimination of the feed onto a non. Goeg is still going there. He is still doing things on the backside as Josh now takes the capitalize onto a non too. So a lot of the teams around that top 8 position trying to make their way in. Like I said, it would be so upsetting for the region to not see Goeg's team in there. So as a solo, really trying to hold out here. Josh has got 5 eliminations. 0 builds, drops down with attack, takes down Cypher. That's our first place team. Josh takes him out. Chris is on only 3 health here. Josh has 6 eliminations. Darsim has 2. Chris has 1. The minis go over to Chris right now, but he can't take a single tick of storm. Honestly, they're doing me so proud right now. They really are making big things happen, especially Josh with 6 eliminations, worth 2 apiece. They are doing big things this game. Unfortunately, I don't know if they even have a build between them, Monster. They're going into the builds. I think Darsim has them all at the front. Josh still has none. There's Venice in front. There's him on high points, and Josh makes it 7. He doesn't even have the builds to get out to it, but he's going to make his way out there as well. I think he's now doing it with just him and Darsim. I think Chris has fallen, but this is the point they needed for the top 8, as Rivley, Apolox, and Clean are also punching their way through to the grand finals on the high ground. They are trying to capitalize as Chris goes down. That's 94 points. I think they've done a Monster, but who can do it on the low ground? Can Darsim? Darsim gets another elimination on the Mavericks. They go down 3rd. They got the 6 points. Apolox gets the victory out with the 30. Those were some huge point swings. Some teams needing it more than others, but Apolox have now joined our teams at the top who are sitting pretty. They've made grand finals.
Yeah, 11 eliminations for them as well. So that's going to be the for sure icing on the cake. And for your boys, Josh and team, listen, they were popping off. I think Darsim's still alive just long enough for a 3rd place there too. So we might see them crack into, let's see here, maybe 7th place or so, because the tide is really rise. Those points are pushing up so top heavy right now.
And that's what the format allows. That 6 points that you gain for the top 3, the 2 per elimination. Josh had 7 alone. So I want to see where they end up on the leaderboard as well. So, because this is getting very tight for that top 8. We have our teams punching their tickets all the way at the very top. But who's getting that top 8 and who's getting the top 16? Vandy, we're going to have to check out the leaderboard and see some of those replays, because that was one of the most exciting end games we've had so far.
All right, Ozzy, we'll see what we can do for you, but let's not rush the analysis here. So this time, Timmy, I wanted to actually focus not on the team that actually won, funnily enough. It was more our duo, Goeg's duo, and I'm pretty sure you'll be happy about talking about this trio, or duo, because they lost a teammate, but essentially, like, what went right for them? Because he managed to finish 7th for his squad, and it was only a member of 2, and I was asking you, I was saying, how detrimental is it losing a teammate and going, say, 3 versus 2?
Well, we actually saw yesterday Vortex and Jace as a duo pulling off a win as a duo. So I think what it goes to show is that it's actually not very detrimental at all if your game theory is good. If you understand how to play the game from a fundamental level and then apply it across, you know, any kind of game mode, you're actually going to do well no matter what the kind of circumstances are against you. So we saw these guys use that theory, that knowledge they have that they've gained As we said, these guys came second in Duo FNCS. They know how to do it at the highest level. It's just about putting that the final touches together. That's all.
Yeah, and I gotta say, it was unfortunate. Scammed got taken out relatively early, but did get a few eliminations. So the fact that Goeg as a solo was able to survive to late game and ended up actually getting 7th place, which was very, very impressive. That was significant because they were in 22nd going into that game. Right in front of them, well, it was Chris, Josh, and Daresome, who Monster and Ozzy talked about quite a bit. They popped off with quite a few eliminations in a 2nd place finish. That's going to be huge for them in the overall standings as well. But I want to talk about this team right here on high ground. Rivli and Opelix and Clean holding high ground throughout the entirety of that late game, looking like seasoned veterans there. And not only that, they were in 7th place coming into that game. They have quietly performed consistently here. They had 62 points, a 30-point first place finish, and a lead at least 5 to 8 eliminations is going to be huge for them. Actually, way more than that. Rivli and Clean both with 6. Opelix ended up with 4. That is a massive, massive game for them. That'll put them in the top 5 here, Timmy.
Yeah, and other teams, as we said, those guys have just been quietly doing it in the background. We saw a few teams like that yesterday. We saw Mania kind of quietly doing his thing in the background. So, you can't sort of sleep on these teams. You got to keep an eye on the leaderboard because there are some teams that just seem to sneak their way up there game after game.
They really do. I like that this is what the casters were kind of hinting at as well. They were saying, with this game over here, the tournament structure is in such a way that you can really start to just climb up to the leaderboard in 1 or 2 games. And that's exactly what we saw yesterday. But as promised, Ozzy, here is the leaderboard. Here are the standings. And Fallout, why don't you take us through them? And let's see, because we've only got match 5 and 6 after this.
Yeah, absolutely. And oh my goodness, I mentioned they'd sneak into the top 5. They actually sneak into 2nd place. Opelix, Clean, and Rivli with a huge game right there. Game number 4, holding high ground and securing the win. But look how far everyone in the lobby is behind Pumpkin, Cyper, and Suns. They are dominating this lobby right now and showing no sign of slowing down. 3rd place is Talon, Jedi Knight, and Toy, who had their throne taken from them of holding high ground by Opelix, Clean, and Rivli. Mavericks, Timmy's boy, Machu and Elusive in 4th place right behind them. Too Faulty, Trixie, and Venacy in 5th place, rounding out our top 5. Timmy, walk us through the 2nd page.
Yeah, sure. On the 2nd page is where we're going to see some interesting things happen. So remember, top 8 are the ones who automatically qualify, and then 9th through 16th are the ones who are going to be playing the reboot round later on tonight. But Zans, Oreo, and Raikou, one of my teams I think we really got to keep an eye on. But then look at that gap there. This is where we're going to see some interesting things happen in these last 2 games, Fallout, because we've got Sadler, XCon, and Toby, and 69 points in 7th. Chris, Daresome, and Josh make a huge jump up there. That's Aussie's boys making a huge jump up into 8th at 69 points. But then I'm really interested to see, are we going to see Will, Ronan, and Eshes? Those are the guys that I'm expecting to do really well. I think they were Aussie's pick as well. Baffle, M1, and Seiko. Some top teams here that are out of that top 8. We're gonna have to see a big performance, much like we saw from Zora, Jalen, and Squeaks, Rel, Nubatoon, and Fresh yesterday, and even Spraz, Remy, and Pace. Are we going to see a performance just like that, or are they going to have to play through the reboot round Fallout?
Yeah, and I love tournaments like this because it all comes down to who has ice in their veins, who can clutch up when it matters the most. All of these teams from 7th place all the way to 15th, I think, have a very open opportunity here. Goeg, Scammed, and Zalker in 11th place, following a great duo performance from Goeg and Scammed right there. And of course, Goeg surviving to 7th place. That puts them from 22nd to 11th. They're certainly in the running here alongside a variety of these other teams. And I want to also see the last page to see 16th through 20th because that top 16 opportunity to qualify for the reboot round, which will be right after this tournament, by the way. We're going to jump right into the reboot round. Is top 16 here, and it is pretty close. You see Radius, Flexi, and Slaya, a team that I think we all would have predicted to be within that top 8. They're vying for a spot in the reboot round here, Vandy.
Absolutely right. So that reboot round will be coming right up. But as I said, there's going to be 2 more matches to go. And this is the 2 matches now that we may see a lot of movement because this is what happened yesterday. So for those teams perhaps ranked about 15th onwards, they really need to pull up their boots because if they get eliminated early, it's kind of just going to make it even harder because then it comes down to match 6. But we'll wait and see how that kind of happens. In the meantime, I really want to check in with Aussie Antics and Monster and see how they feel about the standings. So guys, I'd love to hear it from you.
I mean, the standings are looking interesting right now. If you look at it, me and Monster was talking about it. It's kind of a battle for that 7th and 8th slot because unless someone has a huge game, that's where the massive point swing is. There is almost 30 points separating your 6th place from your 7th place team. So when top 8 is what you're vying for, there's really only 2 spots in it. So teams like we saw there, SPG, Chris, Desmond, and Josh jump up there. We saw Conla, Toby, and Sadler. They need to hold on to their 2 spots because that's kind of what the rest of the lobby is fighting for.
Yeah, it really does feel like the top of the pack's already solidified themselves on through, but this makes it very close. We're talking like anywhere from 6 all the way down, deep down to like 18 for so, like that 30-point range. That really means that any one of these guys can now steal away 6th and 7th place. So it's close there. It's close down towards the bottom, and anything can happen here now.
Anything can happen going into the last 2 games, and Fallout talked about as well. We actually have 3 more games to go today, 2 in this qualifier, 2 in this heat, and then we're going through into the, I need to be interrupted here right now. SPG team is actually getting contested at Steamy. I'm in Gryffindor here trying to hold this one down. Managed to take out Chris there. Chris was incredibly low, only needed 1 more tag onto Gryffindor, but that means Josh and Darsum are still alive. They can try and do something big. The big pod converts over as well. This is going to be one of the Mako boys. We saw a lot of the Mako guys having heavy contestant over at Sweaty Sands. Now they're going to be bringing it over to the stacks. Unfortunately, Chris going down is going to bring that down to a 2v3, but Josh with the sniper rifle takes down I'm in Gryffindor. Josh with the big shot there, and then Darsum getting the finish right now. So this is a 2v2, a good old 2v2. They do. They managed to get the body side, and they still have Chris up, actually. This could make a 3v2, and this would be huge for Josh's team. We talked about how tight it is at the top. If they get these eliminations here, Josh has the blue lever action. He's going to come out, puts the stare on the head, gets the angle, the big shot. Darsum goes down, Chris goes down, but Josh comes through. Can he do it? Can he make it happen here? Needs to get the piece control in the box, gets the cone down, misses the shotgun, the AR comes out, and Josh capitalizes. They get the 3 eliminations, the 6-point swing, and that pushes them clear of the 7th place. That pushes them up into top 7 now, and a big early game for a team that, like I said, has been struggling on Surge. This could actually be a blessing, Monster.
Yo, definitely, man. That's a 6-point swing now for a team but like we said, it's so close down towards the bottom. And don't forget, what comes next is that reboot round. So if these top 8 teams continue to push away the way that they have, especially in this final game here, well, that'll mean is they're effectively gatekeeping everyone else out. That means the final game, we might cover who's going to be able to actually fight for the reboot slot, because that's what's up next.
That's what's up next. And I mean, those are the most exciting games that only got introduced last season. And man, Monster, what a good addition. It was genuinely some of the most hyped games. At the end of the night here, we're going to be playing it out at what, like 8:30 my time. I don't even know what time in the morning for you, Monster, but I guarantee the hype will be real. 3:30 a.m. But the hype will be real regardless, as we see Tweaky's team here unfortunately struggling a little bit. They're bringing out, you know, some of the interesting skin shows. We've got the polar bear, we've got the Christmas tree, trying to see what they can do. And I mean, they're about 6 points on the leaderboard, but they're going up against a 31-point team. And that might not seem like a lot when we're looking at our first place teams pushing 200 points. But like we said, for those top 2 places in the top 8 especially, anyone can have one big game and jump up right now. I mean, top 10 is literally a victory royale and a few eliminations in one single game. That's all it's going to take.
Yeah, these are the teams especially that can do it. The teams that run as deep as the 8-team slots like Kyoto, Jamal, and Kilo. They are very much in this conversation still, because again, that top spot is only 30 points away. Top 8 was 30 points away, is what I should say. Now 6 points away further than that, because of the fact Josh got all those elims. So again, the better Josh and company do, the higher the threshold goes, and the harder it is for anyone now to catch up and give them a run for their money. But Coyote here, still fighting for it. The Victory Royale is such a game swinger, such a momentum swinger for anyone now.
Such a momentum swinger is 5 health on the board. Can they do it? And no, we do. We have them get in here. We get to see the polar bear dance moves right now. They're not even going to go for the revive. They're hitting the dance moves first, showing their priorities here in this lobby, as now we have Gandhi loves Aussie. I've got to find out if that has anything to do with me, as well as Clues in this one in Coral Castle. And this is an awkward fight. This is kind of feels like those Coliseum fights with all those archways where you can't really build a lot of these spots. And any team that has a lot of experience fighting here will have the advantage, because they'll know those angles and they'll know where they can build and where they can't. As you see Kaiba's team right now breaking out these builds to try and clear out those archways so they can build the walls in there.
Yeah, definitely got to start, terraforming this interior. Otherwise, it becomes a really awkward place to fight. Coral Castle is going to be inside the zone. Seems like that's a first for the stage here tonight. So you've had a lot of central zones, honestly, some pretty decent ones. And no, never mind, I lied. There it is. The zone's going to show. It's going directly east here, so it's not going to last here for very much longer. That means that this fight becomes more and more not very good to take, if you will.
Yeah, it's not the greatest fight. I mean, at least it's a north zone on the eastern side, so it's not too bad for this team if they're going to make the rotate around there. There is a team that's been playing out of Shark as well on top of these teams, so they're not the only team in this area. Even once they eliminate them, there really is 2 teams at Coral, 1 team at Shark, so they got to be careful of that. I'm surprised the Shark team hasn't moved on over. Never mind, there it is on the mini map in the bottom right on the north side. Shark team's looted up. We got Team Teddy rolling in, trying to get the third party situation going, and they're going to show up by far the healthiest in this fight.
Yeah, they're going to slide on into this battle here. Vit's looking for the angles. Elo going up onto the old builds. Teddy as well. This is looking very scary. There goes the first shot. That's going to kick things off. Give them a little temperature check for the situation at hand. Get their
usually trying to feel out the surge. Do you have the shield as well? Are you getting some blue tags, white tags? What are you feeling? How healthy are they? Because when you push into these fights, they've been long drawn out. You know they're looking weak, but just how weak are they? Not too bad here. Again, they're trying to take the fight onto Guandi's team right now, who does have the shield here. Constant goes down. Kaiba's looking pretty weak. Boo's in there. Bazy. So right now, Guandi and Clue need to do big things. Never mind. Clue's shield is out of there. There's only 1 team. Never mind. 0 players in this fight that aren't Team Teddy that have shield. And man, they are just getting walked through as you'd imagine. But some of the eliminations are converting over to Bazy there, which is one of the first teams that was here at Coral Castle. Team Teddy so far, while breaking this fight apart, hasn't actually got any of the points or the eliminations to show for it, but you have to imagine they're going to clean this one out.
Yeah, they're struggling right here, and he's down and out. Like, Guandi doesn't have anything to show for it. No elims, no heals, barely any mats, and I'm not even sure if he's got the reboot cards. Teddy's going to go ahead and walk in. They find DLS team, and yes, DLS Boo goes down, and now shoot out to some really low HP. He's still fighting back, though. He's not giving up just yet.
Never mind.
He attacks one. Okay. All of a sudden, wait, this is I wouldn't say winnable, but it's a situation now because Guandi's still up. Oh, he gets in the mix there. No, wrong teams are fighting each other.
It's a 2v1v1, and no, never mind, the 2 solos run into each other. They've got bad blood here, the blood in the water over at Coral Castle. They closed it out as Vit's team disengaging, or Vit's is for the reboot. I think that's a little bit premature here. I think stay with your teammate, make it a 2v1, close this fight out, then go for the reboot. But Vit's is going to go for it. Guandi will be held down here by Elo Possum, and I guess that's an extra bit of loot they're going to be able to give back to Teddy after this fight. So pretty good for them, but they're only walking away so far with potentially 2-3 of the eliminations if they get the last one of the 6 that was up for Author. Either way, a good push for them, but they need to capitalize on this one quickly because, like you said, they don't have zone.
And just after that, like with the wide shot, we saw there's another team looking just on the edge. So if you can see on the side of that map, they're peeking in ever so slightly. They know what's going on here, so it doesn't really matter what unfolds here. There's going to be a problem waiting for. There's going to be a checkpoint at the outskirts of this new zone here, and they're just waiting. They're just because the Storm's going to do the rest. The Storm's going to force him in. There it is. It's capped on the other side there with Anon and Knockness.
Knockness right now, I talked about him. I said coming off the console track, coming onto PC, really is one of the better players out there who's kind of, being really unrecognized here. 30 points on the board. They need to do some big things to jump up. Again, playing with a non-NCAP World Cup caliber player. Really need to make some statements pretty soon. And holding this team is a good strategy. Ultimately, got to hit some of these snipes, though, or at least some of the big AR tags. And never mind, Anon has the epic assault rifle. So really confident. Never mind, so does Cat there, the heavy assault rifle, though. Also worth pointing out as well there, you may saw it for a brief moment. We do have Cat rocking the Twitch drops back bling as well, which you can actually get from watching the stream here as well. We do have the drops enabled on the main Twitch channel here. So if you guys want to be able to grab those, just log into your Epic Games account on the website, link your Twitch account, watch for 20 minutes, and you will be able to pick up that exclusive back bling that you see Cat rocking there as well. Trying to push in this fight on the edge, and man, this zone is looking really, really good for SPG. Chris, Josh, and Dasami tuned in at the start. It's gone right to the edge, just near Steamy. They got their surge, and now they get zone. So if they can get a phenomenal game here again, as Guandi going for the reboot goes down.
Yeah, I don't think you realize you have to stay alive when the reboot goes off, otherwise your teammates don't come in. Almost was a good play.
Is unfortunate. I think maybe he thought they were going to get the reboot, then they could revive him. It was a decent play. He went for the full send, and unfortunately, that's the teammate we all want, right, Mons? The teammate that holds the revive, just holds it through everything, gives it all to get you back up, and unfortunately, it doesn't pay out for them, though, as Apolox gets surprised by a player right in his face, real close here. I think they were hiding under the builds. Apolox clearly didn't know they were there. There's a gas can in there as well. Need to be be careful capitalizing on that body as Decker goes down here. Apolox putting in the damage after being surprised. They could go down here. This is Apolox, Rivley, and Clean. This is our last game Victory Royale winners who've jumped up to 118 points. But as I say that, never mind. They're proven why they're up there in the standings. They're in that top 3 position. They're in second place, actually, as they close out this fight after being ambushed pretty cleverly, I would say. I'm surprised they managed to survive that.
Yeah, definitely. But here's the thing. Those points, once again, they're funneling upwards towards the top placing spots. Remember, the more that it kind of pads up the top spots, the closer it is down at the bottom, the more volatile it becomes for the final games as we're approaching these last rounds. Now, this is game 5 here, guys, of the 6. Right after this, we'll have that short intermission into the reboot round. So again, what's on the line is you got to break top 16 or break top 8. Top 16, at least you get a fighting chance for reboot round. Top 8, obviously you get to punch your way to the grand finals, but the way this is all shaping out is becoming closer and closer. Here's a little RPG play, not one that we expected. Here's a team, again, RPG's been just hard for us to track down today. I don't know why. This is probably the most difficult thing. We don't really know who's had it. It's been all over the place, different hands, right?
I think different teams have been handing it off, and it's also hard because a lot of the aggressive teams at the top have been eliminating the teams that I think managed to grab it around the early game and then taking it for themselves. As we do have Toy Swag and Jedi Knight, another team on that triple digits. And if you're just tuning in, if you've missed it so far today, we're in the second last game, like Monster said, but we have a really top-heavy leaderboard right at that very top 5 and 6. But when it breaks down to 7th and 8th, that's where the big gap is. So there is pretty much the rest of the lobby vying for those 2 spots in 7th and 8th. Don't get me wrong, another team could jump up. I'm looking at teams like Will Roan and Esches to have a massive game to jump them inside the top 5. But there is a 30-point gap right now between 6th and 7th. That is almost unheard of on a leaderboard. That is where the big divide is, and that only leaves 2 spots that everyone else is jockeying for unless they can have that monumentally massive game. But if you're below 50 points in 4 games, to try to get 50 in 1, it's a pretty tall ask. It's not undoable. You can see why we're really talking about that 7th and 8th spot.
Yeah, not to mention, you'd have to get 50, and then the teams at the top have to get nothing in order for you to really break into that top 5. And that's what makes it so staggering. That's what makes it so, like, just close. And for us, tough to call, right? Honestly, but you mentioned Esh as well and Ronan. They're definitely very much in that conversation as one of the few teams that can actually do that. There's only a couple that have the points to do it. Chris Dearson and Josh being the other, Kanla, Toby, Rama, and Sadla being the other as well. We haven't really seen much of them. And then, surprisingly, Baffle, M1, and Sako, after that last round, they are there as well because that second place was a big deal.
Yeah, Goeg, Scam, and Zalka. I should say more. Goeg and Scam managed to clutch up some big points last game as Zalka didn't connect. The 6th elim 9th. So if they've got the full trio in here, they're Timmy's pick for a reason. They really should be up there on the leaderboard, but had a very, very unfortunate night here. You see them on the west side of that map shot there as a full trio. So things looking good. We all made it in. That's it's sad that that's an achievement right now, but they've already played 1 game where none of them made it in and 1 game as a duo. So they're set up in a decent spot as long as they've managed to get their surge taggers. We see Apolox, Rivley, and Clean setting up for a little bit of an ambush onto a team that really needs this. Like we just said, there is Toby Rama that's above them, and I think they're hoping they drop down here. They have enough builds to base, but I think they're just going for the good old cheeky battle royale strat here is, oh, they're below Surge. The team above them's below. They could really push aggressively into this as we also have Team Talon pushing in now, trying to make their way into the Orchard. This is an interesting choice of positioning for Apolox.
Yeah, and I mean, they hear what's going on up above. They definitely hear it. They can hear the chug splashes coming out as well. So, ex-Conla, you can see Tobarama, they're trying to decide if they're going to out-heal this one. It's only 3 teams have to go down, but it's... I mean, it's not moving. They're the 3 players. Like, I don't know if they realize this or not, but they're the 3 players. I think they figured it out now. There it is.
They need to get damage. You're right. No one can lose damage because no one's going to go down. You're the only 3 above it. So you have to do damage. It's not going anywhere unless those players or teams die to someone else on the map and they go down. They get eliminated somewhere else, which isn't going to happen if they don't have to play active. These are the fights that matter, the ones whether you go active on the walls, as Rivley is doing just that. Toys in here as well. And there it is. Toy Swag managing to pick it up, though. Right now, they're doing a bit of damage. They're wounding this team as Sadler is looking like a duo now, and the shots are coming in, and we still have the Surge. Never mind, the Surge is gone. One less thing to worry about.
And one less thing to worry about at the cost of what, though? In exchange, can he get the second? If he gets the second, this is really good for him. Remember, this is a bubble team right here. One of the few that we can actually root for to break into top 10 here. Continue to hold it on through. Let's see. It's back and forth. A little bit of a reset. His two teams are down. But if they're down to the Storm Surge, which I think one of them was, then that reboot card is no longer accessible.
Reboot cards are not accessible, and this is big as well. This was our 7th place team coming into this. It was just above Desum, Josh, and Chris. We talk about that 7th and 8th spot. That's what a lot of the conversation is going to be around. We managed to have Josh's crew pick up 3 eliminations on spawn at Steamy the first time they were contested. So that's 6 points they've picked up, and right now we have Conlon, Toby Rama, and Sadler wounded right now. So they're going to be potentially not picking up as many points as I think I just saw Conlon go down. So that's the full trio out. So it looks like we have a chance for Josh, Desum, and Chris to jump up even higher to really secure that top position, because if they can jockey up towards that 100-point mark, that's what they need to be really, really secure coming into this one. They're right on the bubble. One big game is all they need, and everything is going their way here, as it looks like I can see them right there. They're the ones taking shots onto Team Baffle, and they're in a good spot with good mats and their Surge.
And just to put it like on a stage for you guys, that was a clash between 2nd, 3rd, and 7th place, by the way, for Storm Surge. And just to try and get comfortable, the 7th place team being the one that was, in the most peculiar situation. Literally, the 3 players above the Surge or just below the Surge, so the only team getting targeted. Rough spot to be in, and then tough opponents to be going up against.
Right now, I'm really honestly, my respect for Cypher. I've always respected him as a competitive veteran. He's been around in the scene for a long time, done big things for the region, curating practice since the very, very early days. One of the first people who really established OCE pro scene practice and kind of kept it running for a while there. And I mean, honestly, taking these games serious to the very end. They had qualified in 2 games. They're still showing up playing their best Fortnite. They're not running around the map and making weird plays that affect other people. And honestly, I have to up the respect for that. As a team that I have a lot of respect for, Irox's team, that is our New Caledonian team that just managed to take down Apolox and Rivley, a team that's up there on the leaderboard. So we've seen some big teams doing big things on 100 ping. Obviously shouting out Zwitty, Toggle, and Fizz, who managed to unfortunately not make the grand final, but made the qualifying round 4 in all the qualifying weeks on 100 ping from Southeast Asia. So we got some, like, I don't want to say international. OCE is really made up of predominantly 2 countries, Australia and New Zealand, but I love to see some other talent show up as well.
Yeah, definitely. Every representation definitely makes this much more of a bigger affair here, though. Toy Swag is going to get taken out here, traded out. That 2nd and 3rd place teams colliding onto one another. No, there's actually onto Olbap. Saw a little bit of him before, so a little bit of a mix-up, and he does get the save. That's a rare occurrence this late into the round, especially when he gets caught out in his own box like that. But Sunswick looking up now, trying to get involved in the mix here, not looking to let this pickup go down.
Trying to see if they can find something here. They've got a good spot of zone. This is going to be the big decisive factor. They've got 46 seconds till half shows. This is what's going to really kind of tell the story in the second last game. This is where you need a bit of the luck from those RNG gods. You need something to go your way. Can you get that prestigious half, especially if you've got the Storm Surge like Jedi Talon's team does with 2,200 damage above Surge here. But I mean, right now, no rockets in the RPG, the purple tack, the purple A assault rifle, but no extra meds here as Toy Swag is down to an effective. Never mind, I was going to say no meds. Looks like they got 1 flopper to hand around, as they do have the New Caledonian team right next to them, who's going to be looking a little bit scared right now. That is 2 of the best teams in this lobby right now. Is that 1st and 2nd right now? That is 1st and 3rd that's set up right next to them, with 2nd place team going down. So they're in a scary spot, but if they get zoned, that would be massive.
And the TKL boys already lost in teammate there too, so now take a look here. Ooh, Trixie SPG once again on the other side of the barrel, the wrong side. Sinner falling, Gek looking to see what they can do here. And all these teams, man, they need just huge games, right? Cat Flubber, Knockness, Anon, they just need big games here if they want to continue to at least put themselves in the question, in the conversation for the final rounds. Now, though,
Zone does pull south. We've got a far south zone half. That was going to go to our New Caledonian team. It's going to go into the hands of our 1st and 3rd place teams, which is scary for the rest of these lobbies, because we talked about it, Monsters. More and more of those top teams get those zones. They get the half, which we know gives a massive win condition. They jump up higher on the leaderboard, and they're taking points from the other teams that need it down below, which is great for those teams that are already inside that top 8 trying to hold on here, as Baffle, Seiko, and M1 is one of the teams trying to break in. They're a full trio. They've made this rotate 2 floppers, 3 splashes, Ashes. They're looking fantastic going into this end game right now as Zalka is also in this. So this is the chance for teams like that. I haven't seen Will, Ronan, and Ashes to have their big jump up as everyone's jockeying for this high ground on the half-half. Who's going to have the big game? As everyone knows, 30 points for the victory royale. This is your second last chance to try and get it. You need to make it happen now. There's no point taking those kind of, second tier positions. Get the high ground, get the position you need, and alpha it up because now is your last chance.
Yeah, for sure. And look, they're not even alphaing it like you mentioned, Raikou here. But a more passive position here. Still boxed up, so there has to be another team looking inside, possibly making it that much more tougher. But no, SPG Trixie's going to go ahead and start moving on into Gek is down. He's going to, or Gek is up, trying to save Fallen here for a second now. He will be able to pick up this reboot or the save here, but man, no eliminations for that trio there. Not a single one this late into the round.
That's rough. And I mean, you've only just broken into 17, like you said. So placement, I mean, you spent so long in this game. Think about how long you spent into the game, how many things you have to do right just to make it to first rotating zone, to get no eliminations and no placement points, or one at best. As I talked about, where's Ashes, Will, and Ronan? I mean, they're bouncing in front of the wrong player. Slayer with that epic assault rifle can really put the beam in. They've got the loadout they need as well. And because of that beam, I guarantee Ashes, Will, and Ronan's plan was to crank up then, try to take that high ground position on the front side of rotating zone, but that beam from Slayer now weakens them. They have to box up, and Slayer, Radius, and Fluxy get their chance to shine. They get to be up nice and high in the sunlight and seeing what they can do with it, as Ashes, Will, and Ronan are now down on the front side, but 85 below.
Yeah, they find themselves below the surge. They're going to have to fight here. There are way too many players that have to go down now, so this is going to be a super, super active engagement here coming into zone number 7. Dances on the other side trying to get into a fight as well with District here. They find themselves up at 51 points now. These are those bubble teams now fighting, vying for a position at 7th and 8th spot. Where is Josh though? Josh is still up. Chris and Deer, yes, I see them right there. They're in the mix on the outskirts. Again, their rotates have been really good when they've made it to these endgame instances. You have to gas them up for that, because you're just seeing that they're staying ahead and they're staying in front of those zones. Really textbook plays here.
There it is.
Look at this.
And that's at the hands of Derson. We saw what Josh can do as the fragger last game, dropping those 8 eliminations, but Derson really does lead this team. He was the missing piece of the puzzle for Chris and Josh, who've been playing together for quite a few seasons now. They got their surge early. That's their biggest issue. Now they're in the end game. They can play a little bit more safe and just kind of stay inside there, get those placement points, go backwards and forwards to these old tops. If they can get 1 or 2 eliminations, that top 3, this is their chance to punch their ticket to the grand finals. Fluxy, Slayer, and Radius need even more, though. They haven't had any big game yet, so they don't need a good game. They need a phenomenal game, Monster. They need that victory royale. Nothing short of that will be able to do it here. They have to have the big jump up, as we are now inside the top 9 teams. We're pushing towards that top 3, and Radius's team has only just, not even now, got their first elim. There it is, 1 elimination on the board, Monster. They need to make things happen soon. This win's not going to be enough unless they can back it up with a back-to-back win in Game 6 as well.
Yeah, no, it's not enough. They need to continue to keep raining down the fire shots from up above, keep bringing in the pressure. Let's see what they can do down below. Eshes, Ronan, and Will. I think they've had enough of high ground pressuring them, though. You can see they're starting to try and look up, see if they can find anything, but no, the angles are not good enough, and instead, they're going to have to give it up here. I think they're running out of material. High ground 2 is also running out of material. Only 2 elims into Slayer's hands. Ronan gets in there. Deersum goes down. This is so
Chris
bad now.
No.
And again, they're neck and neck. These guys are neck and neck. They're right there next to one another. Just still, though, the pop-off factor, 4 elims already.
Ashes, Will, and Ronan found their way down onto Derson and Chris, and unfortunately, Josh has to do it again as a solo. He has to do the big clutch again. I told you he's been practicing this with me. Unfortunately, I'm usually the anchor, so now he needs to do something big here in these games to push forward. Gek's team in this. That's Fallout's underrated pick. We have Slayer, Fluxy on the high ground, going for the med kit heal off. I like this, but does he get it off? I think he does. He just gets off with 4 health. He has the 33 builds. Beautiful, smart play from Josh here. That was such a smart med kit. If he can secure top 3, this top 3, that was massive. That med kit alone could be enough to clutch this team's qualification. Genuinely, I'm sorry. I'm so proud right now. That is a top 3. 6-point swing. They secure it again. Ashes, Ronan, and Will right now jumping up towards 100 as well. I said if any team could have that big 50-point game, it's going to be them to jump up here, as Radius, Fluxy, and Slayer need this. They need this more than Ashes' team. They're going for the win, but only 2 eliminations on the high ground, Monster.
Yeah, so now we've absolutely seen two teams really jump up and solidify themselves some serious positioning here coming into these final games. And this is becoming closer and closer now. This last game is going to be a race of who can actually maintain their spots. But now it's a 3-on-3 clash, and the low ground squad naturally is going to get stomped out here. But still, what a phenomenal run.
A huge shakeup on the leaderboard as we see two teams now break into that triple point threshold right now on the 100 points. We see Ash's team do it. We saw SPG, Chris, Josh, and Daresum do it as well. Fluxy and Radius and Slayer, though, they had a big game monster, but they were still around 70. Like, they have to have the huge game 5 and 6 that we've seen so many other teams do here out of OCE. The potential is there. The story is there, but they've left it till literally the last opportunity.
Yeah, definitely. They're going to have to clutch up. I mean, your boys, Josh, too. Josh, Chris, and Daresum, now they're getting contested at their draw spot. The last game, they popped off. Don't get me wrong. They definitely clutched up, but that's not the way you want those drops to go. So still, it's risky for everyone.
It's risky for everyone, but you think right now, we saw on Asia and NA East Heat 2 today, 102 points was the highest threshold for qualification of top 8 on any of the heats in any region. So if you're seeing teams around that low 100s, I have to think it would be enough. But again, we'll see if the analysts agree with me, because they're going to break everything down and see how close this is coming into game number 6, the last game of OCE semifinals. Take it away, guys. It could not be more exciting.
This is where really push comes to shove. But okay, I had a friendly little bet between you both. I was just saying, if you were betting men, who would you kind of have your money on? And Timmy, I know exactly what's going on. How much are you paying these players? Because I can't believe that Slayer, Fluxy, and Radius, after kind of sitting around 17th on the leaderboard, managed to have an amazing game. It's kind of just giving me those vibes of Zora and Jarlin yesterday as well.
Yeah, you got to remember Zora, Jarlin, and Squeaks. Last night, in the 5th game, exactly the same scenario. They managed to clutch up with a 10 elim win. Now, these guys didn't have as many elims because it pulled back and across old builds, so it was really difficult for them to find shots through on weak players. But these guys clutching up when it matters most. They needed that big game to put them into that qualifying threshold. And there's no doubt now in my mind now that they're at least in the reboot round stages. But now they've really put a good performance in to make it through to the automatic qualifiers, their fallout.
Yeah. Big time and experienced players step up in big time moments. And Slayer, World Cup qualifier, has competed on LAN at both Australian Opens and the World Cup. Of course, he's going to pop off when it matters the most, alongside Radius, the IGL of this squad, and Fluxy, I think, a co-IGL on this team. Very, very great team and individual performance from them. They hold high ground and they maintain control in the late game. And I love how they play this, right, on the rotations, near perfect. A couple other micro stories here. Fallen and Gek, you see them on screen right now. They were in shambles at some point, were able to get the revive and actually duo their way to a top 4 finish, plus a decent amount of eliminations, so that might help them a little bit, at least to secure that reboot round. We'll see. Radius, Slayer, and Fluxy is the key story there. Another big moment. Ozzy hit the nail on the head. Josh and that med kit to buy him time to place 3rd place, plus a few eliminations to just further their spots in the standings. That's going to hopefully guarantee them a top 8 finish, but they're going to have to perform here in game 6.
I reckon so, because this is where really, as I said, push comes to shove. You're out of chances now. After this is the reboot round. If you don't want to play the reboot round, because only one team gets to go to finals from that, that's a lot of pressure. But if you want to be safe, you need to rank in that top 8. So let's go take a look at the standings. And Timmy, I'll get you to kick this one off. Let's see how everyone's kind of progressing and which teams we need to keep an eye on for their last chance.
Yeah, so as Fallout was saying there, Josh and co managed to get their mid kit off for that final moment. But another team that we saw there right at the end game, Mavericks, Machu, and Elusive, a team that I wasn't necessarily expecting to be here, but man, Mavericks and co have shown up today and absolutely popped off. As expected, Pumpkin, Cypher, and Suns at the top, Talon, Jedi, and Toy Swag in 3rd, Apolox, Clean, and Rivoli in 4th, and then Zanz, Ori, and Raikou. Again, some of these guys that we haven't necessarily put a whole bunch of focus on in the broadcast that are just constantly farming those placement points, getting a few elims here and there, which is really, really helpful to their campaign for top 8 here, Fallout.
Yeah, that's exactly right. 6th place, Faulty, Trixie, and Venice. Really, really good showing for them. 110 points, put themselves in a decent cushion here, but they got to perform, right? They're not necessarily guaranteed. Everyone on this page right now, Chris, Josh, and Daresome, they've gone huge in the last 2 games. I've been so impressed, but it's crazy. Will, Ronan, and Esches, a team that I think a lot of us would have thought would have been in the top 3 coming into this tournament, they're now on the bubble alongside Baffle Season. Will we see another hashtag Baffle Season trending in the reboot round, or will Baffle be able to clutch up here in Game 6? It all comes down to this. In 10th place right behind them, well, it's Radius, Fluxy, and Slaya. This is going to be an insane game number 6. Who's going to pop off? Who's going to have ice in their veins is my question as we take a look at the next 2 pages.
Yeah, biggest thing to point out, 24-point difference there between number 8 and number 9. So there does need to be some good shifts there for something to happen. I can't wait to see if any of those teams make it work. But moving through, Goig, Scammed, and Zorka not too far behind those guys in 9th and 10th. So there might be some shifting here. Any one of these teams could make that push, but it's going to be down to them to make it happen, Fallout.
Yeah, with 95 points being the threshold for 8th place right now, we are talking a win and a few eliminations for any of these teams you see on these last 2 pages. Sinnerfallen and Gek, they did a good job breaking into that top 16 with a decent showing right there. But again, they're going to need a performance if they want to get into that reboot round. And of course, a variety of other teams you see on screen here. This team that you mentioned playing outside of Australia, New Zealand, TKL in 19th place. We'll see if they can make it into the top 16, into the reboot round, which will be played once again right after this. That reboot round, that one match to qualify, winner take all, is going to be right after this tournament. I could not wait, Vandy.
It's funny to me as well because Timmy said he was the most hyped for the reboot round. And yourself, you've also been bouncing off your seat as well, Fallout. You were both super excited to see it. Your enthusiasm rubbed off me. I can't wait to see it, but we need to get through match number 6 first. We've got the storylines here. We know which teams we need to see. Hashtag Baffle Season. If you want your boy to be able to skip reboot round this time around, they're going to need your support. Let's check in with our casters, Aussie Antics and Monster.
Baffle Season, it was a great story, but like we said, they've got the caliber to avoid having to do it again. They wouldn't want to go back in the reboot round. Obviously, Monster, you picked them, but 23 points down. This is a huge gap, and it's literally right between 8th and 9th. Like, when you're talking storylines, how perfect is this leaderboard for a story?
Yeah, definitely. All the caster picks are up there. Definitely on the bubble here. I say we have a 6-man race here for the last 2 slots here. The viable slots. Look at, oh my gosh, the stacks here. Seems like they have all the players up top again. So the boys, Josh and crew, are being contested one more time here. Can they do it for the final round here? And so is Retail Row. Retail Row now has company there too. So Esches, Ronan, they have a team on top of them. These are, again, squads that we want to root for and see come out, but only if you were going to walk away here happy.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting one. And like I said, unfortunately for Chris, Josh, and Daresome, this is the drop spot that they've come into most recently. So I don't know how much experience they have it when it's contested. I like the way they're playing it. They're dropping back into the final areas of the Steamy Stacks. We don't have a sniper rifle in Josh's back pocket, which opened up that last fight. There's some more shield being handed over as well. We'll have to see how they play this one, as there it is. The sniper's being dropped there. They're respecting what Josh can do with it. He really is dangerous with it. As right now we have Iman Gryffindor up on top of the Steamy Stacks right now, trying to see if they can look down into this fight and see if they can find a way into it. They don't have any spare meds, but they're all 100. They have the very big health advantage. Josh can see him, just got to make sure there's no one else on top of that stack. I like these checking and being careful, but he's trying to keep eyes on Gryffindor there, and this is a game that will decide who automatically qualifies, who gets the top 8, because right now this is your 7th place team we're watching here, only 4 points clear of 8 though, so that will not hold as they're hitting the stacks. They're setting up. Darsome's behind this hill trying to use it, trying to get this medal for a bit of material. And right now, this is a team that's on 8 points. They have no chance of, I think, even potentially making top 16. So this really does matter most for Chris, Josh, and Daresome.
Yeah, 16th place is 40 points there. So you'd have to imagine they have to win and just do something ridiculous just to break it into that threshold there for top 16. So for Daresome and crew, they definitely have a lot, but hold up, they're diving in. So this is a 3v2 dive if Daresome cannot get up and over to Chris and Josh here. Gryffindor is going to back up. Waiting for Junes now. And yeah, it's just a little bit of passive play. They kind of test the waters there to see what would happen. They get a lot of tags though, which is big in its own.
Yeah, big in its own right now. And June's up on top of this second stack right now. And this is what's scary for them right now. They've got the double sniper, so that's what's going to probably open that one up there. We'll keep our eye on the feed to see how that fight plays out right now, as we've got a fight over Holy Hedges. This team on 48 points. They need to have a pretty fantastic game to jump up into that top 8. But you got to remember, we got eyes on that top 16 as well. Teams really need to try and qualify and get through into that reboot round, because anyone could win it. Hugh winning the last one from OCE definitely wasn't a favorite going into it. So any team could really pop off and have their moment. So we do have to keep focusing on that top 16, not just top 8, but really those 8 teams that go through is going to be the big storylines and the game changers. But this fight over Holly could decide also the reboot round.
Yeah, for sure. And you can see we're just going to be tapping in and out here. And no, it's not looking very good. They're looking a little bit more worse for wears, as Josh is down to no shield. Chris still tagged him the last time he got clipped with that one little shotgun shot. They don't have anything to work off of. The longer they stay there, kind of pinned down, trapped, the less they're able to actually loot. You can tell the other trio there, June's trio, they're actually taking advantage of holding them down, pinning them down, and looting the rest of the vicinity.
They're trying to loot down the area around it. Here it is, scammed Goeg and Zalka. This is important now. A team that Timmy had picked as the favorites. We've talked about all night. They've had some pretty bad luck. I saw Scam taking to Twitter, not frustrated, just upset. He said, look, I don't complain about this game much, but man, this has not been our night. But if any team can have that huge game 6 to jump up here, it's probably going to be their team or Esh's team that doesn't need a huge game. They're in 8th place, but Goeg, Zalka, and Scam could play spoiler here in the very last game, as Clue is just hiding around inside the building, and Holy Hedges has a full trio of very, very good players on the wall. As we see in the top there, Daresum goes down to June, so the Steamy Stacks fight is breaking down. It is changing hands right now, and I don't know who has the advantage. There it is, June's tuning in, so Daresum's in there. Josh and Chris have to make big things happen. Mako's going low right now. Mako goes down, June's goes down. Chris going toe-to-toe, stepping up here. Chris has to do it. He's getting the finishes. He gets both siphons, and no, they go down. But that is 2 eliminations. That is a 4-point swing that goes in their favor. That might be enough. So now, Eyes is going to be on Esh's team right now. Eyes are going to be on Baffle's team, Radius. Who can overtake them? Unfortunately, it is a team on 14 points that takes them out. So you hate to see it, but their top 8 could hold.
Yeah, that's the worst kind of team right there. The one that contests is the one on the bubble, on the qualifying run. But hey, 103 points is going to be where Chris, Daresum, and Josh end this one right now. Is it going to hold, chat? Listen, I want to see the feels out there. They're going to need the vibes, man, because this is going to be a close run. Now, it really comes down to whether or not will Ronan and Eshes pop off. If they pop off, then, and again, they trail further and further behind, and it's up to everyone else to continue to make it on through. So this is still anyone's game right now. We're still rooting for people like Goeg, Zalker, and Scam 2 to do well, which already they're on the right footing here.
You have that big jump up there. That's our 7th place team game down. So right now we're looking at pretty much Will, Ronan, and Ashes in 8th too. So they need to make something big happen. We saw early on, they look like they were contested at retail, right, Monster? So I'm not really sure how that's going out for them. We haven't seen anyone in the feed, them on the receiving or giving end of the elimination. So maybe that team took a bit of loot and disengaged, but Ashes, Will, and Ronan are going to be gunning right now. And I know Chris's team is going to be nervous because, again, that's why they were my pick. They're a very scary team coming into this. They are a tier 1 team in OCE. So they could have a huge game 6. We have to see if 104 points is going to hold. This is just like watching NA East earlier today, Monster. You're just cheering for those teams that go down early in the last game in top 8, just hoping they can hold on to it. This is pushing to be a record for qualifying points, though, right now. If 104 doesn't hold, that is going to be tremendously high for a heat.
Yeah, no, this is definitely up and over the threshold I think we've seen of any region so far. It's just been that top heavy. And honestly, it's getting that close now into the final round. It's coming down to the victory royale potentially here. And honestly, it's not very often you see a point hold, right? Like a team fall and then actually qual through by staying at the top, holding the points. I think we saw it with Backwood Bucky, right? A very rare instance where you find enough points early on and then are able to just hold it out. But we'll see now. We're just seeing it back and forth here. Remember, these are fights for top 16. These are fights to continue on into the reboot round, which we'll be covering tonight right after this. So definitely don't go anywhere. It's not just 6 games of Fortnite. You get that bonus reboot round where the victory royale is all that matters. No eliminations, no kind of format, nothing like that. Just win the game.
just win the game, the big victory out, the full send. We're gonna have to see who's in that one as Sunswick goes down. Our first place team, one of the players is out of here as this Coral Castle fight has gone backwards and forwards. And these teams right now, they're jockeying for 16th. Right now, 16th is 43 points. They're trying to see if they can stay up in that margin as well. So we're gonna focus on that point threshold to try to tell that storyline. But top 8 is what a lot of people are gunning for. And you can't be more excited coming into the last game when you know what the points are set at for one of the teams in top 8. It's 104 and seeing who else can take it. Here it is. Esches, Ronan, and Will. This is your team right now that I talked about being in 8th. They got contested at retail. It looks like maybe they're the ones who ran Monster because they're not looking healthy at all. This is not an uncontested team's loadout.
Yeah, they understand what's at stake here, and honestly, you got to respect them for the disengage, just showing that they're putting it all on the line here, and Woodland plays smart for it as well. Here's Voltis Zalku right now, again back against the wall. Another squad that could realistically do something here, could continue to pop off. They've had I guess quite a run today. They've been outside of I'd say the limelight, but definitely close enough to be in striking distance to do something big here. As have Baffle, M1, and Saka. We haven't seen them many times on the main show, but that's because they just turned up out of nowhere last couple rounds, all of a sudden really making big strides in those end game instances.
Yeah, we talk about Baffle season right now. Unfortunately for them, while they are in 9th place, they were 23 points coming down into this game. So like everyone, the community got behind them last time. Coming into the FNCS, everyone was cheering on Baffle season, seeing if they could somehow pick up the victory royale in the reboot round. It might be a resurgence of Baffle season here because they need the victory royale here in game number 6 to avoid the reboot round, because 23-point deficit when the win is worth 30 is quite a lot. And we just saw that Esches, Will, and Ronan were pretty shambles, and our 7th place team is down. So right now, that is their chance to jump up, because if Esches, Will, and Ronan can't find some loot and kind of scramble their way back into this game, that means 7th and 8th going down mid-game or early would be huge for any of these teams to jump up.
Yep, that's the difference. That's all it takes, is for one team to go down and everyone else to take advantage of that. But here now, Zelker does have that RPG. So again, big weapons in hand for a team that absolutely needs it right here. Looks like they're trying to set up for a box dive potentially here. Look at Goeg really positioning himself up and over the opponent's box. Don't forget, some pretty slick strategies if you really want to get in the box with that RPG, especially if they're not in all metal. So a lot of entry points there, a lot of weaknesses in that base, but Goeg is going to back off. They're going to be passive here, play for the mats. And again, the longer Ronan, Esches, and Will is alive, the slimmer, I'd say, the chances of Josh, Chris, and Dare holding on to their spot that they've been able to secure.
Yeah, they need to try and hold on to it here as well. And I even saw there Ronan had a dragon shotgun with a single shot in it. So right now, it's not just the meds that aren't looking great for that team. It is the ammo as well. But they are holding on. And like we've talked about, usually game 6 is one of the most aggressive games, as you see Cat getting dropped in on here as well. And Nona's in this too. So things looking terrible for our World Cup solo qualifier here, as looking like they might not even be making the reboot round here in heat number 4 of Trio FNCS. And I think that might be all she wrote, unless Anon can just have the Cinderella run comeback of a lifetime. I mean, has the loadout to do it, but that's a tall ask in trios. Duos, maybe. Solos, yes. Trios, it's going to be a tough one.
Yeah, definitely going to be a tough one. 1v3 is just not really feasible against the players of this caliber this late into the round stages, into the weeks. On the other side, though, Radius, Slay, and Fluxy, another team that needs to continue to string it all together. So we have Radius and team. We have Scam, Goek, and Zalker right here, right there. Same point threshold, 76 around that point. And then, of course, we have the players in 8th still jumping around the field. Exactly, right here, right on cue. Esches, Ronan, and Will, they are still holding that spot. So unless you can, literally slay the lobby out and close the gap and take the spot and then outplace them, you need them to go down, right?
Yeah, they need to get into a fight soon. I don't know how much damage they managed to do in the early game, but Storm Surge is not going to be an issue on this first threshold. We've gone down below 70, but we see this quite often. A lot of teams get relaxed thinking, hey, we're a little bit good on Storm Surge now, but the final games where it starts to ramp back up, the players that are in this, the players that have avoided the aggression, they're playing for the end game, they will stay alive, and I would be very, very surprised if we don't get at least active Surge on the next 50 or 30 threshold on the rotating zones. So they need to be careful about doing their damage, and they're trying to build out a wood here and farm what they can back because they don't have good maps coming into this end game. They need to kind of hold on to this one right now, but it is GoEgg, Scammed, and Zalka who are playing catch up, and they're doing a good start. I don't think we can count them out. Timmy picked them for a reason. Vandy's been joking about what are you paying these teams, because honestly, if Timmy says it's going to happen, it more often than not does. So I'd be surprised to not see them have the big game at this point.
Yeah, and not to mention, Esh didn't even have any, ammo to reload his sniper with, so they're down. They're down bad. Medium ammo was low, no heavy ammo to work with. So again, that's a team that's really in the gutters right here, trying to figure something out, trying to really make what's the saying? Make lemonade. There you go. Make the lemonade out of the lemons, man.
There you go. Life gives you lemons.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. They barely work with anything.
And Zalka, though, their team has the RPG. They have the loadout. So we're looking at a team that has less points, but a far better loadout. And this is what it's going to be. Can you rest on the performance you've had so far, or can you jump up and have your big game? As Radius, Fluxy, and Slayer had their big game last game, they got the victory out, but unfortunately, it wasn't really on the back of a lot of eliminations. So they've left it down to game number 6. There are so many teams. If you told me coming into this heat that we were going to see Slayer's team and Scam's team fighting their final game to jump up on the leaderboard, I would not have believed you. They are by far two of the best teams in this heat, and things just haven't gone their way today, but they're leaving it all down to the storyline. But I don't think there's enough room for both of them. I think it's got to be one or the other potentially.
Yeah, no, it literally will be one or the other. There is not enough room for all of them. That's a fact. And here comes a big elimination onto Kiba. Oh my gosh, already they are at 4. Make it 5 if they can conclude on Kiba. If they wipe this team up, that'll be 8 eliminations potentially here, waiting for them to get picked up.
And they're putting up the eliminations they need to right now. That's pretty big. 4 eliminations. That's 8 points they needed. Zalka putting that RPG into play, and that's how you know a sign of a team that's really trying to have their big game. They're not saving the Rockets for the high ground. They're like, look, we're going to take high ground without it because we need these Rockets now to get these eliminations. As Zalka looking weak, they do get the finish. Zalka should be healthy here. That's the minis. That's the bigs. That's 82 points. So right now, they are pushing that 104 threshold that we saw set by Josh, Chris, and Dassim. So they're trying to get up into that top 1 to see if they can make something happen.
Listen, they're really grooving right now. They're like, they're doing what they got to do. That 5th elimination there is going to be a big one. They picked up the 6-2. One gets away, but that's okay because they're comfortable now. And again, those Rockets, they still have plenty of ammunition to work with. Here's Eshes.
Oh, they need this.
Ronan finds himself a knock onto Tomato Burger. This is big. This is big, and now they need to finish it.
Will Ronan Ashes need to make their way in? Ronan's getting sprayed out though, but so is Ashes and Will here. Reigns is putting the fight up right now. Tomato Burger's down, but the spray is coming out. Muzz is still there, so it's a 2v3. One player down. Will's going to get in the box. This fight will decide everything here. This is going to be one of those big fights that is really going to matter for qualification here. If they can get the points up, if they can get the refresh as well. We talked about it. This team is running shambles on the ammo. They only have 19 bullets in the assault rifle. They've got the shotgun there. They have the white heels, but Muzzer and Reigns are nearby. Muzzer and Reigns could cause the upset. Yeah, it's a 2v3, but your team actually has what they need. Do they get a lot of ammo? Do they get a lot of material? That's the Storm Surge right now, picking up the body, holding it up for the big sniping. Unless Ronan didn't really get the ammo. Yeah, it looks like there was a little bit there. That's what they needed to keep them going. They are now 7 points behind Desmond, Chris, and Josh, trying to get even more eliminations on the board.
Oh, it's close. It's so close. And it's all coming down to whether or not teams can actually maintain their points and continue to just rank their way up, because you have Zalker here, Scammed and GoEgg, definitely they're clawing their way up. They're clawing their way right back up. They're keeping themselves in this competition right now at 82 points. They want to finish this fight. They want to continue what they started here. Now, trying to get back into it. But remember, the longer they fight, the more likely they are to draw the rest of the attention of the server. Here it is. Ronan, Eshes, and Will hopping back in, trying to finish up this fight. They get beamed, though. That's the rest of the lobby looking and has to be careful.
That's more eliminations. That's 2 on the board now. 99. They're closing the gap ever so close. And right now, as they're breaking in right now, they're getting towards that top 17 where placement kicks in. Unless they go down in the next 4 teams, every single team that goes down is going to inch it closer and closer. But again, if that jumps them up, that'll only take them above right now Chris, Desmond, and Josh. But they're in 7th. That'll put them in 8th. And then that is the benchmark that is set for the rest of the lobby. Teams like GoEgg, Zalka need to jump up. Teams like Baffle need to jump up. Teams like Radius. So there are so many storylines developing right now. We're just giving you those point benchmarks that these teams need to hit if they have any chance of jumping up.
Yeah, definitely. That 103rd mark is the benchmark for Esh's team. And then everything there, oh man, it's a landslide at that point. But hold up, Radius, Slay, and Fluxy, they're not pulling a Go Exalker though. They're not pulling the Elims that they need to catch up, and they're below the Storm Surge threshold. So honestly, that passive nature, that passive play, playing for endgame, is it going to be worth it? Slow and steadies can definitely win the race, but I don't know. These guys are sprinting their way through.
Fluxy right now trying to jump up. Can you imagine a back-to-back victory royale in game 5 and 6 to qualify as a team with all the pressure, but 46 and below? I said it, I put my name on it. I would be very surprised to see Storm Surge not go active here at 50 threshold or 30, and that's what we got. 55 alive, 5 people about to start getting hit, and unfortunately, right now, it is Slayer's team. I'm talking about the back-to-back victory royale. They need to survive this Storm threshold, or they have no chance of doing it as Bantus, District, and Gustos go up right now, pushing the 70-point threshold. They're going to try and take that high ground on the half-half. This is fantastic for them if they have any chance to jump up, as they need nothing short of, I'd say, probably a 10 elimination victory royale to try and secure this one.
No, I think just one win, because then they break into that 100-point threshold, right? They just need the win, maybe Elim or 2, and that'll be enough to at least break that 100-point threshold.
Yeah, you're right. I'm expecting we got placement. There's still 30 points of placement up for grabs. We're still at 19 teams. You were right. One elimination, just the victory out, could be enough, as we see Venacy, Trixie right now capitalizing onto the team that we saw play spoiler for the SPG crew over at Steamy. They're going to go down here in early endgame before they get to the placement points. I'm in Gryffindor goes down as well. Unfortunate to see. They played from the bottom of the lobby. They went aggressive on a team in 7th, and it doesn't play out for them. But Kyoto right now making big things happen. Fluxy, Radius, and Slayer are very below Monster. 100 damage. They're taking it. One player has to go down, and at this rate, it's going to be them.
They have to take this fight. It's the final moments here now, and the minis are going to go off just in time. Radius is going to manage to get his off. Fluxy's in front here. He might be looking to sack himself, but no. The player threshold does just get eaten into. It does just barely make it on through. Remember, these peppers do heal you for white health, so I'm curious of whether or not he's just going to go ahead and start digging into them. He kind of has to at this point. The shots are trickling through the builds, and yes, he gets knocked there. Unfortunately, they're going to take him on in, but this might be a blessing in disguise. If they can get the save now, you will have more HP here to work with later.
I'm seeing Will Ronan and Ashes jump up in the feed as well. I'm pretty sure with those 2 eliminations, that's going to push them into 7th place right now. So it is going to be that battle of can they hold 7th, or can SPG, Chris, Josh, and Daresome hold 8th? Because right now the teams are gunning for it. There's Ashes, Will, and Ronan. I think they got the points. They're inside the placement with 2 eliminations. I have to think they've closed that 104. So can Baffle jump up? There it is, 103. So right now, all they got to do is survive. It's a tie right now. I think if they survive, one more team going down, one more elimination, Radius is next to them so low, but again, the 8th place could hold if Baffle doesn't jump up. If Go Egg and Scam don't do something big here, because Zalka has gone down.
Oh no, it's gotten that much more closer now. We're seeing how it's also going to start unfolding. Here's Sako, M1, and Baffle. Like we said, don't count them out of this question. Don't count them out of the equation, if you will. 183 damage below that. They still have so much more to do. Realistically, any team now around the 60 and 70 point threshold, if they get a victory royale, or if they get a 10 elim chain with a high placement, is enough to definitely break their way up. Ronan on the bottom, though, the longer they stay alive, the more free placement they're getting. It's 1 point. It's one small point, but it's a crucial point, because now they've officially broken away from Josh, Chris, and Dare, who are now the next threshold for everyone else to catch up to.
Yeah, and Go Egg right now, they talked about it. They had some bad luck here today. You'd want to see Go Egg, Zalka, and Scammed in this one, as it's Bantus, District, and Gustos on the high ground. Again, we talked about how there's those teams that are just kind of there, as Timmy said. They've been doing big things. There it is. The Bantus, Sadler getting eliminations here, and they're jumping up. If they get the victory out, they can do it as well. 82 points. This is going to be such a close leaderboard, as right now, Go Egg and Scammed are pushing towards that 100. I talked about it. Go Egg and Zalka coming second in Duo FNCS Grand Finals. Here's Zalka's gone down. Go Egg's got to try and do it with Scammed as a duo, as Bantus, District, and Gustos are having the game of their career here.
High ground.
8 eliminations on the board. On the high ground, the victory hour would secure this as well.
Yeah, definitely. And 26 players up, so there is so much opportunity for points here. Goeg gets hit. This is scary. He makes the edit, though. Can he clutch up? He needs 2 for 1 here. He gets 1 knock. Here's the siphon. Yes, it's enough. He's going to have to walk in. Greedy it was, but it does play out for him. It does work out. Looks for the side angle. Doesn't hit that one, and no. Starts to run out of builds. This is getting closer and closer. The whole entire run is on Goeg's back. He is so close, yet so far here, and he can't even stop to heal. How's it going to play out here, Ozzy? No, this is a mistake. Get out of the zone. Oh my gosh.
And he hands the elimination over to our high ground team, Bantus, Gustos, and District. I don't think they jumped above. I don't think they got above the 103 threshold. So I don't think they've overtaken 8th place. I think it's guaranteed they've fallen outside 8th place. Such a big run at the end. Favorites to win the reboot round. Will Ronan and Ashes have secured it. They've punched their ticket in game number 6. My caster prediction for the Victory Royale has done big things in game 6, but it's all about the high ground right now. One team has fallen short. Goeg, Zalka, and Scammed have fallen short. District, Gustos, and Bantus, if they even get the top 2, I think they overtake with an elimination. They don't even need the victory, and they're doing it right now. I think this is going to be it. It is crushing for the dreams of Josh, Chris, and Decim as they sit back and watch this as Gustos' team on high ground punch their ticket into the grand final in the 6th game of the day. Ronan goes down. It's 2nd place here. District jumps up. That is it. Unfortunately for Chris, Josh, and Decim, they drop out of top 8. Bantus, Gustos, and District, they can go for the win, for the bonus points if they want, but they have made it as well. We asked the team to step up. We were talking about all these teams that were up there. We didn't talk about District that much, Monster, because they were so far down, but what a monumentally massive game. 12 eliminations and a top 2.
Yeah, definitely. In the 2nd place team, listen, they don't need the points. They're already up there. They're already in the top 5. These guys qualified as well. You're looking at players that will be in the grand final stage here, go toe-to-toe. And it's a good old-fashioned 3v3 situation. What a way to do a celebratory spin around the block here now. What a day of games. This is the last round here before we set up for the reboot. And my gosh, what a run we have seen so far, Ozzy.
And Gustos has the heal off here. They have the slow pitch. They have the splashes, but never mind. Gets one off. Almost doesn't get to use it. They are getting taken out here. Ashes, Will, and Ronan, I talked about how they're going for the bonus points. I think that's going to go over to them. Oreo right now is in here. Raiko right now. Ashes, Will, and Ronan have fallen. Oreo needs to do something big here. They've got the one slow pitch. Do they have the heal off? Bantus is in zone, but right now zone is about to close out. We have 3, 2, 1. Oreo has the heals. He doesn't get it in time. Oreo wins it on 161. It does not matter. That was bragging rights for Bantus Gustos' team right there because they had the absolute game of their career. So did Ashes, Will, and Ronan, but so many big teams just fell short. Goeg, Zalka, Scammed fall outside. Slayer, Fluxy, Radius, but they have one more game to do it tonight, Monster. We have the reboot round coming up.
Yeah, that was a crushing blow for those teams right on the bubble. We said it was 6 teams coming in. It was a 6-man race for those final slots, and it did come down to the wire.
And it was almost a record-breaking amount of points needed to qualify right now. That was a high threshold. It was 103, 104, maybe 105 in the end here.
I think it was 108.
I think it was. I think it's going to be really, really close to see how they managed to pop off. But we do have the reboot round. So me and Monster are going to say goodbye for now. They'll be thrown to a break and we'll have the reboot round. But before that, we need to hear the analysts get as excited as we are because, man, what a tight finish. Vandy, run us through it.
Thank you so much, casters. As you said, just rest your voices. We're not going to go anywhere. Yes, there will be a break, but before we get into that, I need to hear the analysis because I know you guys are chomping at the bit to share it with us. Match number 6, Fallout. Let's start.
Yeah, absolutely. Insane game number 6. We said going into it, the teams that can clutch up the most, that have ice in their veins, that will perform, will punch their ticket to the finals. And we had 2 teams in particular that did that. District, Bantus, and Gustos go huge with the late game finish. It should be enough to bring them through. And then, of course, Will, Ronan, and Ashes, no one doubted that. A great performance from them. And for a while there, you thought that Goeg, Scammed, and Zalker would be able to do it. They were so close. They fragged out. They played with aggression. But unfortunately, Timmy, they could just barely maybe not qualify through. I guess we'll see when the standings come out.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting reboot round. We're going to have some really good teams in there. But, you know, recapping what we saw here in Game 6, man, there was some awesome action. Started off here, and this sort of set the stage for us as we saw Josh's team, one of Aussie's favorite teams there, go down, unfortunately, taken out off spawn, which set up the rest of that lobby as we knew we had that 103-point threshold for everyone to hit Fallout.
Yeah, we saw a little bit of shark action here in the mid-game as you're right. Josh's team performed so well in games 4 and 5. You thought they were going to make it through, but unfortunately it's so hard to drop and split a 50-50 contest off the rip. And of course, it didn't play out in their favor in game number 6. The statistics, the math came out, unfortunately not in their favor there. And then of course, here was the late game where we saw scammed Goeg and Zalker play so well. They were just pushing everyone, and everything seemed to be going their way. But unfortunately, they ended up getting caught on the low ground, which happens. Unfortunate situation for them. But I gotta say, kudos to Bantis and District and Gusos as they were able to hold high ground. They earned that last game performance. They earned that finish. And guess what? They earned a spot in the finals most likely, hopefully, as we see the standings here soon.
Yeah, and just to recap what they did, they essentially just said, stuff it. We're going to take this game by the horns. And man, they ramped up over Goeg and Zorka on half-half. They took height and they made the game theirs. And that's exactly what they needed to do to make their qualification. And, you've got to hand it to them for the confidence, for the balls to do that, fantastic play from them, their fallout.
Yeah, and I want to say one last thing, too. We didn't see it from Oreo's perspective on the rip, but right there we saw the replay from Oreo's perspective. He just single-handedly won them that game, by the way. That was disgusting what he just did with the pressure, knocking District and then getting the second knock right there. And then, of course, the third and final knock to close out the win. Kudos to Oreo.
I have to say it was quite a nice way to really end Heat 4 because it's been a bit of a long day, but we have that reboot round just around the corner. Before we can do that, though, let's see our official winners of Heat 4 for today, and let's congratulate this team. And there you have it. I mean, this was an interesting one because they qualified in about 2 games, it felt like, Timmy.
Yeah, I mean, we saw how dominant they could be in the first 2 games, and I'm really excited to see how this team goes in finals because they're fantastic in these heats here, and I'm just as I said, really excited to see how they go up against the absolute best in the region when we put them against other heat winners, and then the top 8 from the other heats as well. They fall out.
Yeah, that's right. And of course, in second place behind them, we'll see the standings soon. But kudos to Zans, Oreo, Raikou, and then your boy Mavericks with a really, really great performance alongside Matthew and Elusive in third place after. We'll, of course, pull up those standings in a second here, Vandy.
Absolutely. You've alluded to it. So we'll kind of close off the rest of Heat 4. But I mean, let's start to really flesh out a little bit of the rebound. Actually, hang on. Let's do this in order. Let's take a look at our standings. Then we're going to talk about the reboot round. So, Timmy, I'm going to get your help in terms of just discussing who missed out, who will we be seeing in that reboot round.
Yeah, sure. Well, the first thing to point out, Pumpkin, Cyper, and Suns, fantastic performance. As I said, their first 2 games were off the charts, and I'm really excited to see them in finals. But let's break down the last of these standings here. Zans, Oreo, and Raikou, they come up with that win there. Oreo single-handedly making that their win there. 161 points, 4 points ahead of Mavericks, my man, with Elusive and Machu. Really having a great day today. A team that you might not have expected to see up there, along with Talon, Jedi Knight, and Toy Swag a lot. And then, of course, one of the favorites of the day today, Will Ronan Nesh, is coming in with a couple of really nice games there at the end there, Fallout.
Yeah, definitely the underrated team that really stepped up to the moment. Congrats to Talon and co. Meanwhile, 6th to 8th, and then, of course, that 9th place threshold. Your heart goes out to Chris Darsom and Josh. Such a great performance from them. I was so impressed. But obviously, they were splitting steamy stacks, and it's so hard to do, and they still found so much success. So kudos to them, but they will have to play through the reboot round now. But again, big shout-out goes to District Bantis and Gusos. They go huge in Game 6 to secure themselves a spot. Applex Clean and Rivley, they picked up a victory royale, so that one game that they had was enough to get them the top 7. Faulty, Trixie, and Venice will qualify through as well. And again, Goeg, Scammed, and Zalker have to be a favorite going into the reboot round as we take a look at this next page here, Timmy.
Yeah, so teams to look out for in the reboot round there from this heat. Definitely Goeg, Scammed, and Zorka, but also Baffle, M1, and Seiko. And then, of course, Baffle Season, yes. And then, of course, Radius, Fluxy, and Slayer. We saw them take the victory royale. Struggled a little bit with Surge in that last game. So it's just, this reboot round is going to be really interesting. There's some strong teams coming into here, and it's going to be who can do what Bantis and Gusos just did. Who can really take the game by the scruff of the neck and make it theirs as we pop on over to our next graphic here to see who came in 16th. And secure themselves that final place in the reboot round. And it's going to be Fallen and Gek. They make it through by 9 points. That's Fallout's boys there, the team that he chose. And
Nice.
I'm excited to see if they can make a really good push there for the reboot round, Fallout.
Yeah, congrats to them. They've been a great story, just consistently playing throughout the qualifiers. A really underrated team and a relatively unknown team. That's what you love about this format. Any team can qualify through. It's an open format. Anyone can make it. So congrats to them. I'm so excited for this reboot round because if this heat was any evidence, we had Rivli, Alpelix, and Clean win a game. We had District, Bantis, and Gusos. We had a few teams that we wouldn't have necessarily expected to win a game, to get a victory royale. So that means going into this reboot round, Vandy, it could be anyone's game. Anyone can get high ground. Anyone can hold on to that game and secure a win. You heard Ozzy and Monster talking about it earlier, but maybe the ring pulls their way. Maybe they position themselves in high ground early. We'll see.
Absolutely. I mean, I think you guys have done a bang-up analysis today of all 6 games. Now, I need you to keep some of that, 5-headery, some of that brain juice, because that reboot round is right around the corner. So how this is going to work, we are going to take a 30-minute break, because otherwise players would be playing back-to-back, casters wouldn't have a break. We're going to get something quick to eat, and then I recommend you do the same. Grab some snacks, grab some drinks, and then we'll see you here in 30 minutes for that reboot round, where only one team gets to punch their ticket to the finals and join the rest of the teams that qualified from Heat for today. So we'll be coming right back. Don't go anywhere unless it's to get snacks and a drink. So see you soon. Welcome back from the break to Season 5's FNCS for OCE presented by the Australian Open. We just wrapped up Heat 4 of the semi-finals, and now we're preparing for the reboot round where 32 squads are going to be going head-to-head for their last chance at playing in finals next week. Timmy, who are some favourites that we should be keeping tabs on heading into this reboot round?
Well, I got my money on Radius, Fluxy and Slayer. I think they're probably one of the most experienced teams there. I think it'd be hard to bet against them. Good shout out to Kazi, Russian, and Spy, who we've seen have height in a couple of games in the last heat. It wouldn't surprise me if we see them on height taking it. How about you, Fallout?
Yeah, and I gotta say, I agree with that point. I think it's gonna be an actually stacked late game. So whoever can control height and get that victory out, that's not one game. That's all it takes. Winner take all. I want to give some love to Spiker, Slicks, and Bailey. Console players turned PC. Obviously, they got 9th place in their heat, right behind Tyrex and Co. So I'm excited to see what they can do. And then of course you got to put some respect on Baffle's name. It's Baffle season, baby. That's all I got.
It's Baffle season. This is a team that we saw them miss out last reboot round. So let's see if they can do it, because as you said, one team walks away with it all. Aussie Antics, Monster, you heard it from us. We want to hear. Who do you want to see winning this one?
I mean, it's going to be close. There's so many big names in this. I said it. There's going to be big upsets. Some of these teams, if they don't make it in, again, we have Fluxy, Radius, Slayer, who might not make it in. We have Goeg, Zalka, Scam. Knowing that one of those two teams aren't in this as well. I mean, Monsters, anyone you're focusing, you predicted Baffle season for the win today. They're in the reboot round. Let's see if we get it going again. Baffle season? I don't know.
Bro, it was close for Baffle. Obviously, we saw the upset with Josh there. Like, there were so many teams on that bubble, on the lining there that just fell outside of it. Obviously, Josh being the closest, though, right? Let's really think about this. Breaking the triple digit. Normally in these settings, that is your qualification. You're done. But this was just a unique, just a freak 6 games of OCE Fortnite. And the threshold was so high.
The threshold was so high. So that's a team that, we've shown that they can put up over 100 points. But when you have a team coming into this, Radius, Fluxy, and Slayer, who got an elimination, they made it inside. They made it outside the top 8, inside the top 16 with a win. I don't know. That kind of freaks me out that they can maybe do it here, because a lot of these teams haven't been able to string a victory out together. But this is it. This is the reboot round. There is no faking it. There is no storyline greater than the reboot round qualification. And also in OCE, when we've seen teams that have qualified into Trio FNCS in last place go on to win the grand final, that Season X I'm referencing there, going way back in OCE, anyone can do it. And this is where the drops matter. Slayer, Radius, Fluxy have uncontested Lazy Lake. That is huge right now. We have looks like an uncontested, no, a contested Dirty Docs. Again, we talked about Josh, Chris, and Co. They're going up against Orzo with a contested Dirty. We have Russian, Kazi, and Spire. Obviously, Timmy just called them out there. They're at Coliseum, uncontested. So big teams having really solid drops. And let's see, we have Bluesy contesting over at Sweaty Sands. I'm trying to see where we see Goeg, Zalker, and Scammed. I don't know, Monster, do you see him on the map somewhere? Am I missing something?
Yeah, Goeg, Zalker, and Scamp are actually at Weeping Woods. You see them just over to the left there. So everyone's switching things up, doing a little bit of homework here as we're coming on into it. I'm looking at Steamy Stacks right now. I don't see Josh up there, so I am curious, where is he landing? Okay,
they're
so
dirty
he's
right now, and they're
dirty.
contested, so looking a little bit scary for them. They got to win a 3v3, and again, if you guys are tuning in, you don't get what it is. The Victory Royale, the win in this game will secure this team to go through in the grand final to join our 32 other teams. Points do not matter. I cannot stress that enough. It is not who walks away with the most points, who walks away with the Victory Royale. Eliminations are worthless outside of getting material, getting loot, and getting your Storm Surge. After that, it does not matter. So keep an eyes on this spawn fight right now between Chris, Josh, and Darson versus Yonder, Qualit, and Orzo is very scary because they need to close this fight out quick. They need to win it. They can't draw this out because it's not about playing for, a third or fifth. It's playing for the win. And everyone's talking about high ground. All eyes are on high. Monster, I have to think, I was talking to you before this started, I think it's going to go to a heal off around the mid-ground layers. I think if someone's got that decent heal off, that's what's going to walk away with it, as everyone good, all the really solid, insane teams back themselves for height.
Yeah, I mean, and listen, we saw what happens on height. Height is so volatile right now in the current state of the game because anything can still happen, right? You have these cycle teams still jockeying up. Even if you get 50-50, it's about how you position yourself coming into zone 6 in particular, right? That's really what's going to stand someone out. But all that's been true today, though, Ozzy, although you don't think it's going to come down to height, height has won the majority.
True.
I think, honestly, 5 out of 6 games, maybe. I'm not sure if we had any true low ground teams swing things around. Maybe that one time, I believe around zone 8, but even then, it didn't really unfold like that. So it's just a unique position to be in when it's only the win that matters. And then again, they're still Storm Surge, right? So you have to fight, but the fights don't matter, right? But you just need the tags, so it gets very interesting.
That is the big point there. Surge is going to be the big one. All these teams are playing for that win. They're going to play passive. No one's going to be looking to be active and do damage, and I can see real big teams getting upset by that with the Storm Surge. We've seen active Surge every single game today. There was not a single game of the 6 we watched today that didn't at least have Storm Surge. The last game of which, the most aggressive W key game, didn't have the 70-player alive Storm Surge, but it did have the 50 and 30 threshold. So even though players keyed and played aggressive early on, they then stayed up until the very end to get that towards that big stacked end game. So when you've got a team today, when people need to get the win, I mean, Monster, we've had one player go down. We're at 89 players alive. Like, this is ridiculous. No one is dropping yet. So Surge is going to be intense this game.
Yeah, it's going to be real. It's definitely going to be something that's going to be a factor for this gameplays, for the style of play. And even here now, these tags are going to matter so very much. Tobirama, Sadla, XCon LA. Listen, they got so close. They were just outside of qualifying as well. This is a team that was right there. They were up there in the standings for quite some time. One of those sleeper squads that we didn't really get to cover, you know, throughout the majority, but they were in the standings for the longest of runs and then fizzled out in those last 2 games. So you have all these teams that are just coming off what I'd say is a stressful situation, and then some coming in fresh.
Yeah, exactly. And just calling out some of our teams to look out for. Obviously, we're talking about, you know, those teams that we think will do well, but really, you got to look for those teams that just missed out. I mean, Fallout touched on as well. We had Spiker, Slicks, and Bailey. They came in 9th in heat number 1. If we move over to heat number 2, we had Kimber, Cwam, and and Shane BK in 9th as well. 82 points. They just missed out. And then we had Flenny, Plus, and Novas coming in 9th place in qualifier 3. And then, like we talked about today, the brutal upset with Chris, Darsum, and Josh going down on spawn in the last game of our Heat 4 today to put them in 9th. So those are your 4 teams you have to think statistically that have the best chance to do it. But this isn't your normal 6-game format. It's not your normal Fortnite. It's who can get Victory Royale. So when you've got teams like Radius, Fluxy, and Slayer who got a win, who got outside the top 8, and I'm scrolling through these leaderboards, Monster, I actually think they're the only team that got a win who then didn't get. Okay, never mind. Bliss, OK, Dente, and Wavy Meloxty also got a win in qualifier 1, and they didn't get in the top 8. So another favorite to maybe do it here today. They've done it once.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. It's really not about like who had a lot of points. It's about who plays for the win. It's a style of play.
You have to think if they're going to be able to do it here. Who's going to be able to have that style of play? Because I don't know, but Slayer, Fluxy, and Radius looking like they have the loadout to do it. I mean, Mars, Casey's, and has as well. Timmy mentioned them. We got 3 floppers in the back pocket. I'm looking for the firepower, and I'm looking for the heal off as well.
There's that TP trio that Timmy was talking about, landing at the Coliseum uncontested. Remember, they still will have to fight. So all these pushes, these tags, they matter so very much. Here's Josh, Chris, and Darsum also maintaining their surge as well, doing exactly what it is that they have to do. Remember, landing Dirty Docks was contested. No elims means they rotate out nice and early, and they've already maxed up on materials. So they're getting comfortable for this game.
They're getting comfortable, unfortunately, because they split the looter dirty. It looks like they haven't got the best loadout. Josh is rocking the bandies and the med kits here. We're going to swap those out for some small fries. That's just not the spot you want to be in, but they made it away. They're still in it with a shot. They can have a chance at it here, but I feel like they need to find a good elimination here, maybe to find some of those shields. We talked about how eliminations aren't worth anything in the grand scheme of things, but they're worth loot. If you take someone out and you can kind of transfer over the looters, here it is. Jamal's gone down here. So this is Kyoto and Kilo. This is a team worth fighting for Darsum, Josh, and Chris because it's a duo. They have the shields. They have the peppers. Looks like they're going to use some of those, though, and I think Chris, Josh, and Darsum are going to disengage, rotate around the edges here. They're in it with a shot, but they're not looking very, very fantastic coming into the end game with that loadout when you compare it to some of the teams we've seen like Team TP and Team Slayer who are rocking good shotguns, good meds, everything they need.
And that's the thing. If only they knew this is a 2-man team. They have the heals for you. They'll set you up for success. But no, the bigger picture here is making it to endgame. Don't take the risk if it's unnecessary.
Look at that loadout. Look at the difference in the loadout here. Coming out of uncontested, Lazy, one of the 2 teams that have got the Victory Royale but didn't qualify. That is looking really scary. And I talked about it earlier today. When Timmy says things are going to happen, they more often than not do. And he put it on Fluxy, Radius, and Slayer to be the team that qualifies here. So I don't know. This is going to be interesting.
That's a winning team. They've already proven it today, and especially today, right? They're coming off of a Victory Royale like it just happened a couple rounds ago of Fortnite. So, and let's not forget, they're hot, right? They were just playing Fortnite. Like these are the teams that are literally hot off the heels. So I think they'll have a little bit of an advantage. I know sometimes we talk about mental wear and tear, but it's sometimes tougher watching from the sideline, not coming in at all. They've already kicked out all the adrenaline. They've literally been beaten down in a way, right? So they're there, man. They're ready to accept this game and kind of get it on with. Whereas everyone else coming in fresh, not really playing Fortnite, right? Because the heats weren't going on simultaneously. They're chilling. They have a little bit more of a disadvantage.
There's GoX, Gam, and Zalka. They're in a nice spot right now. This zone is looking very vanilla, and honestly, I kind of like that coming into a Monster. No one has a clear massive advantage or disadvantage. It's pretty central, maybe pulling a little bit to the west, but nothing too crazy. A little bit northwest, but nothing too insane. If this next second zone shows more on the southeast side, it's going to be very, very good for a lot of these teams on most of the spots of the map, and that's a scary hill right now. You see Radius, Fluxy, and Slayer seeing if they're going to fight their way up onto it. And remember, this is for the 33rd team that's going to qualify next week into the grand finals. Of all these teams playing, 31 of them are going to go home with no prize money this FNCS. It's only one team that qualifies here for the grand final that gets their share of the $90,000. Never mind, Aussie, you said vanilla zone. Hey, how do you feel about half ocean, half island? We're going to send it far west, literally as far west as you can go. That first zone was out of the map, Monster, and I don't know. I'm going to have to see again. Timmy's going to break it down later, but this is going to cause all kind of upsets. Look at that. Look at everyone just mass migration make their way for this one. This is an insanely difficult zone.
It's unique. It's so unique for OC, especially. Look, 90 players alive. Would you ever would have thought you'd see it? Not me. And here, yes. Oh, the RPG comes out, though. Graph gets knocked here. This is big. It's a big situation. You might be watching our first team getting fully wiped out here because this other squad on the other side might be looking to commit. Not that
we
they
lost
have
our
to, though,
first
right?
team.
They did so much damage.
Oh, Slayer and Fluxy have just gone down. Radius, Slayer, and Fluxy have just gone down.
No.
Mars, Casey's, and Plus have taken them out. They're out of this. That's it. The first team to go down contains a World Cup solo qualifier, Power, Radius, and Fluxy. That is insane. I talked about an upset, them not making it into the grand finals automatically top 8. They go into the reboot round, and they're the first team, the only players to have gone down. We've only lost 3 right now. That is ridiculous.
And they won a game today, too. Like, not only that, they literally are a winning style team. So, you know what? If you're in the lobby, you're happy right now. This really opens things up for so many other players. High ground, right? One less team to really worry about. This puts all the hedges on the other squads now.
This puts a lot of pressure on them as everyone's making that rotation. This is just going to make Surge that much more difficult to find because everyone's had to spend so much time rotating. Teams that have been dropping the islands, been dropping Sweaty, who can find their Surge, are looking so good as one of the favorites. Timmy's team as well. He pointed them out specifically. Russian, Kazi, and Spy setting up here on top of Fort Crumpet. That's phenomenal brick, which they need because Russians only got about 167 total brick right now. But what a good spot to be. But here it is, 75 below. The Storm Surge is kicking in. 17 players have to go down. This is going to be insane. Never mind 600 above. It took a second to catch up there. So Team TP is looking beyond fantastic right now, Monster.
Yeah, they're in the best position to be in right here. They have all the Surge in the world, and now everyone else. Remember, if you are below the Surge right here, you have to push in. That's what Shane, Kimba, and Siwam are doing here. They have Mammal Asto up against the ropes here. Mito does have to heal as well. So it's a 3v2 situation until this player gets all his heals off. And yes, there it is. He will be able to bounce back. They don't even give him a chance to cop the feel. There it is. The big shield comes in. All right, so now it's all tied games, and they're at a disadvantage here because they didn't get those extra follow-ups, but they got to keep fighting.
They got to keep fighting. They've got to do something big here. As this is one of those teams that I shouted out for being 9th place. They came in 9th in Heat B. They did that yesterday. They've had a whole day to sit back and realize what went wrong, how they came so close to making the grand finals, and now they get their second shot as Mammal, Asto, and Omedo as well, trying to do something here. Only 24 above. This Storm Surge is going to be ruthless.
Yeah, definitely. And, 24, you might as well, embrace the team box fighting you, right? Embrace this fight here because you need it. They already did the hard part for you. They traveled across the field, take some tags, go for some exchanges. You're not safe by any means. Even Baffle here at 87 above the Surge threshold. He has to get active too. All these guys. Remember, there's a Surge after this. There's one after that. And with how many players are up right now, it's literally showing us how steep it's going to be, how many players, right? We're just getting a small taste of what's going to happen for the end game.
Yeah, small taste, and I'm still looking at Team TP. They were set up in the absolute position for success. They have 600 above, and it's only the first. They can literally do nothing now, Monster, for the rest of the game. We talk about how Storm Surge forces teams to be active. It forces them to step up and do big things. They can literally sit back on the damage they have boxed up, not move on a beautiful spot of zone on high ground. They could be the team that gets gifted here, as right now we have J King, Zaryu, and Finks right now. They are above, but the team above them is below. This is one of those 9th place teams. Fallout called them out. Coming out off the console track, we have Spiker, Slicks, and Bailey, and things are looking terrible for them.
Yeah, now both sides are actually needing to take this fight, and there it is. The low ground squad will end up winning it out. It's gonna get them nice and comfortable here. It's a full elim. They back off, right? They get the loot, they back off, and now they're gonna distance themselves, get away from these psychos that still need to fight one another and start playing for better positioning here. This is the difference, right? The difference is in formats. When wins only matter, you can see smart plays now coming out of different teams.
And man, I mean, what a way to make it into the grand finals. You don't want to leave it down to the reboot round, but honestly, it builds such a name for yourself. Again, this is the second FNCS. It's the third for Trio, second since we've had reboot round, and we're still talking about Baffle season, and people still know that Hugh season is the one that ended up coming out on top. So there it is. The 5 teams have gone down. Chris, we can see SPG Chris getting elimination in the feed, but Daresum and Chris go down. So I think Josh at this point might be a solo. Things are not looking great for them. Storm Surge was an issue. Russian takes down Kami as well, and we drop below that 70 threshold right on the dot. 5 teams are out, 70 players alive. The winner of this is making the grand finals. The stakes cannot be higher. This is how you make grand finals for a share of $90,000, as Zadia is trying to make this rotate with Monix, and they are not looking good at all.
Oh, here's Josh solo dolo right now, trying to work his way around the outskirts. He's on the dead side of the zone as well, and it looks like he was not able to secure anything to pick up his teammates. Actually, he might actually... Oh, he's marking the reboot, so he does have the pickup card, the reboot card, but it's unrealistic. There's a squad down there.
Yeah, this is going to be... this would have to be the absolute fairy tale run. It was a gut-wrenching day for this team right now. They were in 7th place going into their last game. They get dropped on by the team in last. They lose the fight the second time, win it the first time. It's not enough, and now Josh is a solo up against the wall, and right now this is going to be so difficult to try and win this. He's in a rough position here. 90 builds, and that is it. Josh falls to Lupius, Pixie, and Made KFC. That is it. They are out. They will not be making the grand final. They came in 9th, so close. Such a good effort, but unfortunately the story is over, and we have to follow now Baffle, M1, and Seiko on the top right. Baffle season is still alive and well, but I'm on Monster. I still have my eyes on Team TP. On top of that Fort Crumpet, if this zone keeps pulling across like I think it's going to, they're looking fantastic.
They're in a strong position. They're in such a great position. Surge-wise, obviously they're able to refresh out the actual stone, right? That's all available here. Yep, look at this. Their loadout. And now they're all capped off. Ammunition and everything. They got situated. Honestly, Coliseum's an underrated draw spot when you're uncontested, right? You pick up tons and tons of ammunition here.
They have edge of 4th. I've talked about it so many times. If you don't follow zones at home, if you're not a heavy competitive player or you just don't know, zone 1, 2, and 3, and 4 will always go more towards the center if possible. They don't have to, but there's no reason to play the edge. But zone 5, the next zone, the half zone, has to play onto the edge of somewhere on this map right now, because it goes half into the storm, half into the zone. If they now get half height on top of Fort Crumpet, that would just be the best luck you could ever ask for. But they rotated early. They situated themselves there. I don't want to take it away from them. They position fantastically. They might not get half. There's a better chance they don't get it than they do, but man, they're set up for success. If you've got money on a team right now, if they get half, you have to call it. Unless they throw, it is going to be theirs, as Seiko, M1, and Baffle need to make this rotate, and it's one of the most important of their career. Again, they've been in reboot round before. They fell short last time. I don't think they want to make it twice.
And that's the thing, right? Once you get like high ground and half in, and you could hold that out through those moving zones, they just have to focus second height. They don't have to focus low ground. They don't have to focus anyone else, because it's not about those elims. It's just about second height. Keep them off you, walk your way, fight your way to that free end game. Here, though, we're jumping in, and Edwick and crew here is going to go on and turn over an elimination inside the new zone. That's going to be a refresher for them. And honestly, that's a lot of loot. That's going to yield some white heals as well. Big deal there. Another Storm Surge warning, though, for the rest of the lobby. 17 players now have to go down.
And I just saw Team TP still 500 above. That is enough to carry them through to the rotating zones. They don't need a peek. They don't need to go for anything. They just need to sit there, look up, and pray to the Storm gods that they somehow get half on this, because if this team gets it, they have such a big advantage. But there's other teams set up in positions for success as well. I'm seeing 3 main clusters of builds right now. We have one on the west side with TP, we have one on the south side, and one on the east side. If any of them get it, it's going to be who can be proactive, who can take it early. We saw the RPG earlier in the lobby, and it was in the hands of a team that wasn't looking too healthy, as Goeg, Scammed, and Zalka look very, very healthy. 128 above. This team is used to the pressure. Like I said, Goeg and Zalka, second place in Duo FNCS Grand Finals. It would be a huge upset to see them not make it, as Seiko doesn't check his head and he gets the big beam down on top of him. I mean, Monster, I can't wait 1 second. I need to see the map. Please show me the map. And no! TP team does not get it. It pulls opposite. They banked on the high ground on the west. They can still do it, but it goes east right now, and this is going to be looking very, very rough for a lot of those teams that are stuck under there. And now the shots come out. The rest of the lobby knows they have to push towards us. Who is going to get the high ground on this half? Baffle season is over. It is done and dusted. They go down before top 20 teams. Unfortunate for them. Unfortunately, 2 times in a row, Baffle season hasn't come off, but someone is going to be able to do this, as Team TP has to make the rotate.
Yeah, they got to make the rotate. They're still sitting on top of those builds. Goeg is still up 2, and they're holding them out. They're just sitting there right now. Finally, now they're going to start making that rotate through. This gives everyone else an opportunity. TP Spy sees them on the move, and now they're trying to do it, and everyone's going. Hopefully, you need that friendly truce at this point. Honestly, you need the lava to work with you. If they're on top of you, just rotate. Get to that new storm line. All that matters is making it through. The later you are, the less likely you are to be in a comfortable position. And they're one of the last now because they have to stop and heal for a second.
Goeg, Scammed, and Zalka, this is the loadout, Monster. We talked about the heal-off potential. I mean, look at that. The splashes, the floppers, the big pots. They're looking so healthy. They're playing that mid-ground lay around the side. If they can somehow get themselves onto high ground, they don't have the power position, but they can do it. I mean, even if they play the mid-ground layer, like I said, they try to go for the heal-off. I'm really looking at Team Goeg, Zalka, and Scam to bring this one home here if they can. Sadler on the low ground getting beamed up. 680 above here for Sight's team, but they're a player down. Who has the high ground position? Here it is. It's Team Ernan, but they're taking shots onto another team across for them. Who's going to get the first rotating zone? They're jockeying for it. This is what I called, Monster. Everyone wants the high ground, but I honestly don't think it's going to be the play. These teams are going to go so aggressive onto each other.
Shot.
Exactly. If you wait to take it late like Goeg's team, you might have this as Asto, Mammal, and Omido. Nah, they're alphaing it up. They're like, Aussie, we don't care what you say. We want this high ground. We've got first rotating, and we're in the seat of power.
And that's what matters there. And look at that. They're going to end up breaking out Pog there just by, triggering those low and weak builds. And when you overcrank like that, you also leave yourself exposed down in the middle of those builds. So it is still anyone's game here. High ground is not perfectly safe, not just yet, but Mito, Astro, and Mammal, man, they're in such a strong position now to walk away with this whole thing.
I mean, they could walk away with that. I don't see the heal off, but they might be able to play aggressive enough to stop this heal off. This was a long rotate for a lot of players. We still have only 48 alive, 17 teams. It's very stacked as Goeg, Zalka, and Scam are trying to do something here. They're making their way on this first rotating zone. They're happy to play the low and mid-ground layers. They're not trying to jockey up for height. They've got the heal off like I touched on. They could do this from the low ground. There's a few other big teams in here who can jump up, but I'm looking at those full trios of top-tier teams. Nunka's in here. Mars is still in here, and Omito's going low. He's getting dropped down. This is what I said. Teams are going to go aggressive for height. They're going to look for it. And if you don't have the loadout to hold it, you're not going to be able to. They might have to drop down. Omito's going for the med kit, but this has staggered them massively.
And that was actually the big chill coming into play, just icing up the feet there. And look, someone new goes for high ground. And all of a sudden, you're seeing the strength of the weapons come into play here. Mito's trying to figure this out. He's like, man, I got to get in front of this zone here now. And he's trying to look up. But no, he looks back too late. Doesn't realize that high ground's already there. Asto slips off as well. And now we have a new team on height. It's Awake, Flenny, and Lush, and it seems like they've done just enough. But Pock and Fox are coming up too. They all want to fight for high ground. Everyone wants height here.
Megadan's going up as well. Goeg goes down in the feed, so Goeg is down. Scammed and Zalka maybe just scammed here. Have to do as a solo. Monster, I'm not going to lie to you. I have no idea who that is on high ground, but I don't care because it's so exciting. I do know Megadan. I do know Megadan and Pogue, but the team that took this before it, we're making new names here. That's the most exciting part. I don't say that to flame them. I say that to just increase their chances here. If they win this, it would be huge. Megadan, Pogue, and this would be no one's prediction. I put out a tweet. I asked, who's going to win this? We talked to the analysts, the casters. None of us predicted this team. Scammed is down below. Nunca, Grab, and Chains could still win this. The RPG comes out. Can they win it from the low ground? This is looking like a heal-off game, Monster, but we still have 2 rotating zones to go, and everyone's getting active.
Yeah, and high ground has 5 chug splashes, 1 flopper in play, so they have so much going for them. On the low ground, though, Grab, Nunker, and Chains are literally fighting their way through here, trying to claw their way up. And remember, they need these elims too, because you need to just find out what kind of loot do you have? What can you give me to win this game?
Spy and Russian are still in this. Team TP didn't cop the zone, but they've still got a chance. Mars and Casey's have this 4 floppers on Mars. You see how they're not going to try and use anything. They're going to keep tunneling through. Mars is going to go for that heal-off position. They don't have the med kit, but they need to survive. Zone went back through the old builds, so this zone has basically negated anyone going down. We've only seen 1 or 2 teams fall because everyone got to go back through old builds, but now it's going out into the open. We're pulling back towards the coastline. We're getting out of the water, going back on the land. But who is going to take their throne? Who is going to take their ticket to the grand finals? Because if you talk about thrones right now with these big builds, Megadan's team on high ground is looking fantastic. Do they have the heal off though? Because everyone's setting up for it, and oh my gosh, they have the heal off, Monster. Middle East, we saw a 45-second heal off for the win. OCE is looking to try and rival that. That was 5 times of white heals and a shotgun, not even carrying an AR, Monster.
Yeah, I'm not seeing anyone close that can even rival that. He's already even taken the extra tick just so he can pop the med kit first. He is literally set up to take this whole runaway here. Nunker on the low ground, though. They're going to have to fight their way up unless Spy can do something big here. Spy still has a ton of heals. Spy can do a lot with the team, but look at this. No one is going down right now. Megadan is actually doing a really good job applying pressure down on the low ground, keeping everyone distracted, if you will, so that Fax up above with all those heals can just walk away with this whole thing.
Megadan's come down now. I think they're going to win it. I think it's going to come down to the hill. We have 20 seconds to go. We've pushed up the hill right now. All these players are being congested. They're forced to go into each other. They're getting active now. Spy's used the healer. People are going to look to get active. Fax is going for the early med kit. He didn't get it off. He messed up the med kit. Zone hasn't closed for 6 seconds, Monster. I don't think anyone has the heal off. I think he has so much heals it won't matter. Never mind. Lazy's in this with a chance. He stayed in zone. He played the zone for longer. Fax on the high ground might not have the meds to sustain this. He has the cabbages. They're not going to be loved. He messed up the med kit. I think he's going to lose it. He had all the meds, mate. You can't get the med kit off. It's not going to happen. I think you're going down. You do. You had the high ground. You had one job, and Lazy wins it on 48 health. They win the heal off. Reckless, Lazy, and Bluesy are going through to the grand finals. Man, I love Reboot. Man, I love Fortnite.
What in the world? You had one job. Just follow the zone to the last second. Look at the storm clock and then pop the med kit is all he had to do. But the pressure, that's what Reboot Round brings.
It's the pressure. I don't know if he had the meds to keep topping out. Megadan's team dropped down, but he went for the early med kit and dropped back. That med kit would have been the difference. You think that's, usually get with the 10 tick, it gives you 9 to 10 ticks of zone. It came down to 4 or 5. It was so close, but Bluesy's team is punching the ticket to the grand final. They're going to make it. Either way, again, the pressure, I'm not going to judge them. It is so easy to lose your head. We saw Clicks do it in DreamHack. We'll have to see what the analysts thought about that. That is the end of tonight. 7 games of jam-packed action. It was me, Aussie Antics, and Monster D-Face. We'll be back again for the grand finals next week, but we're going to throw it to the analysts to break everything down and finish off the show, because what a night of Fortnite. Vandy, take it away.
Thank you so much, casters. I completely agree. This is like the cherry on the cake. 100%. Congrats to Lazy, Reckless, and Bluesy on managing such a victory from what it felt like behind. But I felt like it was Fax's to lose. The med kit, it stuffed up and it cost him the victory. Right, Timmy?
Yeah, it really did. And to be honest, they were probably one of the favorites. When you look, they had center map uncom, which meant they could have got all sorts of surge on people around them. I'm lost for words. The fact that he choked that med kit, it's gonna live on for an infamy. I'm sorry, isn't it, Fallout?
Yeah, you're spot on, mate. I mean, right there, perfect opportunity. You have ultimate high ground. You had the perfect inventory. We were both looking there, and yes, there were 3, maybe 4 teams that could have potentially won that. There was one team that should have won that. Facts, that's going to live in his nightmares, but a valiant effort from them, and kudos to gain high ground to get themselves in a good position, just unfortunately not executing. So perhaps experience maybe was not on their side, and we know they'll bounce back, of course, in the next FNCS. But a major congratulations goes to Lazy, Bluesy, and Reckless. But Timmy, we said it. There were 3, maybe 4 teams. I mean, at some point, you thought maybe Spy had a really, really decent loadout as well because he had a few floppers in his inventory. That could have gone anyone's way.
Yeah, and actually, just to touch on that TP team real quick, they had an incredible set of rotations through first and second. They got themselves set up on Fort Crumpet over there top left. They had height at a potential half-half. They didn't pull it, but they made really nice rotations the whole way through. They gave themselves the chance to make that really ballsy play for the for height at half-half. Unfortunately, they didn't get it, but their mid-ground, again, that idea of versatility being so important this season, their mid-ground was so good. They made it work. They pushed and pushed and pushed. They didn't give up, and in the end, it came down to a heel-off, just like we saw on Middle East last night, Fallout.
Yeah. Insane. This reboot round never disappoints. And how about the Big Chill taking high ground? And obviously they did a good job after, of course, the Big Chill came into effect, gaining that high ground, but unfortunately not able to close it out. And then I think we'll see the med kit here in a moment, where we saw Fax here miss the med kit opportunity. Of course, it was actually before this where he had an opportunity to connect for that med kit. That would have been the difference, I think, in the end. But instead, Lazy clutches up for his team. And I don't know the situation. Was Lazy a solo for the variety of that game? I don't know if it was Lazy that was the hero in that situation, but certainly he was, because he guaranteed his team a qualifying spot.
I think so. It was just, again, I kind of feel like for poor Fax, it's so hard because remember, reboot round is just that one game. You must have an immense amount of pressure onto you, and just the timing like that, like there is no second chance, just like there's no second chance for the reboot, but it just comes down to it. And that's why we love it so much. That's why you were hyping it up so much, Timmy. That's why also you were hyping it so much, Fallout. I loved it. But let's take a look. I mean, if you're just joining us and you wanted to see who won, of course it is Lazy, Reckless, and Bluesy. We got a winner's graphic here for them as well, but a big congratulations to them.
Yeah, and I agree. 12th place in heat number 1, which was a pretty solid heat. They, of course, got 78 points there. We're quite a bit behind. They're only about 10 points behind from getting 8th place in that one for Repulse, Forbes, and Tyrak. So they had a second life, they had a second opportunity, and they capitalized, Timmy.
Yeah, and just to add to this, like, again, the versatility, these guys could play across all sorts of different play styles. It really did, though, come down to that heel off at the end there. Again, that'll live on in Fax's nightmares. As we saw his loadout, he had fish, he had cabbages, he had medkits, he had the whole lot. And in the end, if you choke that medkit, you've got to think about it. That's 10 seconds worth of healing you're missing out on. So I feel for him, but, you move on and you got to take it in the next FNCS.
Mm-hmm. You live and you learn. Those are nice words to live by, because this hopefully won't be the last that we're seeing of FNCS for OCE, but it definitely isn't the last of this tournament, at least, because, of course, next week we have our finals coming up. This was a great semifinals day number 2. I mean, Fallout, Timmy, any final words before I close the show?
Yeah, I just got to say, I cannot wait for the grand finals. We're going to see Jinx and Alec. We're going to see Tyrax, Forbes, and Co. So many great teams. I cannot wait. It's going to be an amazing grand finals next weekend. 2-day affair. We'll see you then. Oceania lives up to the hype. Such a great display of skill today. And a big thank you to every single one of y'all for watching. And Timmy, any final words? No, just a big thank you to everyone, and huge congratulations to everyone who qualified today. And honestly, I think when you think about all of the action that just happened in the reboot round, I cannot wait to see the reboot rounds in the other regions. Oh, that's true. We've got more Fortnite action to really catch up on. But again, a big thank you from myself to our casters, Aussie Antics and Monster, bringing the hype all the way through in the reboot round. I mean, well-deserved, guys. We loved it. Fallout, Timmy, thank you so much for lending your analysis for today. Everyone watching at home, production, Australian Open, Epic Games, thank you so much for giving us this tournament. So get hyped, because next week we'll be seeing you for finals. Otherwise, good night from us and stay safe till then.